Brutal. It's going to be so much fun for us. It's completely unpredictable.
Oh, we've loved it. And I tell you what, you might love this. Let's have a teaser from Rensport. Well, that is absolutely scintillating, isn't it, folks? Incredible to say the least. But we're not alone to discuss it because we have brought in a very, very special guest. It's Raymer Rierke, the head of competitive at Rensport. What a teaser, Raymer. Yeah. Talk us through it. That is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, this is honestly a huge moment for Rensport, I think. This patch is massive, and there's a lot of really cool things happening. I mean, I think the headline, of course, is the new car class, right? The first ever front-wheel drives in Rensport. So TCRs are going to be really exciting to release and put in the hands of players. Beyond that, we've really been listening to the feedback that everyone's been giving, right? Since we've launched the game, we've had a lot of time to accumulate feedback from a lot of directions, from the surveys, directly on Discord, all kinds of different venues, and we've taken that and we've reworked the physics in every car.
Yeah, it's important to know, isn't it, that the public have had a real involvement in terms of the build-up of the game, because the surveys have been a very high precedence on this broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been really awesome to get public feedback, to get pro driver feedback from all the guys we have here, you know, internal testing groups as well. We've had a whole bunch of feedback, and we've really gone in there and just changed everything. And the Praga, I'm being told, feels like a whole new car. To me, it feels like a new car, so I'm really excited about that. It's my favorite car to drive. Beyond that, we also have another big moment for us is the fact that we're leaving Europe, right? We're going west. So we're adding Daytona, we're adding Atlanta, two really cool tracks that are both incredibly fun to drive. I was learning Atlanta, and I will tell you all those blind corners are really hard.
It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. I mean, like, look, I think the important thing, everyone's seen this teaser now, everyone's like kind of curious. We're giving away a load of beta keys at the moment, and when does this come out?
Yeah, so this comes out at 6 p.m. today. It's really exciting. We're dropping 15,000 keys, so if you have not signed up yet, make sure you go sign up on the beta waiting list because you still have a chance to get it. And in the coming months, we plan to drop a lot more, so there's a lot of opportunities to get involved with the game. Another thing actually that we added as well is we're doing our first things around engagement features, so different initiatives to give people reasons to come back, to compete for, to play. Some of those will be in this patch, and there's more coming soon, so that's all really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, remember as well, Epic Games, I suppose, isn't it? And not necessarily any of the stores, but Epic Games. Make sure you use the Epic Games store, everybody, and use those beta keys as well. But in terms of the actual, you know, future for the actual Rensport package, have you got lots planned? What's on the upcoming? What are we going to expect now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way: new cars, new tracks, new features. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming. I can't get too specific yet, but there's definitely going to be a lot of announcements. I'm expecting more patches to come, more content to come. To continue to refine the product as well, because really our goal is to make sure we are the #1 best most fun sim that you can have, and we're going to keep pursuing that goal. I think this is a great step in that direction, and that's really exciting. I am genuinely excited.
So, well, yeah, obviously it's not just about new content coming out, it's about changing like what we've currently got. Yeah, we had a go yesterday with the TCRs. I think I was a little faster. You were there, you saw I was a little faster.
You made me look a bit silly.
A little faster. But obviously we were talking about then the force feedback changes and some of the stuff like behind the game, which kind of really impacts how the game's working. How's the progress and all that, and how's that been behind the scenes?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of awesome work there. We actually did a massive workshop where we got a whole bunch of people who work it together in one place, and we just grinded on that like super hard. The team has been working maybe too much, to be honest, on making sure that we get this out to players. But I think the results are really going to speak for themselves when it gets in the hands of the players.
Well, I think we've definitely seen the build-up and how successful it's been, because obviously the drivers, you made a brilliant quote, I think, to us yesterday as well when we had a brief chat. No one can break a game better than the competitive esports talents themselves. But bringing that into where we sit today, ESL R1 full major. What an occasion. It's huge for the sport, huge for esports, huge for sim racing, but also huge for Ren Sport. What does this mean for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, so this is the conclusion of our year so far, and we made I'll call it a brave decision to launch an esport on a closed alpha, and that has come with a lot of challenges. I mean, there's been all sorts of things you don't expect. As I mentioned to you yesterday, when you're running an esport, you can't just say, oh, well, it's a game, it's going to have issues, because if it has issues, it breaks the competition. So the amount of work that has had to go into polishing it every time to make sure that it is fair, it is competitive, and you can have really good racing on it has been a lot. So it's been a really intense journey for the team, but it's also had a lot of benefits, right? To be able to have that opportunity to get that game to that place continuously, and to get that feedback, refine and improve. And this journey has also taken us to so many places, right? We started the year in Katowice, we had our Munich summit, we were in Riyadh, now we're here at one of the biggest LAN events in the world, really kind of getting in with the grassroots.
Pretty cool, right?
And that's awesome. I mean, it's really cool. We've got this awesome stage behind us. So it's all really exciting.
Yeah, what are the major positives that you've taken from what has been a very long year, going to a close down? What have been the major things that you've taken away from it, that the platform's taken away from it, that we've all kind of learned? Where would we start on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's definitely learnings. I think this has been a really great experience. I mean, if I look at the way the team gets things done, like just in terms of execution, right? Everything, we're sharper, we're more on top of it. We know what's going on when it comes to the events. We've been able to take all this feedback to improve the game, so that's been really good. And we're going to keep doing that. Looking next year, I can't talk too much, but I think there's going to be some really exciting and interesting changes. It's going to be a really exciting year. We're going to do new things. Still will be the R1, but there'll be a lot of cool stuff coming.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the announcements flying in and out, and obviously in comparison, how far do you think, can you really put a number or illustrate as such the amount of development that's gone in over the last, should we say, 8-9 months?
Yeah.
A number, all of it. No.
On a scale from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
50.
Yeah, 26. 26 at least. No, I mean, the thing is, a lot of this stuff, there's things in the pipeline, things being worked on. This is the first release that we're doing, and you can see there's a lot there. And our goal is, as we come, to continue to make this game better. And there's a lot of people working real hard in the background, basically.
Yeah, are we going to see you in one of these rigs competing at the top level as well? You are head of competitive after all.
I think that I would put a more embarrassing lap time than your TCR performance yesterday, to be honest.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we've always said that with Ren Sport, it's a game for gamers by gamers. It's kind of been the whole thing, and having this integral link with the sim racing community, and we've kind of used ESL to kind of get all those servers in and understand what the gamers want. How much have you? I know you touched on it a little bit earlier. How much have you benefited from that, and from what the drivers said, but from what's actually happened from the beta and what's been said on that side of things?
Yeah, no, so I mean, I've touched on it a few times, the game benefits a lot, but I think a key thing to understand as well is that when it comes to Ren Sport and the company, racing, competition is really in the DNA of the company, right?
Yeah.
So one of the founders came from motorsport racing. Motorsport racing is foundational in our view of what this game is, right? So sim racing in our case, and that we view that sim racing is always a great platform to refine, but also to innovate, to learn, right?
Yeah.
Just like in the real world, how a lot of the innovations in production cars come from the motorsport, right? It starts there and then ships over. We view the sport the same way, right? It's a great opportunity for us to explore innovation and take those learnings and apply it to the game itself, right?
Yeah.
It's a similar principle.
Yeah.
I've got to be cheeky before he steps in, because I know there's something that everyone wants to know, and I know there's not a date or anything like that. any chance of an idea of maybe when it's going to release, or is that above your paycheck? What can you tell me? Give me the deets.
Sneaky, Mr. McGregor.
Give me the deets. We want to know.
I can't give you a hard date yet. We obviously, the number one thing we want to do is we want to get it in the hands of all the players. We want to have a community. We want to have everyone out there driving it. That's really the goal, but we want to make sure we do it in the right way.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that it's in the right place for that.
Absolutely.
So we're going to be thoughtful and conscious about it, but I will say soon.
Good.
Soon is the goal.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about as well the ingenuity and sort of allowing players to sort of build their skills and obviously get involved with the game. I think the Rennsport app as well provides a great opportunity, I think, for players to really assess their performance. I mean, over time, do you see Rennsport as being, should we say, a catalyst to driver development? Maybe even in time we'll see new stars, new potential world beaters.
Yeah, I'm happy that you mentioned the app, actually, because it is very important to our vision for Rennsport, right? Because what we want Rennsport to be is essentially a platform for passion for motorsports, right?
Yeah.
That does mean having the best sim racing game in the market, but it also means creating an ecosystem and a space for people to interact with their passion all over the place, right? And everyone has a mobile, and we want to really big focus of what we're doing is trying to make that mobile app an integral part of your Rennsport experience, right? So it's not just when you're gaming, but when you're interacting with our space, when you're on the road, when you're on a trip, you know, when we're watching videos here between bits, you know, we can look at the Rennsport app.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know that we've used it like a little bit from the stats, like obviously all the results from ESL are on there, and you can go and like see like all the drivers and how far they've driven, and then it can really make you concerned as to how much work these guys put in. Has that kind of like impressed you with how much all of this has gone?
Yeah, it impresses me every day, right? If you really think about everything that's happening between, you know, building this and this whole awesome thing with our partners at EFG.
Are you ready, Raymer?
Yeah.
First of all, are you ready?
Am I ready?
Are you ready?
I'm always ready.
I think we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen of DreamHack, are you ready? Rightio, folks. It's pedal to the metal time. Let's hit the show.
Our first champion!
Dreams get realized, yet some turn into nightmares. In a world where the past intertwines with the present, a new story begins. The first chapter of the ESL R1 history book has been etched onto the pages of time. Another now has its turn. The ESL R1 2023 full season is on. Find your grip and get ready for the racing to be released.
And it is pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go!
Welcome, 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 everybody. Live from ESL R1 for the fall season major. My name is Jasmine, and I'm super excited to get this show on the road because fall season has certainly been a turbulent time for many. Up and down performances throughout, from 52 drivers throughout our fall season so far. We are now down to just 24 of the very best drivers, but only one of them will have the opportunity to be crowned our ESL R1 fall season driver champion, walk away with this beautiful trophy as well as 40,000 euros out of our 100,000 euro prize pool. But before we dive into the show, I think it's about time we give you a little bit of a TLDR about our previous spring season major winner, Marcel.
At this moment, I'm thinking back to the whole season, all of the hard work I did. 4 months of crazy racing. It's just worth to prove yourself what you are able to do, what you can achieve if you trust yourself. That's what's nice about sim racing. You can have low moments, you can have pretty bad moments, but when you are on top, those are the moments worth to do.
The ESL R1 major champion,
Marcel Cinchik. I'm here with Marcel Cinchik. Marcel, that was quite a cool video. What did you think of that, watching that back?
Yeah, it's amazing. I really love to watch it, and I think it represents how my daily life is, you know, and it got to be really, really cool.
And how do you feel coming into this event? You confident?
Kinda. Yeah.
You've got a few of your friends here. You're the only team with 4 drivers. So obviously you're going to celebrate the team championship tomorrow. But how does that kind of change the dynamic today with you and all your running buddies today?
I think, you know, it's an amazing thing that we are the only team who could bring all the 4 drivers here. So at least hope one of us can bring home the trophy. Yeah, and tomorrow we're going to celebrate.
Yeah, and is there anybody that you are particularly worried about going into today, team-wise? You know, because as we said, you've got 4 drivers in here. There are a number of teams with 3, 2, and a couple with just 1. Are there any main teams that you're looking at that you're thinking, oh, we need to keep an eye on these guys?
I would say for sure the Red Line guys. Like 3 fast drivers are in from them, so we have to look on them, I guess. But I think from the 24, everyone is going to be really strong.
And any particular drivers, or is it just everybody?
Everybody.
Perfect. And just one more question before we let you go. Can you do it again?
Yes.
Very confident. I like it. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. 100K himself, Rory, by the way, in case you didn't know who that was. Lovely little interview. I'm super excited, though, to see whether or not Marcel Chinchik can defend his title as from being our spring season major champion to now fall season as well. But, fellas, I'm so happy to be joined alongside you at LAN once again. You missed out on Munich, so
sorry.
this time around, hopes and expectations for spring.
Yeah.
For fall, sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think tonight, we're going to, well, today, I mean, it's going to go on all day, right?
Yeah.
So we've got lots to look forward to, folks, and 2 fantastic groups of drivers. 24 have made it. They've qualified through the initial 8 rounds we have had. Obviously, we've already crowned a team's champion, RHG, congratulations, but now it's down to the Drivers' Championship. 100K on the line, and the format looks spicy, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got to say, you know, of course, the 24 drivers here, they're going to get 4 races. That's it, just the 4. And the whole thing of the win and you're in type mentality. Yes, it's 25 points for a victory, it's 20 points for second, and so on, as you can see the points here. But the bit in the top right, if you win a race, you are already qualified. I think that, Jasmine, is going to cause some very interesting fights for those top positions. Of course, only 12 drivers move through into tomorrow's competition.
Well, here's my question for the 2 of you, because obviously you mentioned if you win 1 race, you make it through to tomorrow.
Yep.
So my question for you is, do we think that that's going to impact the pacing of the races? Is it going to be full send it, or are people going to be trying to play it a little bit safer?
Well, I think poor Adrian Fidalgo is going to be in a little bit of hard work, I think, this weekend. He actually came to me the other day and actually said, I'm really hoping for a nice quiet weekend. Am I going to get one? No. Absolutely not. Everything's on the line. Like I said, 100K. They're going to be chasing those, you know, those victories. Obviously, you don't really want to be putting yourself at risk of trying to obtain points to qualify, because there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes involved in that. Better to get it done early, get the race win.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Without further ado, I think it's about time we welcome our first 12 drivers from Group A. Please make some noise, everybody, and welcome our lovely drivers. Now, our Group A certainly has drivers that have been here from the very start of ESL R1, from the spring season all the way back in Katowice, as well as drivers that joined less than halfway through it. Some teams even have all of their drivers in Group A, and this could be the opportunity for the teams that missed out on Team Championship to come out on top. So firstly, we have Yuri Toman from RHG. Jeffrey Rietveld representing Team Redline. We have Johan Hart on the side of Mercedes-AMG Team ART. Porsche Coanda driver Mitch de Jong. Wow, Porsche. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr., another ART member. And on the side of G2 Esports, we have Sebastian Joe. I'm loving the fan support. We have Kaiki Oliveira from Furia. And of course, our spring season champion, Marcel Chinchik, on the side of RHG. And let's not forget his teammate, Thibaut Casabon. And representing Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, it is Jakub Brzezinski. Of course, we have Moritz Lerner from Mouse. And finally, we have Jamie Fluke, the third and final driver from ART. Drivers, please go ahead and take your seats. I know myself and you, George, are certainly excited to dive into this one. So I need to ask you, the caliber of drivers that we have in this Group A, would you say this is a more stacked team, or would you say you'd be thanking your lucky stars that you are in this Group A?
Well, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword, really, because on one level, it might seem like a little less intense of a group in comparison to Group B, but nevertheless, there is quite a few drivers I think they're going to take some real opportunity out of this Apex Racing team lineup with 3 drivers in this opening group, which is certainly very exciting for them. They've got a very, very good lineup. As you can see, now the points have been stacked as thus. Sebastian Job coming into this major competition, obviously with 100 points to his name. Remember, he was leading the championship coming in after round 8. Yuri Toman, ever consistent. Marcel Chinchik, RHG, also very well stacked in this one.
Now, the real question is, though, having all 3 of your Apex Racing team members in this Group A, is that going to work to their benefit? Because on the one hand, you have all of the teamwork that factors into this, but are you putting all of your eggs in one basket? Could it be that kind of scenario we're seeing?
That's a very good question. Funny enough, I was actually talking to Mouse earlier on with regards to their drivers, because they've got 1 driver in either group. So they've got the opportunity, of course, to take race wins in both groups.
Yeah.
But naturally, it does mean that they lose out on the team interplay when it comes to the actual race, because you can get the odd driver who might hold at the pack or maybe just help each other out, as such, bring themselves into the fight. That's the one thing Apex will have. That's the one thing RHG will have. It's how they manage, though, that in Group A.
Now, you know what? I'm particularly excited to see Kaiki Oliveira back here once again as well. Hopes and expectations for him, because we've seen great performances from him previously. Can he do it on LAN?
Yeah, well, he's a really composed figure, but also quite excitable, a self-critic in many ways, and also flying the flag for Furia.
Yeah.
He is definitely their team leader, locker room leader, and his results have been stellar right through the rounds of from 1 to 8.
Yeah.
He has really improved as the series has gone on.
Yeah, he certainly has. And you know what? 2 of our drivers that I really want to highlight, we spoke about Moritz very, very briefly, of course. He barely made it to the major.
Right on the threshold.
Bro was literally sitting on the edge of his seat for the final round because he didn't give us the best of performances. But you know what? He was kind of hoping, wishing, praying for other drivers to not necessarily do the best. And the flip side of this, you have Jakub Brzezinski on the side of Williams. He had a rocky season, but he managed to claw it back and make a bit of a comeback story for himself in the final round on Daytona.
Yeah. Probably one of the drivers, actually, that was very unlucky not to take a round victory, I would argue in many ways. Brzezinski is certainly a very strong talent, Polish as well. His fellow teammate, Nikodem Wisniewski, took a round victory as well. Moritz Lerner, he's so experienced, not just in sim racing, but in real life as well. Some of those aspects do cross over, and I think he embodies that competitive spirit that his team are looking for. Mouse came into ESL R1 back in the early realms of February, committing to Katowice with a very strong lineup with Max Benneker. They came in with a statement. They have now got to see that grow now. So I want to see now whether Moritz can bring himself into the fight. He was very fortunate in many ways to make it through to the major off the back of just barely scraping through in P24. But now is the time to shine here in a LAN environment.
My question for you is, though, as my lovely expert, what does Moritz need to do to secure himself a victory here? Any mistakes you picked up on throughout online rounds?
I think it's composure. I think in many ways. I think naturally that could go, that's every driver's enemy, I think, in many ways. I think especially in a LAN environment where everything's so close, you've got the drivers next to you, there's a lot of distractions that are here, and lots of these drivers, despite how long they have spent in the rigs, getting used to their wheel setups, maximizing, optimizing the setup, it's a total different beast in a LAN environment.
It definitely is. Well, you know what? I think we should hear from the 2 drivers themselves. Let's find out what they had to say heading into the major.
Oh, hello. It's cold in here.
It's cold everywhere in Sweden.
Yeah.
What was close?
What, qualifying for the major?
Oh, true. My qualifying was close for
Your
the
qualifying was close.
I had to hope for like the last 3 rounds to make it in. I would say my chances to get into the top 12 are difficult, as I'm the last in points. But you literally just have to win a race. So there's an easy way in to the top 12. The format doesn't definitely help.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
To still make it. Because the points are so, like the margins are so small, everyone else is really, really close. Even I can still make it with points.
I think it's a tough question because on LAN it's a bit different. Like obviously,
it's a whole different story.
Yeah, obviously Seb has dominated the online season, but he wasn't that great at Riyadh. I mean, he was still very good, but it's not like he was dominating.
Yeah. I mean, Chinchik is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
He's insane on LAN, he's insane in general.
You have to throw Dara in there as well.
Yeah.
But
Max.
Max as well. But you've got some like people looking from the outside. Like, who knows if James Baldwin isn't suddenly going to win a race on day 1, qualify for day 2, and then everything can happen. Yeah, thanks for the ride.
You for the ride. The safe drive.
Well, we are almost ready with our very first race of the day. This is, of course, what all of our fantastic drivers are competing for. This beautiful trophy, as well as their share of 100,000 euros for our driver championship prize pool. What a hefty amount. But you know what? This wouldn't be an ESL R1 broadcast without me throwing my prediction into the mix, which is definitely going to be correct, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and pitch Sebastian Job as my prediction. I had a little chit-chat with him earlier, and 2 weeks ago, this guy went out and bought the exact same sim rig setup so that he could have it at home in order to prepare for the major here today. And you know what? He's feeling confident, he's looking confident. And on that note, it's over to my 2 fantastic commentators to give me their predictions.
Can you believe that she's gone for Sebastian Joe? Oh, yeah, actually, I can believe it because she was the first one to pick. Do you know what? I'm going to go Marcel. I'm going brave here. I'm earning that mouse top, baby.
Well, look, hey, predictions on the line. I'm going Marcel Chinchik. I'm going for a proven quantity here in this championship.
It's a great idea. Of course, what they're playing for over the weekend is 100,000 euros up for grabs. It's 40,000 for second. It's 15,000. 40,000 for first, 15,000 per second. That's a 25k drop off first to second. You can see the rest of it. 10k for third, 8 for fourth, 6, 5, and so on. It's pretty hefty. But the point here that I want to make: 100k on the line, 12 drivers.
Yeah.
We have 24 today, George.
We do.
24.
Yeah, absolutely. 24 drivers. The 40k would taste all the more sweeter, right? That's exactly what these drivers are chasing here, folks. 100k on the line to be split in amongst 24 drivers. But first of all, we're starting off with these 12. Spa-Francorchamps as well as a circuit. Exciting track. We're kicking things off here at Belgium, Lewis McGee.
Yeah, 7 kilometers all the way around. You know, it's been a circuit since, what was it, 1921?
Wow.
Over 100 years. It's obviously gone through a lot of changes in there. The most recent of which, if I remember correctly, was that 2006 when they got rid of the bus stop. Yeah, it's an incredible circuit. It's a major venue for the world of motorsport and the world of sim racing, and it's a tricky one. You've got the big straight running from turn 1 up towards Les Combes. You've got that run round the back end of the circuit through Pau and stuff, and of course the sector times. Well, it's this man here in sector 2 that's the man to beat round this track. He's got the lap record.
Jasmine's prediction, I think, as well. I think our last round winner here was actually Kevin Siggy, who actually performed well here last time around. Actually took a sensational round victory, but so much variation around this track. It's a roller coaster of circuits, one of the longest tracks on the ESL R1 calendar as well. So it's all about where you place your car. Lots of risk right now. And we've got the Audi R8 LMS, the R8G livery, burning bright here at Spa-Francorchamps, making its way around Malmö.
So it is. It's Marcel Chinchik.
It is.
Is the
My
series,
prediction.
the spring season champion. Of course, at the moment, just to clarify for all of you at home, and of course here as well, that this is in practice at the moment. You can see in the top left, qualifying will start in about 2 minutes' time. How does qualifying work? Well, you only get 1 lap, George.
You do.
That's it.
Huge elements of risk. Naturally, only 1 lap to get it right. And a lot of these drivers are obviously looking to try and harness that from the very get-go. Now, if there's one man who can cope with that kind of pressure, it is Sebastian Job. I mean, listen, his record is absolutely stellar. He is a proven quantity, twice a round winner back in round 1 and round 2. But Spa-Francorchamps is a different beast. Can he handle the pressure this time in LAN environment here, Lewis?
Of course he can. Of course he can. I mean, the thing is, the only problem that we have with Sebi is that sometimes there are concerns as to how he's going to be at LAN. We did see at Gamers 8, there were a few struggles for Sebi. He works so well at home. LAN is wildly different. It's a completely different kettle of fish, and it's why you see drivers like Max Benneker, like Josh Rogers, always rise to the front of the field, even if they've had a struggled season.
Yeah, they do, and naturally as well, someone such as Sebastian Job's quality, a quantity such as him that can certainly bring the best results to the table. He was round 2 winner back at Spa-Francorchamps as well. He came away from Monza in round 1 with 3 race wins in his back pocket. This young man is utterly ruthless. And I'm
Yeah.
telling you now, he's got a huge mission on his hands, but on one level, the other 11 competitors have got a huge mission on their hands.
And you've got to remember, to say that Sebi's quite good round here, it's kind of an understatement. He's got into the point ones, which is like the fast lap times that we've seen round here. Again, you saw the lap record. He's done that twice. Well, he's done that more than twice.
Yeah.
But he did that, most importantly, he set that lap record, which was a 1:9.0 originally. That was in the round that he won at Spa when he took pole position in the final. But then in the semi-finals, where we went back to Spa later on in the season, that was when he set that unbelievable lap time.
Yeah.
Where we saw the .133, which is so much faster than what we've seen from others. It's ridiculously strong.
Yeah, incredible. Well, I believe we have qualifying about to kick off here, Lewis.
Yes.
So, you know, we're right on tenterhooks here, folks. Very soon, we will be getting underway. And I've got one question that I want to ask everyone at DreamHack here. Are you ready?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad. I think we can do it once more.
Go louder.
Once more, everybody. Are you ready? They're ready, Lewis.
About same volume. It's okay, it's okay. We'll test them out later on. It's fine. Qualifying is about to get underway. Again, they're going to go out for 1 lap each. There'll be, I think it's 20-second intervals between their lap times. And so we'll get to run around with the first lap, and then we'll see what everyone else is coming across the line. And I believe the first driver to come through is the Team Red line. Can't sure which one it'll be. But it's one of the Team Red lines anyway that'll be coming through. Let's take a look in-game. It'll be Jeff Rietveld who'll be the one to take us through this first lap. Of course, this run into the first corner and this head down the hill. They go through the opening one at La Source, and then they are pinned for 2 whole whopping kilometres, enormously downhill, up the rise at Eau Rouge and Radion George, and then this run down to Les Combes, 2 kilometres pinned from one corner to the next. This is where we see all the big overtaking.
Yeah, they tend to take that pinned and flat out heading through Eau Rouge and Radion. Then they've got the long climb up Kemmel, where you'll find that the slipstream is certainly ideal for when you go racing wheel to wheel as well, opening the door into this very segment at Les Combes, where you'll then swing it through the right and left in towards Malmedy as well. This next right-hander, which will then send you downhill towards the Rivage section.
Yeah, certainly. So as they head down that hill, it is Jeff Rietveld that we're looking at right now. The first of 12 drivers to set a lap time in this. Of course, Team Redline were the ones that were victorious around Spa in the online season, where we saw Kevin Siggy take pole position and victory in the final. Jeff Rietveld, he's actually one driver to really keep an eye on in LAN, and we saw this at Gamers 8. Got an unbelievable track record when it comes to racing in person.
Yeah, and his best form has actually been in the second half of this full season. Has taken 2 victories in the last 4 rounds, to say the least. Took one at Daytona, and then of course took one in quarterfinal action back at Monza as well at the Temple of Speed. So he knows how to win races, but he is yet to win one this season at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, we're heading into the final sector now. We're not sure what the sector times are, but I'm not going to lie, George. I've seen a few laps. I've seen some bad laps. Yours most notably in those TCRs,
Mine
mate.
was pretty awful.
This is looking slightly better than that. It's looking like a tidy lap. I'm not feeling like it's absolutely on the limit. 0.7 in the first sector is okay. 0.7 in the second sector, if I remember correctly, it's only about a 10th off, so that's not too bad. Again, what we're looking for is about a 0.1. Was it 13, 12.1? We'll see as they come into that final sector, into the braking zone at the bus stop. Our benchmark time to beat at present, Jeff Rietveld, 38.780, 59.768, coming out through the final corner. How's he looking over on the left-hand side there as he crosses the lines of 14.3? It's a couple of tenths off where we'd want.
Yeah, it certainly is. Johan Haaf, though, the next to step up, and also was absolute dynamite back at Road Atlanta, where Apex Racing Team would celebrate with a victory in that round. Jamie Fluke, very emotional as well after that particular one, but this time it's the turn of his French counterpart, Johan Haaf, who has gone and set a 38.8 in the first sector, 59.6 in sector 2, but a shake of the head on the Exeter bus stop certainly will not display any source of confidence. A 2:14.454 at 86 thousandths off Jeffrey Rietveld.
Don't think he really got the drive off. This is a lap we want to see, though. Sebi Joe, the record lap holder around this venue, so keep an eye on his sectors. 38.8 in the first, 59.6 in the second. It's slower than what he's done at home, but it's still solid. We know how blisteringly fast he is in that middle sector. Through the final corner he'll go, and we'll see what Sebi can do. He's not pleased with his lap. I think it might be a 0.3 of some description as he crosses the line. It is a 3:18.
Shaking his head, but goes to the top. Jakub Brzezinski's next up. He's ruthless. The prosaic pole making his way through towards Blanchimont now. This fast-paced section where you lift off a little bit. Obviously, these guys trying to harness the throttle as much as they can, try and maintain the speed as he now makes his way down towards bus stop. He's going to have to, pick his braking spot nice and tight. Manages to execute heading through the next right and left. Now back on the throttle again. 38.8. Another shake of the head. More shakes of the head here from our drivers as he crosses the line. Just over 3/10 slower than Sebastian Job.
Everyone shaking their head. What are we going to see from my pick, Moritz Lerner? Do not let me down, son. Do remember, of course, you grab pole position, that's fine. It's about position in qualifying and where you're going to start the race. You can see it's his first major. Of course, he did take part back in the Katowice round. I think he got a podium, if I remember correctly, at the Hockenheim, which was on the second day. Let's see what he can do around Spa, where his teammate was victorious on day one. Out through the final one, no shake of the head from him as he heads up towards the line. It's a 14.397. I mean, there should have been a shake of the head.
Yeah, there probably should have been. I mean, Seb did one, and obviously Moritz finished third fastest. But Moritz Lerner will now watch on as Marcel Cinczyk, spring season champion. He won it back in the spring. He has laid claim to that illustrious trophy that's currently positioned in the centre of the stage now. And the Hungarian now blisteringly makes his way through the final chicane. He's won in Lamb before. He has taken pole in Lamb before. He might achieve something brilliant here as well as he crosses the line. Goes fastest with a 2:14.268 and 500ths faster than Sebastian Job.
That'll be an important lap time for Marcel Cinczyk. Next one up is Kevin Ellis Jr., who, remember, when he had to do Gamers 8, he was the final driver to potentially move through into the final day. He had to do a 1v1 with Marco Pajic around here when it came to their lap times. He knows a lap time under pressure around Spa, and he's dealing with it now. Bit of a shake of the head, but nothing too major, just a bit of a tilt as he comes up towards the line of 3.48, puts him into third place. Still, though, 5 drivers left to go.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong as well, who's no slouch on his best day. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, very impressive on that lap, 81 thousandths off the pace. You've now got 3 drivers within a 1/10 of a second of each other in the top 3. Mitchell de Jong will be looking to try and add his name to the list as well, and Porsche Coanda, who will very likely have a very good run in this season's major. They carry a lot of experience in land competition. We all know how great Joshua Rogers is as well, but this time it's the turn of Mitchell de Jong, who comes across the line 5th fastest, just over a 1/10 of a second, just over a 1/10 and goes 5th fastest.
Yeah, and just 2/10 of a second separate the top 7 around the longest circuit we go to. Of course, this one being 7 kilometers. Jamie Fluke, of course, a winner. That was at Road Atlanta. We'll be visiting that one a little bit later on today. Not looking particularly pleased or disappointed with his lap at the moment, just feeling fairly stoic as he heads into the final complex of corners, going through the bus stop, the number 48 for the Apex Racing team, and much like the both of his teammates, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart, a little bit of a shake of the head. He goes just ahead of Johan Hart and into 7th position.
Yeah, Yuri Toman comes up next, one of the most consistent figures in the R8G squad lineup, and obviously coupled him with the likes of Marcel Cinczyk, and you've got a devastating combination. R8G, though, with 3 drivers in the mix here in Group A, because they got Thibaut Casabon coming up after this, who's also been on an excellent rise here through the course of this series. Now, as Yuri Toman makes his way up towards the line, will he join his teammate up at the sharp end as he comes through now? P9. Disappointing from Yuri Toman.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri Toman's got, I think it's like the 5th highest amount of podiums and one of the lowest amount of wins compared to everyone else who's got 26 podiums. He's only got 4 victories. One of them, though, was a final, at least. We'll see what Thibaut Casabon, his teammate, can do out towards the line. He's going to go for the R8G team, and then we'll get Kaiki Oliveira, one of the most consistent performers when it comes to top 6 performers. We'll see what he can do. Thibaut Casabon, though, into the final sector. Is his teammate on pole position at the moment in Marcel Cinczyk. Can Casabon move his way through? I think there was a little bit of an exhale there. I'm not sure it's going to be super fast. He crossed the line. It's a 0.492, the exact same time as his teammate Yuri Toman.
Yeah, well, the Fury now is going to be alive with Furia and Kaiki Oliveira, the Brazilian now. Of course, we've all seen the documentary as well. We might see it a little bit later too, obviously, with Furia, that have since moved to Denmark in order to try and harness their skills, build a relationship in amongst their teammates. Kaiki Oliveira flying the flag for Furia, as he's done so brilliantly during the online rounds. 38.7 in the first sector, 59.7 in sector R2 comes across the line. Third fastest for Kiki Oliveira at 52 thousandths from the top.
Well, let's take a look then at our first BRS starting grid here in the full major. Brzezinski will start from the rear of the field with Thibaut Casabon. Yuri Toman, one of the most consistent podium finishers, down in 10th place. Johan Hart for the Apex Racing team down in 9th, along with Jamie Fluke, of course, the final winner back in round 7 of the online season. Moritz Lerner just outside the top 6. We're not worried about that too much. We're worried about points before we get to Mitchell de Jong, Jeff Rietveld, Kevin Ellis Jr., Kiki Oliveira, and then the front row of the grid, Sebastian Job. We know G2 Army is going to be shouting about that one, but it's R8G who should be the loudest right now, because Marcel Cincic, the Hungarian, the Spring Major champion, is on pole position for the first race here. He needs to win early. He needs to secure that spot. This is the time to make that difference.
Yeah, round 1 to me as well, Lewis McLean. My prediction has
That's qualifying.
been
Pump the brakes.
Hey, listen, I'll take it. We'll stop the count right now. Incredible. What a lap, though, for Marcel Cincic key. And you heard how vocal his team were behind him as well. They were absolutely delighted with that qualifying lap. And it certainly has set the tone for this race, which you need to at Spa.
Even without Mehdi Al-Fati behind the
Mehdi,
it's still
done a job.
It's still, yeah. He's busy. Obviously, he was the one that was coordinating the team, managing the team when we were going racing back in the Spring Major. You can see over the shoulder there of the driver that's going to be starting on the front row with Marcel Cincic. Sebastian Job feeling fairly calm. Again, as we've said before, win and you're in. If you're starting from second place, you're starting from third, starting from fourth, if you win this first race, that takes an awful lot of weight. You're there just like, right, let's just go score some points.
Yeah, 4 circuits. It's now or never, isn't it, Lewis, at the end of the day? Yeah. I mean, obviously, these drivers are going to want to try and plumb for a spot in tomorrow's final. And, you know, at the end of the day, if you're someone like Thibaut Casabon, what an opportunity this really is. Someone who has obviously built himself up over the course of this season. He has certainly put the burners on in terms of his career so far. Didn't necessarily wow spectators in the early portions of the season, but has since brought together some decent podium results.
Do you know, I kind of feel the Marcel Cincic we're getting here is the same as what we got in the Spring Major, which is terrifying, by the way, for everyone, because, you know, in the online season, had flashes of pace, kind of struggled a little bit, picked it up towards the end, fair enough. And that's what we saw from Marcel Cincic last season. This season, we've basically seen the same thing.
Yeah.
The closer we get to the major, the stronger Marcel Cincic gets. And when we get here, we see a different Marcel Cincic, and it is terrifying.
He is a proven beater, a world beater as well. Spring Series champion, and now he's back on pole. It's business as usual as far as the Hungarian's concerned. The question is, though, Lewis, can he do it in the race?
Do you know, I was a little bit of a doubter. I think he can. I think he absolutely can win, but he's got to defeat the driver who's had the most wins this season in Sebi Job. He's going to be starting on that front row with him. Can he do it? We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure RHG has sat their fingers crossed. I'm sure a lot of teams are sat their fingers crossed to get this win done early. The first race is about to start. I'm not going to get everyone to make some noise just yet. We're building up to it. It's absolutely fine because it is all on the shoulders of Marcel Cincic, of Sebi Job, who'll be starting alongside him. The lights will come on for the first time here at the Fall Major, and we are underway. It's Marcel Cincic from pole position as we lead our way down into the first corner, trying to cover off the G2 Esports driver of Sebi Job, trying to go around the outside. You can see Kiki Oliveira fending off Kevin Ellis Jr. as they race their way down the hill. It's a decent hole from our pole sitter, and Marcel Cincic has the whole shot on the race down the hill.
Yeah, we're getting underway here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it is Marcel Cincic that leads the way. Pole and now escapes off the line and leads into La Source, coming out of La Source through Rouge and Radion, and now bursting up the Kemmel Straight. Sebastian Job, though, teed up right in behind for a potential overtake, heading through to Lake Com. He's not wasting any time. He's going to go side by side here on lap 1, through towards Lake Com, does it before the corner. Job leads here at Spa.
You know Marcel, though, he's playing the long game. He didn't fight that too hard, lifted out, secured second position. Kevin Ellis Jr. worked his way up into third as well. Jeff Rietveld is waiting on the shoulders of Kiki Oliveira. Look at Moritz Lerner going slightly defensive from the feisty Frenchman of Johan Hart, trying to get around the outside as they head their way through Rivage. No opportunity there.
Yeah, Kuba Brzezinski as well, looking to make some serious moves. He's side by side with Thibaut Casabon as they come through that section through No Name, and manages to pull it off as well. Jamie Fluke also looking to try and elevate his placing as well. Casabon under pressure inside now for the Mercedes as it looks to threaten as it makes its way through Pouan. Can't quite open the door, but great show of tenacity from Jamie Fluke. But now they've got Kevin Ellis Jr. at ART into P3, and he's looking pretty calm, cool and collected right now, Lewis.
Like I say, he's good round Spa, and we know the Mercedes has been a good car at the moment for the Apex Racing team since they've moved into it this season, and now they're trying to defend their way past the car. Essentially what they were driving last season. Marcel Chinchik, though, I kind of wonder if Sebi, Job and Marcel Chinchik might, I say work together here, but they might not fight each other so hard yet and try and pull a gap on those behind, so it's just those two fighting over that automatic transfer spot into tomorrow's race.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're coming into the final sector proper. They've only got a matter of a few corners remaining. Bus stop now is all that's left, and Sebastian Job is going to lead them through on the opening lap, heading through the final corner on the left-hand side. As you see them now hugging the inside curb to give themselves the best access possible, heading down the long straight, now teeing up lap 2 as they make their way down towards the source. It is still Job out in front, 3.5 tenths of a second, the difference between he and Marcel Chinchik in second. Kevin Ellis Jr. bringing himself into the mix as well. And Moritz Lerner, your pick, looking threatening for that P6 place.
Do you know who the happiest person right now here in Sweden?
You tell me.
Adrian, race control.
Oh.
They'll all be like, that was actually a pretty clean first lap.
Cool as a cucumber.
We will take that. A nice, tidy start from all of our fields. First lap complete around Spa. Are we going to get a switch for the race lead here? What is Marcel Chinchik going to do? He's got the overspeed on Sebastian Job. He's going to go alongside. You can see Job coming off of the white line a little bit. He's just going defensive. But once again, when they get into the braking zone at Les Combes, Job is off the throttle earlier. He bleeds in behind Marcel Chinchik and lets Chinchik have the lead for now. We're playing a long game. It's tactics, baby.
Yeah, we've swapped now the lead over the last 2 laps. Chinchik takes it back after landing pole after qualifying. He lost out to Sebastian Job at the Kemmel Straight, but instantly responds here in lap 2 of 7. Kevin Ellis Jr. hasn't lost his place, however. Kike Oliveira still remains in 4th. Jeffrey Rietveld watching every move that Furia BMW makes. As now they look to make their way down through towards the next left at Pau on the deep descent still to come, as we see the cars now hugging the inside again, just whipping the rear end out. Jeffrey Rietveld obviously using all the rear on that car, trying to spin the tyres as well and get it back on track as he makes his way down through towards the Lafanier chicane. It is still Chinchik, though, out in front, and he's building a little gap here. He's kissing that 0.6 of a second mark.
Which is a big, big mark. You know, if you get the gap to around about 0.7 of a second, that's kind of like the number you're looking for in Rennsport and ESL R1. If you can get to 0.7 and then start breaking it, that's when the slipstream starts to really not have an effect. It's very powerful when you're in it, but once you breach that sort of 0.7 margin, and Sebi will know that, he'll be sat there thinking, right, I must stay within 0.7. Yes, I think there might have been a bit of a mistake there in the middle sector, but he needs to hold close. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Before they get into the Kemmel Straight, that gap has to be under 0.7.
It does, to open the door for a potential overtake in order to keep the switcheroo happening as well. Further back, Kike Oliveira under lots of pressure as well. Rietveld bringing himself into the mix. Kike Oliveira just trying to push his way around. As you can see from the bottom right, folks, you want to play the game, beta keys in the bottom right-hand corner for you to get involved with, so make sure you hammer those through.
Epic Store launcher. Go over onto the Epic Games Store and type the code in there. That's where it's all being dealt with. And yes, again, there is content coming out at 6 o'clock local times, about 5 o'clock UTC. There'll be more content coming out. Those TCRs that you were talking about earlier that we had a little go in yesterday and had great fun in them. That's not what they're racing here. It's GT3 action all the way home. And Kevin Ellis Jr. is the one closing in. Sebi Job is feeling the pressure. I'm kind of wondering if those BMW tyres are starting to struggle already. It feels unlikely. I think there might have been a couple of mistakes from Job. And of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., again, he's playing the long game as well. They're looking at solid points right now. Yeah, quite a long lap over the course of this race here at Spa, and naturally lots of undulation. We've spoken about the roller coaster emphasis around this track. 4.352 miles of circuit here at Spa, 7.004 kilometers it translates to, as now we see them make their way through the Rivage section. Now once again heading through No Name, or the Jackie Expend as it's now known as well. Marcel Chinchik out in front with the fastest lap of the race as well, but once again trying to stretch into that 0.6 of a second mark. Now he's at half a second. Chinchik trying to pile the agony on Sebastian Job. And just remember back, I mean you can't because you bailed on us, but just remember back to Munich, Marcel Chinchik, race 5 on the Sunday. He was in finalist mode. We'll talk about that tomorrow, don't worry about that right now. But he was in finalist mode. He could have won the event, and he had a toe-to-toe battle with James Baldwin. Baldwin ended up winning the race, and just right at the last moment. So he has been beaten right at the end around here, and he's going up against the driver who has the lap record around here. Yeah, what a stat that is as well. It's so Sebastian Job earned enough points by round 2
to qualify for the major. So he might as well have never turned up for the remaining 6. That is extraordinary.
GT could have got in like loads of other drivers to like just keep the cycle going, you know,
Yeah.
because you know, of course, Eamon and Yannick weren't showing the pace. It's fine. They just had down there. It's fine. I'm not getting my GT top. It's absolutely okay. Marcel Cinchik is feeling that pressure. Gaps are closing in. Do you know what? Don't count out Kiki Oliveira. He has had quite the turnaround over the last few rounds. And again, most consistent top 6 driver, I think, in the championship.
Yeah, and certainly Fury is poster boy as such at this stage as well, and still continuing to impress. Took a P3 back at Monza in the first qualifying session. Did exactly the same back at Spa. So in terms of quarter-final pace, he is well and truly on point as now the cars make their way up through towards Eau Rouge and of course Radion as well. Of course, Oliveira did collect a P2 back at Monza in round 5 in semi-final action, as now we see them come over the crest through towards the Kemmel Straight. There's Sebastian Job, 3.5 tenths in behind Marcel Cinchik, who still leads. Will there be enough time for Job to execute the switch heading down the straight? In the background as well, we're seeing Yuri Toman on the back of Johan Hart, just showing in the mirrors, just moving the car outside the aero, maybe to cool the car down just a little bit, but at the same time position and threaten, maybe use some mind games against Johan Hart here.
See how much we're on board here with Kiki Oliveira on the bottom right. See how much oversteer he had coming through Malmedy. He was basically opposite lock all the way through the corner. Very impressive car control from the Brazilian. Of course, the lone driver here from Fury, who was saying, when someone had a chat with him yesterday, he's saying he's feeling the pressure. He's got 3 R8Gs, he's got 3 Apex Racing Team drivers in this as well. He is feeling that pressure of kind of being the lone dog for Furia, but he does have the support of the team. Of course, Guy, team manager, is here. I'm wisely informed Lasse Sorensen is also here for today, just to again give the support. So at least there's that. I don't quite see him at the moment because I've been blinded. But no, it's great to see that support for Furia, and they've only got one place to look at right now. They only have to look at Kiki and no one else.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one man, though, is going to be under pressure is Johan Hart, because he's just lost a second here at this point. He's a second behind Mitchell de Jong, which means he will not have that slipstream that will protect him against the approaches from Moritz Lerner. So a great chance for Lerner to bring himself more into the points here. And obviously that'll be key coming in towards the end of this run at the end of today. So needs to try and marshal in as much points as they can. Obviously, if they don't get a race win, then the points are vital, as we now take a look here at Marcel Cinchik, who currently leads this race so far, still with the fastest lap under his name, as well as you can see from the purple icon just next to him on the top of the timing tower. Sebastian Job just in behind as well. Kevin Ellis Jr. bringing himself into the fight with Kiki Oliveira, Jeffrey Rietveld in behind him, Mitchell de Jong, and then a gap to Johan Hart, which now still extends over to a second here at this point.
And do remember, the first ever competitive race that we had in Rental, ESL R1 in Katowice, the driver that won that race was Jeff Rietveld.
Yeah.
He can absolutely do it. He can work his way through. The previous 2 finals of Spa, Job has got on P1 and P2. Of course, P2 to Kevin Siggy in P1. Well, I mean, technically it was P2 on the road to Maximilian Benneker, but the less we talk about that, the better. But it is at the moment, the chance for him to try and work his way through. We've got 3 laps left to go. He is going to look late. I thought he wasn't going to go for it then, but look at this in the background. So there's a switch for the race Steve Job's got there. Kiki Oliveira is fending off Jeff Rietveld, who we were just talking about, and the BMW Redline car is trying to get past right now.
Yeah, I tell you what, there was a lot going on in the background. We saw Oliveira trying to attack, but at the same time trying to defend against Jeffrey Rietveld. Now, once again, under pressure from the Team Redline car in behind. Cinchik as well in second place, losing out Sebastian Job in a very key point in the race now on lap 5 of 7. Job might now decide to check out. He's got 2 laps to do so. He's going to try and build an advantage against Marcel Cinchik. Can Cinchik hold on to his rear spoiler here?
We need those record-breaking laps from Sebastian Job if he's going to, but the problem is the BMW generally, what we've seen in Rennsport and ESL R1, whilst it can be very fast over 1 lap, it does eat its tyres a little bit more, particularly on the rear, and that's what we've seen cause some problems. Around here, though, Sebastian Job did manage to say absolutely not about that and still took the victory earlier on in the season. He's got to do a very similar drive here. There will be 2 laps left to go, and if you're thinking it's been pretty calm, yeah, I don't think it's going to be for the next 14 kilometres.
Guarantee they're not feeling calm, Lewis. I'm already looking at Sebastian Job's face, and the tension, you can read it like a book. As we're now seeing them make their way through the Blanchimont section, fast-paced. Once again, foot to the floor as they whip through this left-hander as well. The Audi R8 LMS in behind as well. A little flick there. A little bit of shape loss for Marcel Cinchik as they make their way down in towards bus stop. Now, is that the frailties starting to kick in at R8G? He can't afford to lose the tail of Sebastian Job. He has a great opportunity to get his win under his belt here in round 1, and we know how much that will mean to the drivers as they look to make their way through to the final tomorrow.
Again, win and you are in. If you've watched NASCAR, it's kind of similar to that in a sense. You know, whilst we do have 12 drivers and they'll be decided on points, if you are below the cut line, if you're 17th on the points, but you win a race, you will progress. You'll be taking one of those top 12 points paying positions away. In all likelihood, it'll be that the drivers that win will end up being in the top 12 anyway. But that is, if you're feeling that pressure, if you've had a bad race and you take it to race 4, you can still win and you can still make your way through. Penultimate lap, you can see a slightly tighter line run onto the Kemmel straight there as they head through the Kemmel curve from Sebastian Job. You've got Jeff Breedveld in the background defending from Mitchell de Jong, who's allowed quite a gap to emerge between himself and Oliveira.
Yeah, expect the ferocity now to start to pick up here, folks. Lap 6 of 7. We are on the penultimate lap. We've got one more to go after this one. Sebastian Job, whilst he still has the lead, Marcel Chinchik perhaps pulling off a real high IQ strat here by staying behind on this lap and maybe bringing the attack on the final lap, heading up through Kemmel. He knows how opportune that really is to make the move there. So this could be a very measured approach here from Marcel Chinchik, who knows exactly how to win races because he did so in order to lay claim to that spring season major.
But, and we're not going to talk about it right now, but when it comes to race control, when it comes to penalty points, they've got a certain amount of penalty points they can get to, and then if you breach that, then you get a back of the grid drop penalty potential. It's very convenient. We're not going to go into it just yet. We'll talk about that after this race or in the future. But Marcel Chinchik is one of the highest drivers on that, so he would like to win a race early and at least secure it, so he doesn't need to take any risks going into the next day, because those points will carry over into tomorrow, and they're bad points. We're talking about good points here about getting through, but there are bad points as well behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's 2 other RHE cars as well looking to try and fight their way forward. Yuri Tobin now within 2.5. He was within 2.5. It's now within 3. But now, as we see the cars whip their way around the Blanchimont section, there is Sebastian Job as he looks to now make his way down through towards bus stop. Marcel Chinchik knows how key these next 3 corners are because they will tee up a run heading up through Eau Rouge and Radion and also up the Kemmel Straight. This is such an imperative moment here for Marcel Chinchik, and also you could argue for Sebastian Job as well, who currently leads the way now. The final lap of the race kicks off here in day 1 of race 1. Here we go, folks, here at Spa-Francorchamps, heading through the first corner at La Source. Sebastian Job foot to the floor again. Marcel Chinchik is going to look to join him. Enter Kevin Ellis Jr. A 2-car scrap could become a 3-car scrap.
Yeah, 7 laps down, 7 kilometers of racing. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Sebastian Job for G2 Esports, the driver with the lap record round here, may have to set one if he wants to hang on to the first victory of our full major. Sebastian Job leading, Marcel Chinchik closing in the slipstream, using it. The Hungarian, the spring season champion, will poke his nose out, will send one down the inside. It's super close between the pair of them, but the number 22 is able to hang on, and here comes Ellis Jr.
Incredible scenes here. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking around the outside of Melmedi as they cruise through now and rush down towards Rivage. Sebastian Job doing enough to hold on, but Chinchik asking the major questions here at Les Combes. Kevin Ellis Jr. as well trying to fight his way into the mix. We said it could be a 3-car scrap, but as they come through the middle sector, Chinchik, I swear he got it all wrong, heading through Jackie Expend.
Yeah, I think it wasn't super cool through there, and like you say, he's pulled out nearly half a second as Sebastian Job as they head through Pouhon. I mean, what other chances are there for Marcel Chinchik? It's just the bus stop from now, and he's got to close in that half-second margin. I think Sebi's got this.
I think he has. He's looking cool at the moment. You can see him in the bottom left, a wry smile, I think, starting to appear on the face of Sebastian Job as he looks to try and, well, manipulate the car, heading through the very technical middle sector, dipping into the gravel ever so slightly. These drivers maximising every point on this circuit. But whatever you can say about this race, it has been a stellar performance by our current championship leader so far, who's going to take them through the final sector, and he will remain in front here in lap 7 of 7.
It is a calm start for the full major, but it's going to be building up. Our first race here, of course, we head to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. We'll see Group B out in a moment as well. Sebastian Job down into the final sector, into the bus stop, and for the 16th time in ESL R1, we will see him take a victory, but I'm pretty sure this one's going to be sweeter than most. Sebastian Job wins for G2 Esports, Marcel Chinchik behind, and Kevin Ellis Jr. on the podium. Superb performance, and you can see the look on his face, the weight that has been lifted off of his shoulders. It is Sebastian Job victorious here at Spa. An absolutely excellent race from him.
Absolutely sensational. Sebastian Jobe kicking things off here at DreamHack with a victorious race here. The very first one to kick things off here in the full season major. And what a way to do it. You can just see now how excited he is. We're going to throw across to Rory Alexander.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. I'm here with round 1 winner, or race 1 winner, I should say, but you're here today too. Tomorrow you're in. How do you feel? Tell us how you feel.
Relieved. I don't think I've ever been so relieved to win a race. You know, I think there was a bit of pressure because I came in first in the championship, and I needed a race win at some point just to be extra sure. I'm sure it wasn't really needed with the points how they were, but I wanted to be safe. So to go out and do that first thing is kind of setting a mark for how I want to approach things, and I'm glad to just have no pressure for the rest of the day now.
Yeah, and you apologised to me when we shook hands just afterwards that you were sweaty. I'm almost sweaty running in between you and Marcel. What a battle that was. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was great. I actually was panicking big time at the start because on lap 1 I overtook, and then lap 2 he came straight back at me, and then the pace that he was putting in was really fast, and I think you could kind of see that the negative effect of that was that at the end he struggled, and it meant that I caught back up again. So I managed to just about stay in the slipstream when he was pushing hard, and then because of that I had a bit more tyres at the end. Made my move on lap 5 and then just pushed like hell to make sure he couldn't get quite enough alongside so I could still outbrake him, and it just about worked.
Perfect. Well, congratulations, Seb. We're going to throw it back to the desk now. Your race 1 winner, Sebastian Jobe.
There we have it. I don't mean to brag or anything. I absolutely do mean to brag. My prediction of Sebastian Jobe was indeed correct. Go on, say what you're going to say.
But I'm sure had we had the opportunity, but it was stolen from us before it began. So, you know.
Get good.
That's fine. Yeah, no, to be fair enough.
Should be quicker. Try and keep up the pace, you know.
Well, look, we've got some highlights from the race. We can talk a little bit about this, and again, focusing on Sebastian Jobe. You can see he's going around the outside of Marcel Cinčić. Cinčić was able to hang on that one as they ran through T1, but this is what we saw quite a lot through the race. You know, the Hungarian, the spring season champion, was defending quite a lot, but there was a lot of flip-flopping between it. I think we'll see this quite a lot around Spa as well. It's just the nature of that enormous 2-kilometre run from La Source down the hill. You've got so much room to kind of get in that slipstream and let your way through. I mean, do you reckon you could beat Sebastian Jobe around here?
Definitely not. I'm not even going to open that can of worms. One thing I have to ask you, Lewis, Sebastian Jobe obviously had an incredibly early overtake on Marcel.
Yeah.
You guys mentioned Marcel didn't really seem to give us much of a fight back. Why was that?
It's a tactical game. If you fight, right, which, you know, this is looking like later on in the race.
Yeah.
You know, the closer you're getting to that final lap, you want to kind of like defend a little bit harder. You want to try and hold on to that position. Right at the start of the race, if you try and fight, you will actually lose more time in fighting and bringing everyone else in.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, you're opening the opportunity for Kevin Ernst Jr. to come through. And actually, on this move, we can see it here. So Marcel Cinčić's going for it, Sebastian Jobe's defending, and Kevin Ernst Jr. almost gets through. That's why sometimes early doors you don't fight moves, because you can end up going down the order very quickly.
And speaking more about Spa in particular as a track as a whole, is it typically one of those tracks that we would have hoped to see more overtakes, more risks being taken?
Do you know what? Yes, it's kind of it's one of the most raceable circuits that we have, where you can see these kind of moves. But with it being the first race, I think that's more of the precedent here. It's because it's the first race. Almost regardless of what track, people do want to take it a little bit calmer. They're not risking things super early. So it's kind of, we weren't sure which way it was going to go. That is going to change when that win and you're in mentality really comes in for race 4. Yeah, very different.
I'll tell you which track I'm particularly excited for, Monza.
Really?
I think Monza is going to be super chaotic, but let's go ahead and take a look at our provisional race results, of course. Any surprises for you on this front?
Yeah, a few. Jamie Fluke, he did get past Brzezinski right at the end, but Fluke down the order, you know, Kazabon down there has been such a consistent performer. Johan Hart having a few struggles. Yeah, like basically anyone at the bottom. But that's because, you know, of these 12 drivers, if any of these 12 drivers were on the podium, we'd be like, yeah, fair enough, cool.
Yeah.
It's so competitive. Great win from Sebastian Jobe, played his cards right, and it's two of the best pedalers in ESL R1 first and second. It's kind of, it feels right.
Yeah. I think in particular for Jamie Fluke, though, I'm a little bit heartbroken because he was 8th on our starting grid, dropping all the way down. Was there anything in particular that you noticed he maybe made a mistake in doing, or was it just other drivers taking advantage?
I think there might have been some mistakes early on. That's kind of always the way it goes. That sometimes you have a couple of issues. And around here, where you've got you're in the mid pack. Eighth is like the danger spot. I've always said if I'm going to start anywhere on the grid, I want to start at the front or at the back. In the middle, that's where sure, you might be able to carve your way through the order. That's where you can get involved in an instant, and you could be straight down to the back of the field. That's kind of, I think, what happened with Jamie.
I mean, it's unfortunate for him, but of course we still have so many more races to go here for today. We're going to be having our Group B very shortly as well. I know you're not going to be here on the desk with me for that one, but I need to pick your brains before we head in. What, the little eyebrow raise?
I'm curious, pick my brains on what?
Just pick your brains in general. How are you feeling about our Group B lineups? Because some might say stacked group.
So this is the whole thing of like, if you're a single car driver like Kaki Oliveira, for example, Group A is really hard because there are two teams that have 3 drivers apiece. Group B though, yeah, sure, it doesn't have Sebastian and Joe, but you've got some big heavy hitters in there. You've got your Dara McCormacks and the like. Honestly, it's terrifying. Is Group B. If I were to pick one to be in, it would be Group C. But that's fine. That's fine. I'd take Group A over Group B.
Yeah, so as we take a look at our lineup, obviously one driver that I really want to highlight is Luke Bennett, because to be quite honest with you, Luke Bennett back in spring season online rounds was continuously giving us a great performance. Then we got to the major and it was a little bit of a drop-off. And now we're entering fall season. I haven't necessarily seen that same caliber of Luke Bennett. And I'm wondering, is it a case of him not necessarily being able to give us the same performance that he did, or other drivers playing catch-up with him now?
Well, I interrogated him whilst you lot were playing pool the other night.
Spill the tea.
So, a lot of it, which is kind of a common problem, is qualifying. Qualifying is so important. You get one lap, and if you make a mistake on that lap, you're starting in the mid-pack. Already your round is off to a bad start. And that's where quite a few of these drivers, we've seen McCormack have a couple of problems in that. We've seen it from Bennett as well, having a couple of problems in qualifying. If the problem starts there, which I think is where for a few drivers it is, you get a little bit too in your head. If you're in your head, it's done already.
It's wraps, basically, is what you're saying. I want to take another look at our Group B lineup, if that's okay, and you can give me your thoughts on some of the other drivers that we have as well. Anybody that might be standing out to you?
James Baldwin, 11th on there. We've spoken about the big struggles for Baldwin, basically all the way through the season. And I remember you asking me, I think it was about round 2 or round 3, like, do you think James Baldwin will go through? And I said, yeah, I think it would definitely get through to the major. And there was always like a little bit of like, really? And I do stand by it. Of course, like he's a quality driver. He still had so many issues through the season. Yeah. But he's so experienced. I think genuinely, yes, he's down the order. He could be one of these drivers that takes a sneaky win. He has one round here before. He takes a sneaky win. He moves his way through. He doesn't have weights off his shoulders. It's just about scoring points and moving his way, up on that side to get himself more prepared for tomorrow. So I think he's definitely the one to watch.
Well, we certainly have 3 drivers in particular that are the lone representatives for their organisation and their teams as well. But before we dive into that a little bit deeper, please give a round of applause, everybody. Yeah, that's right. Wake up, please, everybody. A round of applause to our Group B drivers. Now, obviously, our Group B certainly has a fantastic set of drivers and arguably a very stacked group at that as well. Filled with aggressive drivers, some might say, and they certainly have all to race for. But I'm curious to find out who will be joining Sebastian Job tomorrow. That is the real question on everybody's minds. So I would like to give a very, very warm welcome to James Baldwin from Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team. Kevin Siggy, aka Kevin Soggy, one of the drivers from Team Redline. The heroic Thomas Tattler. We've got Joshua Rogers representing Porsche Coanda. I love the Porsche support. The lone RHG driver in Group B, it is Erhan Gojowski. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports driver, it is Nikodem Vishnevsky. And of course, his teammate, Dara McCormack. Our Gamers 8 driver champion, it's Max Beneke on the side of Mouse. We also have the Porsche Coanda driver, Dane Warren. We've got Isaac Price for G2 Esports. Bono House representing Mercedes. And lastly, Luke Bennett himself himself driving for Team Redline. Bro might think that he's taller than me, but he's definitely not.
Well, not at the moment.
On that note, drivers, go ahead and take your seats. I see like Kevin was just looking at Luke and he was like, you kind of deserve that one.
Kevin Soggy. I know they've got Chris Lullen, which is Silly Lully.
Kevin Soggy.
Kevin Soggy.
That's the new name.
Interesting.
I know you guys were calling him Mustachio.
Mustachio,
at one point.
yeah.
I think Kevin Soggy sounds a bit better. To be
Mustachio is like Bond villain level name. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But you did mention James Baldwin as being one of the drivers to watch heading into this race. I want to bring some stats up. You know, I'm a bit of a stats gal. So do we expect more fight from him heading into this race, especially compared to the likes of Erhan?
I mean, look, you've got to remember, you know, Erhan's a quality driver. He is the only one, like you said, representing R8G. We know he's a quick peddler. He's had a few problems, but these two, I think the important bit was about that, there was a bit of a fight between James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik going back in all the way to the last major, the spring major, and it opened the door, and Erhan Yovsky came through to take victory. It was all a very messy thing between that. I wonder if there's a little bit of bad blood between them.
You know what? I would hope not. I think enough time has passed since then. So let's hear from the drivers themselves. Let's see whether or not it plays on their minds to this very day.
Are we the first?
This is an experiment.
No. Is there? I've forgotten about it. Yeah, I mean, long time ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Champ and the loser.
No, it's not. No, it's like, it was a really unfortunate situation. I think none of us wanted that way to happen, but yeah.
I do think about it quite a bit though. Just like,
What if?
yeah, just like, it's so close.
Yeah. But James, like, you handled it really well, the situation. Like, really professional. Yeah.
Who is the rightful spring champ? This is just salt in the wounds, lads. Obviously, it's him. He won, so he's a champ, you know? The rightful winner is right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
What a good sport.
I'm here with James Baldwin. James, we've just watched that VT of you and Marcel there. That was the first time you've seen it. What did you think of that?
Cringe.
Come on, you're a rock star, baby.
I was too nice to him. Yeah.
This year, we're obviously back at the major now. Obviously, because of that, there's a big talking point. How do you feel now coming into this? Is it all in the back of your mind now, or is it something that, as you said on the VT, kind of is still there a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a long time ago. There's so much to think about in this event. The full major. We're lacking a bit of pace as a team, but it's still possible. I've just pulled my mic off. That's good. Full focus on to this week and this weekend, and hopefully we can get some wins and be in the day 2, which is tomorrow. So
perfect. Well, best of luck, James. Your practice is about to start in 10 seconds, so I'll leave you to it. Best of luck. James Baldwin, everyone. Let's head back to the desk.
His mic. I'm hoping that's like,
team radio down now.
It's okay. He can borrow Rory's mic. Worst case scenario. That way we get all of the intel, we get all of the tea. But what a great sport he definitely is. I think enough time has passed now. He needs to be full focused on the full major. That is really the aim of the game right now.
Yeah, I'm sure that whilst it's on his mind, whilst he's very aware as to the situation, I'm sure he does think about it a lot. Of course you did.
Rent free.
But now this is the reset point. Don't think about Germany, think about here and now. And James is so good at doing that. He's like refocused on this one. And like you say, it was nice to see him saying the rightful champion.
Yeah.
It's him. He won.
Well, you know what? They weren't the only ones that actually got to do that bit of content in the car.
No.
I do love all of these interviews, by the way, but we actually got to have a go as well.
We did.
So let's go ahead and check that one out. So how does it feel to be here in Sweden?
It's so cool to once again be at LAN.
I'm super excited for the LAN environment because as soon as me and you are put together in a LAN environment, the banter is there, we have so much fun, broadcast is so much smoother as well.
Well, working with the dream team, of course. We are the OGs.
Yeah, we are.
We've always been here.
Yeah, I feel like our synergy as the season has gone on as well has only continued improving. Like we have so much more fun together on broadcast. Like, I don't mean to say we carry the broadcast, but
we carry the broadcast.
Well, we kind of carry the broadcast.
carry the broadcast. Yeah, look, it is the Lewis Veracity show. We know that. That's fine. We get Rory this time though. We all love a bit of Rory. Don't we? He's so much fun to work with.
Rory is like the missing puzzle piece.
Always.
You know, he like grounds us a little bit. He takes very good care of us as well. Always looks out for us. The dynamic duo. Soon to be trio.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've had the joy of working with like Ewan O'Leary, of course, Yaroslav Honzik. We had a great time with you. Is there someone we're missing?
I don't think so.
What about George?
George who?
Who's that? Is it? Oh, he's the loud one.
Oh my God, the guy with the waistcoat.
Yeah.
He's got
that gimmick, isn't he? It's metal,
say go,
pedal,
go? All I know is that
something like that. Yeah.
That
it's really
guy.
annoying.
Very obnoxious waistcoats, I gotta say.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
Hey, homie. I just want to point out, you guys unfortunately didn't get to see his reaction live, but bro literally had his head down on the desk and was knelt down on the floor. So that tells you how that one went. Thoughts?
Your Christmas cards are gone. Yeah.
We're going to go anyway.
Christmas cards in the shape of a waistcoat.
Actually, do that. She's not a bad idea. But no, yeah. Very funny, guys. Yeah.
Funny? We were being serious.
At no point did we say a positive about you in the interview.
Yeah, I know. I didn't get any positivity.
No, it's fine.
I think we forgot to record one.
Yeah.
Also there was one.
No. We were told, but we just
forgot.
That. Yeah. We thought we were like absolutely not.
No, but on a serious note, it is so good to be back at LAN with the two of you.
Oh. Not Rory though.
Not Rory.
Oh no, wait.
See now you're always going to forget someone.
I'm just glad it's not me this time.
Disclaimer: my memory is not very good.
Yeah.
Okay, that is my disclaimer heading into this one. But George, talk to me. Feelings about Group B? Stacked group, more chaos.
Very stacked. I think in terms of round winners, I think this is probably the most we're going to get. Well, in comparison to Group A, most of them are here in Group B, and lots of very talented individuals. You've got the likes of Max Benneker now, who's going to be representing this time around. He, of course, a champion back at Gamers 8. What a victory that was. Emotional for him too. So, is he going to be back? He is someone who is vastly experienced in LAN competition, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one person who can rise to the occasion, it's Max Benneker.
Well, you know what, fellas? On that note, I'm going to swoop on in once again with my prediction. Josh Rogers is going to close this one out.
Okay, I went first last time. Off you go.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with Max Benneker. He's my pick.
Okay, I am Darren McCormack every day of the week.
All right, well, on that note, I'm going to let you guys take it from here. Good luck and have fun.
Well, there we go. That is Jasmine, everybody. Veracity has now left us, so it's now down to me and you, McGlade.
We're not the dynamic duo. Help.
We are now. There we go. Thank God she's gone.
I respect that.
Onwards and upwards here, ladies and gentlemen. We have got Group B action to bring you. We've had Group A. We've just seen, well, Sebastian Joe pick up yet another sensational victory, starting off exactly the way you would have wanted. He has secured his place in tomorrow's final.
Yeah.
But now we've got Group B, which are going to look to do exactly the same, and a very hench lineup we have here too, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I say it's one of the best lineups. Although I do see a couple of F1 Esports drivers hovering around, so we've got to talk them up when it comes to the good drivers in the world of sim racing. It is a stacked lineup, as everyone is. Yeah, the idea of a race winner, when you ask for a prediction of a race winner, genuinely any one of the 12 drivers in this can absolutely win, and that's terrifying.
It's going to be, I think, we just saw a very sobering race, I think, in Group A. I think it's going to be a vastly different kettle of fish here in Group B. You've got round winners, you've got people with big egos as well,
us.
Well, yeah, absolutely, us. We've got huge egos. But yes, the drivers themselves have, pretty weighted egos. They're race winners. They know exactly what to bring to the table. They represent big juggernaut teams, many of them with factory status as well. And when you look at some of the contenders, you look at the likes of Dane Warren, who is obviously up there as one of the great figureheads at Porsche Coanda, not to mention James Baldwin, who of course we've just heard from. Really enjoyed their VT, by the way, talking, obviously
it's
with...
nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. A bit of wholesomeness, which was nice to see. Baldwin himself experienced in, LAN competition. Isaac Price is as well. A couple of these guys have done F1 Esports in the past. They have tasted that LAN experience.
Yeah, exactly. And of course we've had a couple of LANs throughout the season, so there is a little bit of that to deal with. You can see Bonnerhouse there over the other side. You can really look into the ear of Isaac Price and kind of see like the pressure that's on his shoulders. Of course, he's just seen his teammate win.
Yeah.
And now it's all like, ooh.
Well,
okay.
you know, it's on him now to try and step up now.
I got to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that Lan can produce a vastly different beast. Here's Mustachio.
How many times do you think that wheel's going to get hit?
Well, I mean, I remember back at Gamers 8, he wasn't very happy then, was he, Lewis?
No. He is arguably the most animated driver in the entirety of ESL R1. People love it, some people hate it. I love it. Here's one that's always calm. I've known Bono for 10 years. I've never seen him animated at any point.
And he has had one of the most bizarre run-ins for this championship. Had a real difficult time in the Mercedes. It's taken a while for Mercedes to really find their gear, I would say, here in this full season series. But has now brought himself to the forefront. He has got a great teammate in the likes of James Baldwin. Both of these drivers are vastly experienced. Bono House has done it in single-seaters, GT3, you name it. Very much like Baldwin in his own right. Baldwin, though, carrying that experience as well from real-life GT3 racing. Of course, competitor in British GT Championship, as well as in the Spa 24-hour.
I did have a great chat with Bono the other day where he was talking about, he's an open wheel specialist. He loves open wheelers, but like it was actually when we were in the airport before we got here, and he was just saying, it's been a learning point, a difficult time for him to kind of learn these cars and work out. And do you know what? He's going to be the first driver that we're going to see go around the circuit. It will be Bono House on our first lap in Group B.
Yeah, pressure's on, and naturally all down to him. He's going to make his way across the start-finish line and make his way down through towards La Source, and now the braking point so key, cutting in to the apex as well. Be careful not to dip into the gravel on the left-hand side, and then you've got the very picturesque view of Eau Rouge and Radion, which takes you past the woods, the forests of Stavelo. So you can just see the blinking LED boards, green flags lit. No concerns for the drivers now as they make their way around on their fast run. Bono House, they're going to bring back a hellacious run here this time around at Spa-Francorchamps. He's got the ability, the potential. Has he got the pace this time around in a LAN environment?
Yeah, of course, Marcel Gingic in Group A set a 2-minute 14.267. More beta keys in the top end. Beta key bonanza, love that.
Love it.
Of course, Epic Game Store, type those codes in, get yourself onto Rensport, and of course, prepare yourself for the patch a little bit later on today, where everything's going to start to change on the platform. We get those TCRs raced around. First sector's okay from Bono, but nothing spookily fast. We'll have to wait and see. And it's Bono House's first mate. That's actually a really good point. We saw him at Gamers 8, but we didn't see him, of course, racing in well, you definitely did.
No. And this is Bono House's first major as well. And with it being the 38.7 in the first sector, that's pretty much where he needs to be. Obviously in the mixer and looking to try and bring together yet another sterling result. Obviously sector 2 is going to be so key. That middle sector, which tees off the Lafanier chicane, heading through towards Campus and Stavelo. Very tricky. This is without a doubt, without any shadow of a doubt, the most technical point on this track. Heading down now in towards the next right-hander. This is Campus, as he now looks to dig deep to the inside. Be careful, as well as the gravel on the left-hand side, as well as he now rides through towards this next right. Looking pretty measured, 59.7 in that second sector as well. The 59s is where you want to be here at this point, give or take a few tenths here and there. But this is looking like a very cool and calm lap here from Bono House. The Dutchman now looks to fly through Blanchimont and head down through towards the bus stop chicane. As I said, vastly experienced in single seaters, has been part of the Williams Esports lineup now. Sorry, not Williams Esports, Mercedes Esports, driving the Mercedes here in this championship now for quite some time as he looks to make his way out to bus stop, heading up towards the line. What's it going to be here in the third sector? Up towards line 35.8 meter 2-minute 14.336. Not the fastest, but it's in the mix.
Exactly, it's a solid lap time. We'll see Luke Bennett now working his way around. That lap time from Bono would have put him in fourth in the in Group A, but we're saying that Group B might be stronger than Group A. That is the concern. Luke Bennett now into the final sector, although I will say it's not tracking quite as strong. I think the beam is slightly stronger out of the final chicane. Is there going to be a shake of the head? Looks over at the timer, looks disappointed. Bennett across the line, a 4.84. We were talking about what is Bennett's, one of the biggest struggle points for him. It is qualifying and he's showing it.
Yeah, I think obviously again this is where LAN comes in. It really does plough on the nerves, ploughs on the obviously the trepidatiousness, the thoughts that start building inside your head. Nikodem Wisniewski, who is also a round winner this season, has managed to achieve certainly the unthinkable for the Williams Esports team as well, partnering up with the likes of Dara McCormack, who will be up later on as well. They've got such a force behind this team now, but a shake of the head for Wisniewski as he crosses the line, and this certainly looks like it's going to be between the two. It is just outside a tenth of a second off.
kickoff. That's a bit disappointing for Wisniewski. That lap time from Bonnehouse is looking okay. Of course, whilst we've said about that 2-minute 14.1 being the lap record around here, we're not really expecting a 1 here because whilst they're all kind of used to these rigs now, it's harder racing at land. Maybe we will at some point over the weekend, over Friday and Saturday. We'll see what Isaac Price can do out towards the line. More shakes of the head. I want a shake of the head counter. He's 3,000 off at Bonnehouse. It's a pretty decent lap time. But how many shake of the heads have we had?
Well, that second sector was pretty quick, and it was a lot faster than what Dane Warren is showing right now. 59.8 in that sector. Remember, Isaac Price managing to achieve a 59.7 in that segment. In fact, a late 59.6, I think he managed to achieve that time around. And this, incidentally, Dane Warren's first major as well here in ESL R1, as now Dane makes his way down through towards the final chicane as well. Bonnehouse watching on, obviously looking to hopefully try and hold on to this P1 spot. But Porsche looking to try and upset the issue here as he makes his way towards the line. Where's Dane Warren going to be? Recovered it in the third sector, third fastest, the top 3 all within a 1/10 of a second.
It's Mustachio, or as he's now called, it's Kevin Soggy into the final sector, and we'll see what he can do. Of course, all the changes stuff behind the scenes at Team Redline with the whole Red Bull thing. It's all very confusing. It's all very complicated. We'll see what Kevin Soggy can do. Of course, did have pole position and a race win in the final around here. Almost looks fairly happy with that one, and that's why a 2.68 from Kevin Soggy.
Yeah, memories get better, certainly for Kevin Siggy after winning, of course, the round back at Spa last time out. Achieved brilliance that time around too. A 2:14.268 puts him at the top of the timing tower. Max Benneker now 38.7 in Sector 1, a 59.7 in Sector 2. This is on point. A big Sector 3 could be huge for Max Benneker. As we said, champion back in Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia, was very much certainly stated as one of the greatest of all time. Makes his way up towards the line now, goes second fastest, just behind Kevin Siggy and 55 thousandths away from the top.
Look at the heavy hitters we've got to come. Baldwin, Rogers, McCormack. These are all drivers that know how to win. Of course, Ziofsky and Tatler have stuck it on so many podiums and given them so many wins. It's been a fantastic performance. This is going to be terrifying for the bottom 5. Baldwin through the final corner. Sector's looking okay, and I'm not sure he's looking too pleased. Microphone is reattached so we can hear what he's saying, or they can hear what he's saying, but he's not particularly pleased. So I don't think there's too many kind words.
No, 5th fastest. We, of course, saw Max Benneker go 2nd fastest just behind. Remember, Benneker used to drive for Team Redline. He's now a Mouse driver. It's currently a Redline driver sitting at the top of this timing tower. Joshua Rogers, who's had many fights against Team Redline as well as Max Benneker in the past. He is well versed on competitive action against those two up at the very top. Can he add himself into the mix with a 38.7 in Sector 1? Again, the second sector comparable with Max Benneker as he comes towards the line now. Will it be in the top 3? No! That final sector letting him down and nearly, well, just over 1.5 tenths off the pace.
Wow, 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 wow. Here we go then. Can any of these take that pole position? Thomas Tatler definitely can. We've seen him on pole position around here as well in the semi-finals. Back in, what was it? It was round 5? Yeah, it was round 5. Or might be round 6 of ESL R1 through the season. Thomas Tatler will come through the final corner up towards the line. We saw a couple of smiles out of the Finnish driver a bit earlier on in the day. Are we going to get some smiles in this? No, we are not.
No, Dara McCormack, the Irishman, of course, was the first driver ever to go back-to-back in terms of round wins in the finals back in the spring series. It's amazing to think, unfathomable to think that he has not won a round victory this season in the fall season, which is unbelievable. But nevertheless, he is certainly someone with lots of vigour behind the wheel of a race car, certainly here at a sim rig as well. But another shake of the head yet again from the Irishman this time as he comes up towards the line, and it's a 2:14.314, 46 thousandths away. The top 5 all within a 10th.
Now, if Erhan Yovsky wants to go on the pole position, he's got to go faster, not only than Kevin Siggy, he's got to go faster than basically his teammate as well, who's set a 2-minute 14.267 in Group A. Can Erhan Yovsky go slightly better into the final sector? A driver, the two-time R-Factor 2 GT Pro Series champion, has to win in GTEs, or GT3s rather, and he comes up towards the line. He's not had any reaction. 6th place.
Yeah, 6 cars within a 10th of a second in the top 6. That is unbelievable. Let's take you through, though, the starting grid from back to front. Thomas Tatler starting from 12th for Heroic. In 11th, it is Luke Bennett and Team Redline. In 10th, it's Nikodem Wisniewski and Williams. Joshua Rogers, very disappointing, in 9th place. Dane Warren, also Porsche Commander, 8th spot with James Baldwin alongside him in 7th. They've got Erhan Yovsky in 6th. In 5th is Isaac Price. Bonnehouse in 4th place. Max Benneker in 3rd, also on the 2nd row, with Dara McCormack on the front row in second, but your pole sitter, it's Mustachio. Kevin Soggy, no, it's Siggy, everybody. He's back on top for Team Redline after winning back in previous round action here at this very Spa circuit. Spa is certainly his playground once again, this time here at DreamHack.
Superb. Again, amazing stuff. You can see. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that one. I'm sure the wheel's not getting smacked around so much at the moment. By the way, I am seeing people have got obviously these. This is something that you missed out on in Munich. The spotters guides. We've got some people. Obviously, G2 have written on their spotters guides. They've got obviously they're going for price.
It's not a problem. So the price ain't one.
Nice.
That is fantastic.
That is good. That is good. We've got Go Dairy.
Why has someone done the Price is Right? Has anyone done that? No.
No one's done the Price is Right.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
That's very much a your thing, isn't it? Yeah, we've got a few written down. I want to see more throughout the day. We did have quite a lot, mostly because there was Yaroslav Honzik. Yeah, Go Dairy.
Go Dairy.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Don't call him Dairy, though. He hates
it. He hates dairy.
He hates it.
Not that he dislikes dairy, but yeah.
Sorry, we've all got nicknames for Dara McCormack. Some of them aren't really stream appropriate, but Dairy at least is. So there is that. So, with all this, I've genuinely forgotten who I picked for this race victory.
Well, I mean,
I did pick Dara, didn't I?
Yeah, well,
okay, we're all right.
I'm feeling kind of happy because I went with Max Benneker, and I'm starting from the second row of the grid, so I'm pretty pleased.
Are we starting first, second, and third?
I think we are, No, we're not. Joshua Rogers is what Jasmine picked.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So
unfortunately,
didn't
pick Siggy.
So it's unfortunate, isn't it, Lewis McGlade? Incredible, folks. I mean,
how the turntables turn.
Absolutely. But there's lots to unravel, I think, from that qualifying session. Again, drivers shaking their heads. Baldwin seemed a bit mixed in terms of his lap. I mean, in terms of getting through to the top, 6 with 6 drivers within a tenth of a second. That is phenomenal, is it not? Is it not? Just sheer pace levels.
I mean, look. I remember when we did the our first one, the Cabins. We did the was it Hockenheim ring? Yeah, it was Hockenheim on day 1, day 2 rather, and it was one of the qualifiers, it was one of the semi-finals, and we had 7 drivers within a tenth of a second, and we were mind blown. This now happens fairly frequently in ESL R1.
6, everybody. 6. Incredible. 6 cars within a tenth of a second up at the very top of the timing screen, which is unbelievable. Let us know as well at home as well, if you're tuning in on the broadcast, who your predictions are. And I'm sure that many people here in the live audience as well, they've got their predictions ready. Obviously, a lot of support here for Isaac Price.
Team stuff, isn't it?
Lots of team stuff going on. P1 Esports, G2 Army, love that. Of course, Nathan Tague representing here, the team boss of G2 Esports as well. Many others dotted around here too. Williams as well are here. It's fantastic to see the level of support here in racing as now the cars are lined up onto the grid for our second race. But the first race for Group B has now all 5 lights are lit. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And as they make their way off the line, a great start for Team Redline, who make their way down towards turn 1. Kevin Siggy at the wheel. Dara McCormack, though, showing in his mirrors as he always does, as they now curtail, heading out of La Source now. Arusian and Radion Beckett, Max Benneker, safe as houses in 3rd place, but Kevin Siggy leads as they look to run over the crest.
Look at the top 2, though. They've cleared out a decent margin. I wonder if Dara McCormack might actually sit on the rear end of Kevin Siggy's car and not go for a move, or maybe he will go for a move and then Kevin Siggy won't fight it. That if these two fight, that's a bad thing. McCormack's going to go straight to the inside. Kevin Siggy's going to see him. Is he going to get on the brakes early? He lifted out the throttle once again, as we saw in the previous race, as there's battles behind. Bonner House up to 3rd.
Yeah, very good move from Bono House as well. Daring, late on the brakes, heading through towards that Laycom section. Dane Warren also in the mix. Baldwin, ferocious, further back. Contact, though, further back as well. Involving the RAG car, Hanuyovsky as they head for Rivage. Josh Rogers, venomous, here in Spa in race 1, trying to make his way through.
What a disaster for him, though. Dropped down to 8th position, now trying to fend off Erhan Yovsky. What a disastrous start for the driver who was moments away from becoming our Gamers 8 Drivers Champion for an incident between himself and Jeff Rietveld. But wow, this is not where I was expecting Rogers to drive.
Not at all. Porsche Commander, of course, teams champions as well. Historically, they have done certainly many series over the history and have been very successful in most of them. Once again, though, back at Gamers 8, you might remember they took the team's title that time around. Of course, it was RAG who were the thorn in the side here this series. Remember, it would be the combination of Yuyovsky as well as Chinchik, as well as Toman, as well as Thibaut Kazubon, as well, that led to that team's title being laid claim to back in round 8. And now Porsche Coanda looking to try and elevate themselves and bring themselves into the fight. It's unfathomable to see them so far down. Dane Warren in 7th, Josh Joshua Rogers in 8th, but Dara McCormack leads at the end of the first lap and did a stellar job to take that lead as well, leading up through towards Lake Com.
Yeah, again, brilliant stuff. But again, can he hang on? I get the feeling we might see a bit of chopping and changing between our top two, as we saw between Marcel Cinchik and Sebastian Job in the previous. 1 lap complete, though. And again, for the most part, it looked a bit sketchy in the mid-pack, but once again, very clean and reserved from our grid here.
At the moment, Lewis McGlade, at the moment here. Lap 2 now has begun, and it's Dara McCormack once again who takes them through La Source. Further back then, Kevin Siggy. And don't forget as well, folks, our Beta Key Bonanza on the right-hand side. You can see there a trail of Beta Keys at your disposal to be used on the Epic Games Store as we now see the cars make their way through Rouge and Radion yet again, this time on lap 2 of 7. McCormack still out in front. Siggy now following suit as well in behind, getting a little closer further back is James Baldwin as he looks to try and rise up on Isaac Price.
Yeah, again, for some of those drivers a bit further down, like Baldwin in the points, it's about working their way past now, gaining some big points early. And again, for Baldwin, he has one around here as we see Nikodem Wisniewski and Andy Jovski switch positions. I've seen these two battles so many times on R-Factor 2. And once again, we're seeing it here. Wisniewski through the inside, squeezes out Jovski a little bit there. And Thomas Tatler will also come through as Tatler's trying to get past on Wisniewski.
Outrageous Wisniewski, of course, who was our round 4 winner, heading through towards the full season major, now under huge amounts of pressure as Thomas Tatler now looks to try and move up on him. Of course, the heroic team that are now currently trying to transition themselves into a higher ranking team. Thomas Tatler has been at the very forefront of that, as well as the likes of Tommy Usgaard leading up through to this major, as well as now they look to make their way down towards the second sector. Still McCormack out in front, but look at the gap now between Wisniewski and Rogers. 1.5 seconds, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. It's like I say, things are growing on this. We're seeing a slightly bigger split between some of the drivers in this pack than we were in the previous one. Maybe it's not quite staying as close. We had basically all 12 of them coming over the line at the same point in the previous race. We're now seeing that grouping behind Wisniewski, not able to keep up with Rogers, but Rogers and Warren at the back of this train. That is not what we expect from Porsche Coanda. As we can see in the foreground, Max Benneker and Bonner House rather, getting very close indeed, pulling away from Isaac Price.
Yeah, heading down now towards the bus stop chicane in Sector 3. Bono House doing enough to hold on to that 3rd place for now. Did very well to escalate that manoeuvre, or certainly manipulate it heading through towards the Lake-Com section. Left it quite late as well, but still managed to pull it off in truly dynamite fashion as they make their way down through towards turn 1. It is still McCormack out in front, Kevin Siggy still in second. Remember, of course, he started on pole position. Dara McCormack taking the early advantage here in lap 3 of 7. Remember, it was Sebastian Job as well who took the lead earlier on in the race. We did see the lead to and fro a little bit, but it would be Job who would take it through to the bitter end, beating Marcel Cinchik back. Can McCormack do the same to Kevin Siggy as they climb up through Eau Rouge and Radion this time? Max Benneker hovering all over the tail of Bono House as well, because these two will know each other very well. They've fought across various championships, but especially here at ESL R1, on the journey that we've had, it has been absolutely sensational.
And technically, he used to be part of the same team, because obviously Benneker was Team Redline, and Bonner House, guess what? But I think he still kind of is. I don't know, it's all very confusing with that. But, you know, Team Redline related, as we see once again. Wisniewski down the inside of Tatler. Tatler now up into that 9th position. He'll be very disappointed. I mean, you can see it. He's disappointed, but to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's got that facial expression if he's in first as well, so who knows?
Yeah,
Great
I think
finish.
he was given a little bit of help. I think, obviously, no slipstream available for Nikodem Wisniewski, given the fact that the gap now is strung out to well over a second. We're now at 1.3 as we see a tie-up here, and Dane Warren and James Baldwin
passed.
Yeah, they've certainly split through, and Porsche Coanda now taking 6th place away from the Mercedes. So Josh Rogers will now be next, and you can just see him there, so tight to the back of that Mercedes AMG GT3.
Yeah, I mean, look, these two are certainly two that we know that can fight for victory here, you know, in the major, as we expect from them. I mean, Baldwin did fight in the last one, of course, the Spring Major. Rogers was also in finalist mode. These two both got into that finalist mode. It was mostly that Dane Warren had worked his way past Baldwin. And also, by the way, noticing one other thing, the gap between 1st and 2nd, very concerning for Kevin Siggy, because that gap we said it was 7 tenths that he really needed to clear. McCormack is at right on the cusp of that at 6 tenths.
Yeah, absolutely right. Indeed, 4 times a race winner, though, Dara McCormack up at the front end and has done so brilliantly. But as I said before, yet to take a round victory leading up here to DreamHack here in Sweden. Kevin Siggy, though, in behind will make sure that he is not forgotten. Of course, we did obviously allude to the fact that he, of course, is a round winner here on this very track at Spa back in round 6 and did so brilliantly as well. It was certainly a very long-fought battle, as now we see him make his way down through towards turn 1. And so rightly said as well, his high scoring round was indeed at round 6, which did take place at this track of Spa-Francorchamps. Coming through the Lesource section now on lap 4 of 7. Still McCormack out in front. Further back, Max Benneker trying to bring himself into the fight. McCormack still with the fastest lap of the race so far. They've got Eau Rouge and Radion to come as well, and yet another trip up through the Kemmel Straight. You just still see them equilateral there in the top 3. Siggy 4/10 away, House 4/10 away as well from P2 as they now make the climb heading up through Kemmel.
Yeah, this would mean if Siggy, by the way, gets second place, it means that for 4 consecutive races, finished first, second at Spa. He's got some incredible speed around here. And in fact, actually, I do remember looking back at that GT Pro thing that I was talking about. It was here where he took a double victory in that, which was very wild. As we see Warren trying to fend off Baldwin. Oh, that's close. Bit of lean in, but nothing too major. It's opened the door for Rogers to come through, coming down into Rivage.
Yeah, some team interplay here from Porsche Coander. Not sure whether it was intentional, but nonetheless an opportunity here for Joshua Rogers, and has managed to just sleuth his way through. But Baldwin fighting back here on lap 4 of 7 now, curtailing out of the Jackie Expend. They're going to go wheel to wheel down towards Pouon now. Who's going to be last on the brakes? Outside line now here, this time around for Joshua Rogers. He poleaxes his way through to P7. What a move from our team's champion back at Gamers 8.
Round of applause from the Porsche Coander. We expect to hear some cheering later on. They were certainly the loudest contingent back in, actually no, I think Jaroslav Honzik might have taken that one, but we'll take that. Yeah, up there with the loudest contingent when we were going back in Munich. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure, moving up to 7th position is not quite as exciting. For Baldwin, do you know what? I almost think that doesn't matter.
No.
Because, yes, he's right down there in the points. He's 24th in the points, and he's right down
nice
there.
move, though.
It was a lovely move.
Yeah.
But I think Baldwin, almost doesn't matter what points he's getting here. I think he needs a win to move to tomorrow. Almost doesn't matter about points for him.
No, not at all. Max Benneker currently seeing in the bottom left-hand screen. So we can see them make their way down through towards the bus stop chicane. Still on the back of Bono House, who has gone slightly defensive, I would argue. Just positioning the car to the inside just slightly. Max Benneker choosing that tighter line on the escape, heading out of the second half of the bus stop. They'll then begin lap 5 of 7. McCormack still out in front. 4/10 the gap between he and Kevin Siggy. So they now nurse their way through the next hairpin and head up the hill then towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Isaac Price doing a stellar job as well, down in 5th place. G2 Esports, I think, will be pleased. This is a good bumper load of points just to get themselves sorted. Of course, this will allow the drivers to settle down as they make their way in towards the latter stages of today. As we now see them cruise now through Eau Rouge and Radion. I would argue that Benneker definitely more on point heading through that first sector. He might yet gain a little bit of slipstream boost as well, but we've got a battle for the lead up at the front end as McCormack now will surely forfeit the lead away. Kevin Siggy now hits the front here in lap 5 of 7, almost similar to what we saw in Group A's race.
Yeah, McCormack lifted. He did absolutely lift. If McCormack, the reason why we know that is that if McCormack kept full throttle there, they would have been slightly side by side going into the corner. It was a slight lift, there's a slight breathe of the throttle that just allowed that gap to kind of to close down and then to switch over. So superb performance from Kevin Siggy thus far. But again, that is not the last time I think we'll see those two doing battle around here. We've got 2 more laps after this. Pretty sure they're going to switch at least once more into Lake Op.
Yeah, we saw Marcel Cinchik try and force the issue on the final lap in that previous race. We could yet see Dara McCormack issue the same threat to Kevin Siggy this time around. Lap 5 of 7 now, they'll begin the second sector, heading through the Lafanier chicane right and left now as they look to try and, just rumble over the raised curbs on the inside. You want to be cautious of it. You can lose the car if you're not careful. Though Kevin Siggy, a mastermind around this circuit as he was back in round 6, laying claim to that round victory. And 2 wins on the way to achieving that feat as well as they whip through this next Corbeil-Paul Frere section. Further back then, we got Bono House further back, still within half a second of Dara McCormack. Will try and nurse the slipstream to try and bring himself into that equation for P1. It could yet happen. It's a long run from Eau Rouge and Radion up towards Lake Com.
Yeah, let's see. It's like I said, the gap's grown. Like Dara McCormack got this to 0.6 of a second. When I said I was like, he's on the verge of checking out. Next time we saw them, they were switching positions. I think if you're within that half-second depart in Lake Com, you can absolutely go for a move if you're feeling a little bit racy from La Source into Lake Com. It's growing again. Siggy might have been a little bit more patient on his tyres, and maybe he's going on the attack now. We've got 2 laps left to go, and just look at this top 4: Bonner House, Dara McCormack, of course Kevin Siggy and Max Benneker. Proper who's who in the sim racing world. The one that's really, or two really missing from that is Rogers and Baldwin.
Yeah, many of them champions as well in their own fields, but have all come together here under ESL R1 and here on Wrench Sport as well. It is still Kevin Siggy who leads the way. He's got a healthy gap of just nearly 0.6 of a second between he and Dara McCormack, so he should be protected. One man who won't be protected, though, is Bono House, because Max Benneker is going to bring himself into the equation of the top three. Benneker, of course, a former race winner, a champion as well. Hit back at Gamers 8, takes P3 away here from Bono House. A great move there from Max Benneker, and brings himself into the equation for the race win.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful again. Well placed by Bono House, who Bono needs to secure points. You know, he's in the same kind of camp as his teammate. Realistically, he needs a win, but he just needs to secure points right now. Just keep the points coming in. And to be fair, is it worth it risking it for 6th place and then getting involved in an instant, well, also for 3rd place, and then getting involved in an instant, or settling for 4th and accepting the points for it right now? That's what he needs to do. Max Benneker won Spa in Katowice, and it's the Gamers 8 Drivers Champion, Lam King. Ooh, to be fair, not a bad shout. He's pretty good at Lam.
No, and he was pretty good as well back in round 2 at Spa, taking 2 race wins back to back in the quarterfinal and the semi-final. Just could not quite.
Well, he sort of did in the final.
Well, he did. Yeah, he scored pretty good in the final.
He did win the race in the final, and then had it taken away from him. Because
so you could argue that there was 3 wins.
He's still done it.
Yeah, absolutely. So he knows how to remain in front. Put it that way.
Yeah, he still counts as a win for him. He's still like, no, I won that race. So the point is he is really good at Spa. Yeah. That's the important bit to take.
The mentality's there. He knows how to win. He knows how to keep his car in front. Once again, though, he's going to look to try and break away and batter back at Dara McCormack and Kevin Siggy, because Max Benneker, he will see this as an opportunity.
Well, 1 lap to go, 7 kilometres. Kevin Siggy, Dara McCormack do battle. There will be a switch between them. It's been a calm start in the first race in Group A. I think it's been a calm start in the first race in Group B as well, but will that hold for the next 7 kilometres? Out through La Source they go. Let's watch those drive. Pretty comfortable from the pair. I think it was slightly slower from McCormack, and you can kind of see, not looking too impressed by it. Maybe Kevin Siggy already has this, but surely there's a move in there.
Yeah, we've raced nearly now 50 kilometres here at Spa-Francorchamps. Kevin Siggy still out in front, does not hold the fastest lap of the race, however, because Dara McCormack holds onto that pace, and a little shrug, a little grimace from Dara McCormack, who knows that perhaps he's too far back in order to make a move here for the race lead here at this point. Is sort of starting to bring himself into the tow. 3.5 tenths now separating the front 2. He's going to have to find it from elsewhere here at this point, but still that middle sector can provide opportunity should Kevin Siggy make a mistake.
Look, you're watching this, you're seeing Dara McCormack, you're thinking, oh, come on, Dara, you wimp. Although, there's other words that will go in into that gap as well. But at the moment, he's sat in that 2nd position. He's not had the opportunity. It's a little bit of too weak of a drive off of the first turn, which is what's really costing him.
Yeah. Well, naturally, the bus stop chicane and La Source itself is so key to tee up your run heading up through towards the Kemmel Straight. Naturally, though, this time around is Kevin Siggy who leads the way here in this middle sector. Lap 7 of 7, Lewis. Can he hold on?
Do you know, I think he can. I don't think Dara's going to go for anything into the final chicane. If he does, that's where it's that's where the opportunity is. But I think Kevin Siggy has the mentality to deal with it. Again, remember the results of Siggy. The last 3 races that we've had: 1st, 2nd, 1st at Spa. And guess where he is? He's 1st. He's looking for 3 wins from 4 races around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. That's so impressive.
Yeah, it is. Coming out of Corbeil-Porfrère now, there is still chances here for McCormack, but needs to dig deep now, needs a stellar run heading through Blanchimont, try and stay within the slipstream. Max Benneker is no longer necessarily the issue. Isaac Price as well, also in the fight against Bono House for 4th place. There is still a chance here for G2 to perhaps pull together some real serious points if he does try and move heading through towards the final corner, but with a twitch of the moustache, Kevin Siggy has been stellar. He brought together a sensational run in qualifying and is going to cruise up now towards the line and take a sensational victory here in their first race in Group B. It's Kevin Siggy, your victor here at Spa-Francorchamps.
There's a couple of claps. No one's a fan of Kevin Siggy, clearly.
Well, he stands tall this time around. He was dominant back in round 6. And what a series it's been for him. He took a round victory that time out and has now capped off a start here at Spa with victory again. It's Kevin Siggy, everybody. He's back.
He really is a Bond villain, isn't he?
He's a Bond villain. Outstanding. What a stellar showing. He's now with Rory Alexander.
Yes, I am here with Kevin Siggy. Kevin, it's nice to speak to you we had an emotional moment, didn't we, in Saudi? It was very up and down, but nothing but jubilation here. How are you feeling after that race win?
I mean, I feel much better. I mean, Spa's my track. I mean, I've been testing it quite a lot. I mean, we obviously are on round 6, so against Sebi, so I kind of knew what I was supposed to do. I mean, it was still kind of tricky because I never really raced the Merc here in the new Bob, so I didn't really anticipate what was going to happen. But the lap 5 move that I did was the perfect opportunity, and I was just able to pull away.
I love that. You say Spa is your track, and I don't think anyone can argue with that, to be honest. So this is also allegedly the more difficult of the groups. There's no easy groups at the major. How are you feeling now that you've got that win out of the way and you're into day 2 already?
I mean, I feel it's really relieving because I mean, I didn't really think that I was going to win the first race. I knew it was going to be hard because, I mean, you look at the field and it's like 10 out of 12 are absolutely insane. I mean, you got people like Rogers, you got people like, what was it? It was James Bolt.
You could look at anywhere.
You can look at anywhere, even Dara. I mean, they're all insane. So, I mean, I came into Spa thinking I'm going to get maybe a top 5, maybe choke a little bit in quali, but luckily I didn't. But, I mean, I was going to be content with second. But, I mean, as soon as I saw the opportunity, I went for it, and I'm happy that I did.
Well done, Kevin. Thank you so much. Back to you guys at the desk.
Let's go, Kevin Soggy. What a character. What a guy.
Nothing wet about that performance, I don't think, though.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, how about that Josh Rogers, though? Yeah, my prediction kind of went in the bin just a little bit.
Yeah. We're so upset about that, by the way.
Where did he go wrong?
Well, listen, I think qualifying was a big issue for Joshua Rogers. I mean, Dave Moran kind of helped him out. There was definitely, I think, some Porsche Commander interplay going on here. We can actually, of course, take a look at some of the footage as well from this. I mean, turn 1 is vital, and we spoke about it during the race as well, how key the first 2 corners really are. Coming out of the source, then cruising up through Rouge and Radion. They tee up the run, heading up through towards the Lecom section. You can see here as well, Williams tried to take full opportunity with that. Of course, Nikodem Wisniewski, someone who doesn't mind a wheel-to-wheel fight, tried to elevate himself through this mix. And we had this fantastic 3-wide scenario. I think, unfortunately for Rohan Yovski, I think he might have got a little bit, well, you can see here, he got a little bit wide heading up through Rivage, and that cost him a place. Rogers did a stellar job of trying to certainly elevate himself. Of course, he was very much under the cosh after qualifying, so these were very key moments here. Yeah. The race start, so key for someone starting where they did.
Now, for Erhan in particular, how on earth, I know you mentioned he went incredibly wide, but how on earth did he manage to go from 6th on our starting grid all the way down to 11th? Mistakes made on his part?
Yeah, I think so. I think also, I think a little bit of circumstance coming in. That is impressive, by the way.
Yeah, so I asked him what his record is. He said 9 seconds, but recently he's been doing like 15.
That's the driver right there that's mentally strong.
But you know what? I said to him, you're going to have to try and solve a Rubik's Cube while I'm doing an interview with you on the desk as well. And he was like, I'm worried. I'm just going to be like shaking trying to do this Rubik's Cube. I was like, as long as you don't drop it, we'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's like a very interesting point, though, because a lot of these drivers have their own quirks and own little thing that they do to prepare them ahead of a race, to kind of relax the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, I think also to sort of energize the brain in many ways, because especially when you're behind the wheel, finding those apexes and exits are so vital. We've got the provisional results, of course, here as well. Kevin Siggy absolutely smashing it at the blocks. We alluded back to his form back at round 6 and how great it was to take the round victory at this very circuit. He's gone ahead and done it again, and that will be a huge confidence booster for Team Redline as well, as Kevin Siggy himself. So he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, later into the series.
Now, the real question is, who do you think is going to be looking particularly hungry for our next race? Because obviously we kick things off with our Group A. Now we've just had our Group B. It's going to be Group B again. My question to you is, would you prefer, as a driver, to be in that Group A? You know, if the race didn't necessarily go your way, would you rather have a breather, a bit of a break, or just go straight into that next race?
I think if you're a driver that feels hard done by, that perhaps you didn't show everything you're capable of, I think if you're someone like Josh Rogers, for example, I think you're going to be looking ahead to the next race as a potential way to bounce back from a difficult qualifying session. So try and use everything that you've learned from the first race, bring it all into the second race.
Well, one thing is for certain, we have some incredibly aggressive, incredibly passionate drivers here in our Group B, 2 of which are Kevin Siggy and Max Benecke. So let's go ahead and see how they were feeling ahead of the major.
I did once. I remember vividly.
Was it red light?
Was it in red light, yeah. But I'm not sure if you remember.
I honestly don't remember. The one thing that pissed me off was the last time it was major in Munich, where I was out and you were in the last race.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't be, right?
But me too.
I mean, shit happens.
I think we're quite similar out there.
Yeah, probably rage at the same like height level, and then we just calm down the next day. It's fine. Off track, I'm really aggressive. Small things, I really just blow my head gasket. On track, I mean, it depends on the moment. If you both get very upset on track, we are gonna leash it out on everyone.
For sure, yeah. And I mean, I got a penalty already this season, so I guess.
Yeah, I was lucky enough that I didn't get anything, so. Oh, you. 100%. I'm frail as hell. More frail than an 85-year-old grandma. It's incredible. I just weighed myself, actually. I'm 63 kilos. I've got nothing.
Yeah, I think I
have no muscle.
Not sure if it even helps with sim racing, right?
Probably doesn't. Imagine if you break your arm or like dislocate the shoulder, then you're done.
That's right.
Let's just hope it's on the right hand.
Some very interesting topics of conversation there. I feel like we went from one end of, the positivity and stuff to aggression, anger, dislocating arms, shoulders, you name it. Hopefully none of that ends up happening here on the broadcast.
No, well, I think we speak about Siggy's character, and he's quite a furious individual. He's someone who likes to perform. If something doesn't go his way, he has no problem showing it. And I think we saw a little bit of that at Game 8 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was shown on the broadcast about how, passionate he really is about his craft. And, I think there were some decisions that he didn't necessarily agree with that RHG managed to sort of stumble upon, and or certainly some moments out on track that didn't go his way, and he just kind of laid into it. But that's the kind of character Siggy is. He is just aggressive, and he translates that form then, I think, onto the track, which I think is what helped him gain the victory he did.
Well, one thing is for certain, I've actually played pool against Kevin Siggy, and he sucks, to say the very least. Like,
wow.
I won in a game of pool against him.
You're going to make the poor man cry.
It's okay, he'll be able to handle it. He's just had a race win, he's through to tomorrow. But on that note, let's go ahead and revisit all of our points thus far for our driver championship. How do we feel about this?
Well,
is there anybody that you're particularly worried about?
Not
at this point.
I'm probably not worried as such yet, but I think the picture we've seen already from the get-go is pretty similar to what we've experienced, I think, coming into the event as a whole. Obviously, Sebastian Job still out in front. The form is still there with Job. I mean, without a doubt, he is still the form player. McCormack, decent start. I think if you're Josh Rogers, I think this is where you need to bite back. This race is so crucial for him. I think he needs to get that race win in. I think Apex Racing Team, Kevin Ellis Jr., what a start as well. Some decent points attributed after that first race, and was up in the top 3 for a good portion as well.
Well, I got to say, I was particularly impressed with Max Beneke's performance in the race that we just saw as well.
As his prediction guy, I was very
prediction
impressed.
guy.
Yeah. Well, I predicted him, so yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, he's just been like celebrating. I don't know who.
Bennett, buddy. No, it's Kevin.
No, it's Kevin Soggy himself. He's celebrating as he should be.
Yeah.
But our next track is gonna be Hockenheim. What can you tell me?
Hockenheim, again, very interesting, very flat in comparison to Spa. So they haven't got necessarily the problem with elevation, but here you've got a mishmash of different kinds of corners. The sector 1, very straight line dominant, heading through the final corner in towards the long straight. Then you have the Parabolica, Curva Parabolica heading through sector 2 into the hairpin. This is where things start to get a little bit more technical. It's kind of the aperitif before sector 3, where you then head through the Mercedes Arena section and then tee up yet another lap. But it's key to note as well that we've got a few names to really look at here. My eyes are on Luke Bennett, I think, for this one, because of course he is someone who has excelled here at this track before, took 2 race victories back through the run-up towards this major final. So I think he has a great chance.
Well, you know what? I think for the side of Maus, they certainly have the best overall team performance on Hockenheim Ring.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of feeling confident in the ability of Max Beneke to be able to close this one out. I'm not sure whether or not I want to steal your prediction just yet, but before we get to the predictions, I'm going to throw it over to Rory to give us his thoughts on Maus, the special guest.
Thanks, Jasmine. I'm here with Renee, team manager of Maus. Renee, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
How are you finding Sweden?
It's a bit cold, but I like it.
Yeah, it's very much like London, just much, much, much colder. But we're here for the major, obviously. You have 2 drivers. One obviously was going to be here or their place here was confirmed quite a long time ago. One kind of, we weren't too sure. How's preparation been?
Preparation has been nice. I mean, lots of training at home. Basically, we came here and they both sat on the rig on the practice day and immediately went up to pace. So, yeah, it looked promising. We had 2 good days here so far. Enjoyed it.
And how does it feel for you not having your other two guys here? Does it feel different just having 2?
it's sad, obviously, but you know, making 4 drivers to the major is kind of difficult. So respect to RIG who made it. We have been close. I think Patrick was P25, so 1 off, and Yuri was P27, I believe. So we could have made it, but yeah, we had some struggles during the season. So.
Well, one place you haven't really struggled at has been Hockenheim. It's definitely been one of your strongest tracks. Can you kind of share with us why you think that is, or?
I have no idea what it is. Ask the drivers.
We need to ask Mo and Max, don't we?
I mean, it's more his favorite track. He really likes it, and Max is fast on every track, I guess.
Is the car suited to this? Is it something about the Audi?
The car is not suited to any track.
And final question. Obviously, Max has done it for Mouse before. Can one of your drivers do it again here in Sweden?
Obviously enough.
Perfect. Thank you, Renee. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Renee and Rory. Boys, boys, boys. It is my favorite time of the show. Once again, my prediction, Max Benecke is going to take away this victory.
Just copying me now. Can you
What? No, you said Luke Bennett beforehand.
Yeah, I'm on about my race 1 pick. So.
Yeah, but you jumped ship. You jumped ship.
I'm gonna let the children argue for a second.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep with mine. I'm not a wimp. I'm sticking with Darren McCormack.
That is a solid pick.
I'm sticking with my picks here. I'm sticking with Luke Bennett. He's the form player around Hockenheim Ring, twice a race
Going
with
for
him.
What? Going for a what?
Mustachios, obviously.
No, not around Hockenheim Ring. I think it's Bennett's turn to party at this circuit. I reckon he's going to do it.
Fair enough.
The real question is, though, how do you bounce back? How do you have that mental reset if you are, some of these drivers have had not the best of first races?
Well, it's why I sort of look at Josh Rogers. I think he's going to be a key figure in this next race. I'm really kind of excited to see how he manages to transition from what was a difficult qualifying session back at Spa into what could be a successful time at Hockenheim Ring. As I said in the map guide, 2 vastly different circuits, no elevation here at Hockenheim Ring. So how are they going to sort of handle that different essence of circuit?
And we did all avoid picking Josh Rogers in the Daytona final.
We did.
And guess who won? It was Josh Rogers. So maybe us not picking him is the omen that he is going to win. Of course, you know me, I don't believe in any of that rubbish.
You absolutely should. Because I said to you, I'm not sure whether or not I want to stick with Josh Rogers or if I'm going to swap him out. I went with swapping him out.
If you'd have swapped, if like you'd have, you know.
Track changes. Not like it's the same track, is it?
She's got no loyalty, is she?
Sorry, I'm sticking with Darren McCormack.
But anyways, you guys, I hope you've been having a fun time here at the Major. I hope that everybody that's joining us, both here and at home, has been having the best of times as well. If you want to give us your thoughts and feelings about how you've been enjoying the broadcast, any improvements or changes you want to see, ! survey in the chat. We do indeed keep our eyes on all of the feedback that we get, don't we, fellas?
Yeah. Most of my feedback is, can I stop commentating with George Morgan?
Yeah.
And they've not listened yet.
Most of my feedback, can Lewis McGlade stop commentating altogether?
Yeah, exactly.
You're just jealous.
Sorry,
of
the alarm to tell you to shut up went off earlier, but no, it's fine.
You're just jealous of the dynamic. It's been a long day.
It really has. It really has. It's been 2 races of 8. It's been a long day.
I know. There's still so many more to go as well, though. As you can see, all of our drivers getting prepped, primed, and ready. Do you feel like nerves creeping in for some of them, or do you think at this point they should be used to it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we look at it, maybe on face value, due to the experiences many of these drivers have had, they should be experienced to it. But as we saw from some of the facts that we peeled through during the course of last race, some of these guys, this is their first major. So they're not used to necessarily this kind of atmosphere. It's hugely different. And bear in mind, we spent 8 rounds online as well, leading up to this, this session. So even if you've had past experience, for some drivers, it might reset. They might forget how it feels to be at the rig, being around the people, being around the atmosphere. Vastly different, and I think some drivers are coping with it better than others.
Well, one thing that I asked you, George, was whether or not you would prefer to do the A game, and then if you don't necessarily have the best of races, then you can go into it a little bit later on during the day. What's your standpoint? What's your outlook on that? Would you rather go straight into it again, have a bit of a breather?
No, I like back-to-back races. I like if I'm in the B group, I like to go bam bam. Keep me in that rhythm. Unfortunately, there is the whole thing of like, if you're not in the rhythm, then doing 2 races back to back when you're not in the rhythm is a problem.
Play your bowling game.
But Don't start.
Okay, yeah.
So did you bring your stats to the bowling game? No. No, I would rather do the back-to-back races. I'd rather do back-to-back.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not my prediction of Max Beneke is going to come out on top. So fingers crossed that one comes true, because I'm pretty sure I'm in the lead right now. Yep. Thank you.
I don't know. Well, I think you're the only one with
Is
one
that a
right.
stop the count moment before any of us can butt in?
If I had a handheld mic, I would mic drop right now, but I don't. But you know what? You guys can go ahead and take it from here. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Right, get rid of her again. Off she goes. We're 2 minutes away from the qualifying session here, George. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a rundown of the top 12 because it's kind of roughly important. The 12 drivers that at the moment we're going through. Of course, at the moment it's obviously Job and Siggy. They both have victories. We've got Dara McCormack, Rogers, Chinchik, Toman. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr., Maximilian Beneke, Dane Warren, Luke Bennett, Jamie Fluke, and Kaiki Oliveira being those 12 drivers on the left-hand side. Those are the drivers that are going through, George. And we were talking about pressure being ramped up. All of this on the right-hand side. These are the drivers that are feeling that burn right now.
Yeah, they are. And, at this point, they're all tied up. You can just see there as well, the likes of Rietveld and Haas sharing that 13th spot. Now, another thing I want to try and allude to as well is the fact that Group B are now going to be the first group to go out. So this gives Group A a chance now to sort of assess where the pace is for Group B, maybe give them an advantage. We talk about that in motorsport sometimes, when you go into race 2 from race 1, you see that commonly in GT3 action. Some of those drivers like to take away from the first race, learn a little bit, come back into race 2 and steal the show. We could see something similar to that this time around in the group action. Group A have a chance to watch Group B and see where the pace is there, and maybe increase their performance as they come in.
You've got to remember as well, between these groups, like you say, it's less so about knowing, they all know how to drive Hockenheimring. They've driven it so many times. Road Atlanta's the kind of slightly odd one, but that's fine. That's later on. That's the next track we'll go to. They've all driven Hockenheimring so much. It's more about what's the vibe like today?
Correct.
What's the speed like today? Because, look at Group A, Group B. They were the qualifying time was separated by 1,000th of a second between pole in one and pole in the other. So if you're kind of like looking at this, who gets pole position, watch the time. That's kind of the time you're aiming for in your quali session.
Yeah, and we also saw as well, I think, in comparison to Group A and Group B, was the fact that we had 6 drivers within a 10th of a second, which was outrageous. In comparison to Group A, we didn't see that. So I think this goes to show, I think when you get those first drivers that sort of dip their toes in the water the first time around, they can see how it's done, get a measure of the room and understand the test that's in front of them here. Naturally though, practice is ever so imperative. We're running around Hockenheimring for the first time in this major, and naturally going back, I'm going to allude to my prediction again. I think if you have previous form round here, as much as it's been a while since we've been to Hockenheimring, I think it's still necessary.
Yeah, indeed. You can see Bonhouse there. He's got it's not his name written on the glasses. His name's not Hugo.
No, it's not.
Hugo House.
Hugo Boss.
Hugo House doesn't really work quite as well. Of course, all of them, repping their own brands and all that kind of stuff. Practice will come to a close. We'll head into qualifying. Do you know what? I'm going to make a prediction here. Not of who's going to be on pole position, not who's going to be on the
Ready for this.
blah, blah, blah. I think we're going to see 8 drivers within 1/10 of a second.
Really?
8.
Goodness me, that is a mighty call.
Thank you.
I think we'll see something similar to what we saw at Spa. I think obviously they've just done that. Obviously we saw 6 drivers find their way into the top 6 within a 10th of each other. But whether it's going to happen this time around, I'm not quite sure. But the one thing for sure around Hockenheimring, given the style of circuit it gets more and more technical as they make their way around. Now there's a couple of key points. Sector 2, quite tricky. The Mercedes Arena section, though, with the gravel trap being where it is on the right-hand side and on the left-hand side, so easy to get it wrong.
And as you come in through that first kick, we'll get a look around the circuit, and of course it is going to be with our most recent race winner. It's Kevin Siggy who will be taking us around the circuit. You'll really get a vibe as to what we're talking about. These tiny runs, these difficult braking zones, coming through turn 2 here, then through the fast left-hander, completely pinned through 3, and then out onto the parabolic of this. Long straight is not the right term, is it, George? But it's down into probably the primary overtaking opportunity. You go down into the hairpin.
Yeah, it's a bit of a banana, really, when it goes around.
Big banana.
A big banana,
big old
heading
banana.
through Parabolica. But yes, Kevin Siggy first, of course, Victor at Spa-Francorchamps, and with a twitch of the moustache, he's going to make his way around once again. 20.4.
Terrible. That's not a good first sector.
Dear
We're looking. You really want like a 20.2. I remember Yoni Tormala again. It's my fun fact is Yoni Tormala is like the fastest guy in the first sector. He always sets like a 0.0 or a 0.1.
Yeah.
Most of the Mercs from memory, they'll be setting like 0.1s. Obviously, BAP and stuff can change, so we're not 100% sure. But I can tell you 0.4 ain't on the money.
Really puts to bed momentum argument, doesn't it, really?
It does, it does. But still, maybe he's not making the most of it. Maybe someone like Darren McCormack or, who knows, George? Don't get off my train. Get off my train. Into the Sachs curve, 45.5 in the middle sector, and then into the final corner. I'm not 100% convinced by this lap time from Kevin Siggy, and I'm pretty sure his face and maybe the wheel is about to tell a story. Comes through the final corner and out onto the line, and you can see how disappointed he is. First lap time onto the books, a 36.2. It's not that bad. We couldn't beat it, but it's not great.
No, it's not ideal at all.
Warren, slow down.
Morris, yeah. Tell you what, that's Dane Warren, I think, with a red marker against his name, which means he's going to suffer a slowdown. Dara McCormack, though, who was on point, heading through the race back at Spa-Francorchamps, 20.2 in Sector 1, 45.4 in Sector 2. Let's see what he can deliver in Sector 3 for the Irishman. Surely, will he go to the top? You'd expect him to do so. He does.
It's okay.
0.3 of a second improvement on Kevin Siggy, which where he needs to be.
I think we've seen a 35.7, but so a 35.9. Obviously, if you're breaking into the 35s around here, that's pretty decent. You can kind of see, even he was like, knowing that he's a harsh critic of himself.
Yeah.
Darren McCormack. He was like, okay, yeah.
He's never satisfied.
That means that that's all right. You can see him in the bottom right. That's our present driver on the pole position. The reason why we're not getting super hyped up about the lap time here from Dane Warren is because, one, it's made a complete mess of the final corner and heads out onto the drag strip. And number two, he has that slow down penalty we were alluding to. Anyone with a red check like Nikodem Wisniewski, slow down penalty on the lap.
Now, we did speak about how it gets more technical towards the middle and latter stages of the lap. Erhan Yuyovski now has a great chance here. 20.5 in Sector 1 and 45.367 in that middle sector. So let's see if he can tie up now this final bend here, heading down the long straight. The Macedonian, who are a G-Mind team champions, heading through to the major here at DreamHack. Makes his way up towards the line. What's it going to be? Second fastest, and again, losing some key time. McCormack still way out in front.
Yeah, and Yuyovski is below the cut-off line. His first sector, by the way, was trash. But the first sector from James Baldwin, a little bit more on the money. I think it's going to slot in behind McCormack, ahead of Yuyovski. First sector at 20.2, little bit slower than McCormack's, but not crazy. 45.5 is kind of on the money to where McCormack was. Out through the final corner. Let's see what this is going to be. I think it might be a 0.1 for Baldwin as he crosses the line. No, it's 0.0, not bad.
Yeah, 0.0 is pretty good. 86 thousandths off the top. I don't think we're going to see 8 drivers within a tenth of a second.
Not with all these slowdowns.
But Nikodem Wisniewski picking one up as well. So Williams really suffering here now this time around. Dane Warren has got one, Wisniewski's got one, and Thomas Tatler as well, who we'll see later on, has also got one against his name. The driver's really struggling here at Hockenheim.
I guarantee it's turn 1. I guarantee it's turn 1. I mean, the 22.0 is where the problems come from Nikodem Wisniewski. That's the caller point, and I'm pretty sure you can see the disappointment. He's going to be one of 3 drivers to get a slowdown penalty. Let's see what we get from Bonnehaus. You can see kind of maybe dropping a little bit of time in that first sector to a 20.3, but still, it's not too bad.
No, it's pretty good. Currently making his way through the latter stages on this lap. Bonnehaus himself, who for Mercedes has been a grand servant. We allude to his ending towards the final rounds leading up towards the major and how important they were to him achieving his entry into this major final. As now Bonnehaus makes his way towards the line, 20.3 in the first, 45.5 in the middle, 30.2 in the latter sector, puts him P4.
Benneker obviously will be coming up in a moment. Before that, we've got to see Thomas Tatler across the line, but guess where he's going to be starting? Yeah, at the back with Wisniewski and Warren. Hopefully, we'll see the final 4 drivers coming across the line without setting a slowdown penalty, but not setting the world alight. In fact, this was the circuit that he was racing in when he got knocked out of the potential to go through to the Spring Major, if I remember correctly. Yep. That was the last round where obviously Marcel Cinczyk was victorious. Tatler will go. That's not bad with a slowdown.
No, that's pretty good. Only half a second near enough off the top, which is impressive. Max Benneker, of course, Jasmine's pick, heading through here at Hockenheim after an impressive visit back at Spa-Francorchamps, where he managed to get himself a P3 on the board. Now making his way around the final points on this lap. 20.2 in the first sector is pretty good. 45.3 in the middle sector is also decent here from Max Benneker, so could yet undo Dara McCormack here in this late stage. He makes his way up towards the line. What's it going to be? It is going to outdo McCormack. 45 thousandths faster than Dara McCormack goes Max Benneker.
To the max, up to the top. You can see that, McCormack's lap time was all right, but it wasn't great. Let's see if Luke Bennett's lap time is going to be a great one. Into that final sector where the beamer will hopefully shine in the hands of Luke Bennett. He finds himself a little bit further down, still above the cut cut-off line at the moment, but he needs something special here across the line. Disappointment once again across the line. He moves into 4th, though.
Yeah, pretty decent here for Luke Bennett as well, getting himself underway, and Josh Rogers 20.5 in that first sector. Again, I wonder whether there's some struggles starting to come in here from the man from down under. 45.4 in sector 2. Now, Benneker holds the top time. And there we see, of course, a very key stat heading into the fall season. Hockenheimring is the only track Josh Rogers has not been in a final on during the online season. So again, could the troubles be hitting up again here for Joshua Rogers, or will he excel as he heads up towards the line? Where's he going to go? 7th fastest and over 0.3 of a second off, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, whilst we've given the name Kevin Soggy to Kevin Soggy, that was kind of a soggy lap time from Rogers. That was not great. Nearly down below Kevin in 7th position. Isaac Price, the last driver to come through here. We said about the pressure, of course. We have seen Sebastian Jobe. We have seen G2 Esports take victory here, obviously in the first race. Let's see what Price can do up towards the line and across it. He'll move into the top 5. Not quite the amount of drivers that I thought would be within a 10th of a second, but still 3 slowdown penalties. Dane Warren, Nikodem Wisniewski and Thomas Tattler rolling down the back end of the field before we get to Kevin Soggy himself in 9th position. Race winner back in Spa, starting down there with Joshua Rogers, with Bono House, with Erhan Iofsky in 6th position and Isaac Price inside the top 5. Luke Bennett will start this one from 4th before we get to James Baldwin needing a victory here to move his way through into tomorrow. Starting on the front row though, just within a 10th of a second, it is Dara McCormack alongside Maximilian Benneker. Of course, a driver who's won so many rounds when it comes to the online season, has won in both the spring and the fall season, is our Gamers 8 Drivers champion and is looking to make his mark here and now. He finds himself comfortably above the cut-off line, but a win would pretty much secure it.
Yeah, very smooth start here from Max Benneker and still looks very content. Solved his Rubik's Cube, but has now put it on
That was
pole
impressive,
position.
by the way.
It was impressive. I saw how quick he was in solving it. He got the yellow squares all complete, and then the rest of it fell into place. Absolute magic from Max Benneker.
No, I've genuinely, this is the saddest thing that I've ever seen. You know, on YouTube, sometimes you just go down like a rabbit hole and you end up watching loads of really bad videos. I genuinely went through.
Do you really want to go there now?
I went through like 2 hours of watching videos of Rubik's Cube solving. So I've seen like some fast Rubik's Cubes solving. Tormula broke my heart and mind. Oh, because he's not here. Yeah. Oh, G2. I mean, look, G2 Esports. Obviously, they're all writing on the. I've seen, by the way. I think they've taken about 800 spotters guides.
I think they have
to write on.
They've really made an effort.
I respect it. I respect it. They've got so many of them down there. It's very cool. It's very cool.
It is very cool. And obviously you can get involved as well, folks. Make sure you grab them and get involved in the audience as well as in the live chat as well, if you're with us watching on Twitch or even on YouTube as well. Great to have you all joining us here at DreamHack for a very special event as we look to close out the final fall season major of the year. And I tell you what, it's going to be absolutely electric. We've got another fascinating race to bring you after witnessing some truly magnificent moments at Spa-Francorchamps. A very sobering start to the championship, certainly to the fight, but I think things are going to kick up a notch.
Who did you pick, by the way?
In the last race?
No, for this race.
I picked Luke Bennett, which didn't go well.
Okay, well, who did Jasmine pick?
She chose Max Bennett.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's why I was genuinely, I was like, please be George.
Kind of wish I actually kept with Max again,
please,
to be honest.
Please pick.
I'm sure Renee won't let me live it down later on either.
No, it's fine, Maybe you're not. You've got measured up now for a mouse shirt.
I have.
So maybe you won't get it. I will, though, because I know who I'm already picking.
I'm going to be Max's teammate.
I already know who I'm picking for the next race. I already know. And you can't take it away from me. I'm going to say it now. It's going to be Moritz Lerner. But that's later on. We're not going to deal with it because we've got a race to deal with here. Do you think you're going to get drama on the first lap?
I think there's a chance. Do you know, the one thing about the opening lap is obviously it is quite dangerous. These drivers are going to have to manage their expectations. It's going to be a tough fight right through the field. Big challenge for places. Though over to you, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. I've had a bet. I've now been told that I have to do it. So as we prepare on the start for our race down into turn 1, are we all ready? Because it's pedal to the metal and it's go, 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 go as we head our way down into the first corner. It's Maximilian Benneker leading from Dara McCormack into it, nice and tight between the top two. Quite tight as well in the background. We see the red line car of Kevin Siggy trying to work his way up the order. I'm losing breath of how you do this.
Oh, machine, lungs of steel here, Lewis McGlade, as now they make their way through the first sector again. Max Benneker now under pressure, a nudge in the rear, as now the Williams looks to try and curtail its way around the Parabolica. We got Isaac Price further back as well, also in jeopardy. R8G looking to rise here and execute more points, but as they make their way through the Parabolica this time around, hairpin up next, Dara McCormack on the sprint. Will he beckon his way out of the slipstream? Baldwin go for a move as well, heading through to the hairpin. Collision contact as they make their way out to the hairpin section now. Benneker leads, but McCormack holds on to second.
But Baldwin might drop back here. Baldwin might have a couple of problems. They're going to go side by side towards the king. Already a big lead though from Maximilian Benneker. Frustration for Dara McCormack, who's having a look down the inside as James Baldwin, still not able to work his way through. This is what we're talking about in ESL R1. Luke Bennett trying to get straight around the outside and onto the podium. He's got the inside as they depart the Mercedes Arena section, but it is advantage Baldwin as they head down to Mobile 1.
Looking good for my prediction. Bennett already leapfrogging up into 4th place. Benneker, though, still leads the way. A tiny inside cut line there for Nikodem Wisniewski as he looks to try and challenge Bono House as well as they head in towards the Mercedes Arena section here on the opening lap. 10 laps of magic here in this second race in Group B as they now make their way around the final corner yet again. It's Max Benneker who will take them round, looking dialed in and plugged into a potential race win here at DreamHack. He is 7.5 tenths away already. Dara McCormack has got to try and find that time back.
Yeah, Maximilian Benneker has set up. It was obviously, partially it was down to that contact into that hairpin, which opened up the opportunity for Benneker to pounce and to start to run away, and that's exactly what he's done. A little bit of a look down here as you've got Joshua Rogers trying to march his way up the order. It is a surprise that Rogers had some struggles around this circuit in the full season, because do you remember round 2 of the spring season, this was the place where he took his first ever final victory in ESL R1. Let's see if he can work his way up the order now.
Yeah, Josh Rogers now right in behind Erhan Yuyovski. Doesn't want to remain in P7. This is a very similar picture to where Rogers was back at Spa, but very quickly moving down the inside. On the outset now, the hairpin bend here at the Hockenheim ring and managing to elevate himself once again, but still remains wheel to wheel here now with Erhan Yuyovski.
Yeah, it's close. Let's see Rogers down the inside. He's got the outside, though, for the arena section. I'm not really a big fan of that one. It's so risky to try and make it stick around the outside, but he does have to worry about Bonner House as well behind him. He's gone for the up and under, and he has been absolutely chopped over the nose. Erhan Yuyovski says, "You're not coming through there, sir." Slams the door shut on Joshua Rogers. As now the gap for the race lead over a second. Benneker is flying, looking for his 13th victory in ESL R1.
This is his opportunity. A second ahead of Dara McCormack, but we still have the small question of 8 laps to go in this race. They're going to begin the next one, lap 3 of 10 very shortly. Max Benneker taking them round, but again launches another 0.2 of a second on Dara McCormack. Now, what's going on? McCormack's then. He's lost the slipstream, but at the same time as well, losing a lot of time. And James Baldwin himself might have a great chance of taking P2 away from the Irishman. Absolutely unbelievable scenes. Luke Bennett is well in behind, looking to try and strike on any opportunity he can. But as they now leverage their way, heading through this next right and left, coming out of the chicane, they'll then meet the famous Parabolica section. Benneker now still out by a second out in front. Dara McCormack going quite defensive, though, trying to hug that inside to give himself the tiger line, heading through towards the hairpin. But Baldwin, I think, might look to undo it here as they make their way down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had drama, of course, earlier on in this race, and Baldwin's not going to go for it, but look at this in the background. Isaac Price is going to give it a good go on Luke Bennett. Bit of a brush over the rear end as he's trying to get up and under whilst protecting the apex from Erhan Yuyovski. Fantastic stuff from him. I think Baldwin absolutely has to go for a move here, by the way. Baldwin has to go and grab that second position. From behind, though, I mean, I don't even know where to start. Isaac Price needs as many points as he can get as well.
Well, Price has got a great chance. He's within 3/10. It has just varied out slightly. Don't forget the beta key bonanza, everybody. Grab yours on the right-hand side of your screen. Don't forget to enter it into the Epic Games Store. Get involved in Wrench Sport. It's your chance to get a hold of the game and play it yourself as well. Like these many great talents that are featuring here at DreamHack here in Sweden. Of course, we're kicking start this championship now. These drivers, of course, want to add their name to the trophy. There's only one name on it right now, and that's Marcel Chinchik after securing it back in our spring season major back in Munich, and he did it in great style as well. Who is going to be the next one, though? Will it be Chinchik? It could be someone else. Max Benneker, though, already getting off to the perfect start. Great chance here to confirm qualification into tomorrow's event. at the end of the day, signed, sealed and delivered. That's the way to do it, Lewis.
Exactly. Like I say, you want to take a victory, but then again, how strong is Dara McCormack looking at the moment on the podium again? Same with Beneke, to be fair. Those two have been on the podium in the previous race. They're on the podium in this one. McCormack knows how to get it done, and he's building himself up towards that Saturday, the big day tomorrow. He's not secured in his way through. He's comfortable. He would like a victory.
But the points are good, Lewis.
I was going to say, if you're going to keep picking up podiums, hey, do you know what? If that's the way to get through, great.
Yeah, absolutely. Points mean prizes, and certainly that is a major equation here this time, as well as we now see a spinner.
Bono House.
Bono House making a key mistake here, and Nikodem Wisniewski with a great chance to take it. He has done, and Dane Warren will also smell a chance as well. Wheel to wheel now as the Porsche and the Mercedes come together. Bono House can't stop him. Dane Warren, though, hugging that inside, will have the elevation heading out. Enter as well. Also Thomas Tatler. Incredible. But it's Dane Warren who has battered past Bono House and has taken P9 away.
Yeah, I'm really looking at this, kind of actually draws the attention to the disastrous race that Kevin Soggy's had right now, down in 12th position. I'm pretty sure, by the way, with the issue that we saw there from Bono House, and maybe some of the issues that we've seen for Kevin Siggy, I wonder if there was assistance in there. That's what the big question is. Of course, we've got plenty of laps left to go. It'll be 6 after this one. The gap's slightly come down for the race lead, but not by enough.
No, not at all. Lap 4 of 10 here this time around. Josh Rogers now in 7th, ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski. The gap now out to 1.1 means that Rogers can now focus on what's in front of him here, and Erhan Yujovski is that. Now, of course, we see many fraught battles between RAG and Porsche Coanda in the past as well. I hark back, of course, at the very start of this run-up here to this fall major, but also back at Gamers 8, where, of course, Porsche Coanda would take a team's title of their own back then. Josh Rogers proving to be one of the catalysts in that battle, and now looks to try and elevate himself as well. Needs points. These first 2 races certainly haven't been stellar as far as Joshua Rogers is concerned. We all know his high standards, we know his ability. He has beaten many of these in the past and is now moving up here on Erhan Yujovski in a battle for 6th place.
Yeah, and again, it's not where we would have expected Rogers to be. Of course, the previous race he was 7th. This race he's 7th, whilst he still came into this with a whole heap of points. After the points transformation, where they've gone through the season, they've scored many points, and then our championship leader, which was Sebastian Job, is given 100 points, and then everyone has moved down to the percentage gap to Sebastian Job. It meant that Rogers came into this second with 90 points. Thankfully, that's a good buffer for him, but when we're going to deal with that again tomorrow, he's not looking as comfortable, and that's a big concern, especially considering I've literally told everyone this weekend that he's going to win.
Yeah, well, Josh Rogers, 7 times a race winner, once a round winner. Of course, managed to do it back at Daytona in our final round of this run-up to the major. And we'll look to try and drum up that same form, but it's not showing so far in these early stages. He is closing up to Erhan Yujovski, though, but he'll need bigger points than that. Obviously, the likes of Dara McCormack, who has managed to obtain 2 back-to-back podiums so far, should it stay like this, will, of course, be in with a great chance of qualifying for tomorrow's final. James Baldwin as well in 3rd place. Definitely looks like James Baldwin is in a very different vein of form here. This is a contrast to what we have seen to the run-up here to the major, Lewis.
But think about the tactical game that James Baldwin's playing. I love seeing this, by the way. At the moment, he is not fighting McCormack, and you might ask, well, why not? Well, it's because that gap between Beneke is coming down. Yep. And he's like, if I go for a move now, that gap will never be closed. At least now, there is hope. Right now, Luke Bennett can't really catch. Right now, we are catching Beneke. Let's play the long game here and now, and we'll deal with the problem in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, and basically Baldwin can save what he's got to the very last dying moments heading in towards the last stages of the race. Beneke, whilst he's out in front and clear, we're seeing McCormack now drop to within a second of him as well. So the Mouse Esports car now coming under a little bit of pressure. McCormack now starting to reel him in.
Well, we'll take a look at the replay as to what happened a bit earlier on in the race. Goodness me, that was Bono House. So I wondered if it was
very late on the brakes. Yeah.
It was him that did it, self-inflicted.
Yeah, it was. We'll take a look at the replay as well. This was the move that Dane Warren managed to pull off here as well, and then allowing the heroic car belonging to Thomas Tatler into the mix too. Of course, Bono House managing to regain the place ahead of Thomas Tatler as well, just defending that place against the heroic car, and remains in behind Dane Warren in 10th spot. But still at the top, it's Max Beneke, and further back we can see James Baldwin still hovering all over the back of Dara McCormack. The battle for second still rumbles onwards, but as we alluded to, with now 3 laps and a bit more still to go, James Baldwin He's going to have to bring his best here. Obviously now needs to try and rein in on the slipstream, but he's going to be hoping that Dara McCormack can get themselves closer to Max Benneker.
I did think Benneker had a poor T1, went out a little bit too wide. James Baldwin's worst performance during all the full season was on Hockenheimring when he only managed a single point. Yeah, that was a bit earlier on in the full season, when everyone was like, is he going to get through to the final? And yeah, he did. Yeah, poor first sector, poor first corner from Benneker, dropped a 10th to McCormack, who took the curb quite nicely. You can see there McCormack in the bottom right of your screen. Of course, over on the left-hand side, it's James Baldwin. But I kind of wonder how much pressure Dairy's feeling right now.
Yeah, I think Dara McCormack at this moment in time, obviously just trying to remain focused and obviously ingrained into what he's doing. We've got a little battle brewing now between Erhan Yovski and Joshua Rogers now. Once again, he's managed to bring himself right and close and personal into the gap as well. Whoa. He's going to try and chance his arm heading in towards the Mercedes Arena section, but Yovski doing enough to hold back the tirade. But I think this is only the start of a long and fruitful fight.
That was a big look down the inside. Of course, we're keeping an eye on McCormack in the bottom right. Again, that battle for the lead, essentially. Now we can see Yuri Toman, who is... did I say Yuri Toman? It's Thomas Tatler. I don't know why from that angle I was like, Yuri Toman? I was like, Yuri Toman's not in this race, Liv.
Similar hair colour.
It's the haircut.
Yeah.
It's the receding hairline.
Yeah.
Fine. Is Yuri about? No, okay, we're okay.
Dangerous game you're playing, Lewis.
Oh, very much. Hey, the Apex Racing team, they were the ones who made the clip, by the way, and the little quiz as to whose hairline was whose, which, by the way, was pretty funny. So,
yeah.
That is... Kevin Ellis Jr. thinks that everyone's hairline looks like Max Benneker's. Fun fact.
Wow, interesting. Well, yeah, of course, when they were trying to compare and contrast, obviously pick whose it was. Yeah, very interesting move there from Kevin Ellis Jr. But yeah, nonetheless, lap 8 of 10. And Benneker still out in front, but that gap's still coming down. We're now within a second here once again. Dara McCormack really putting a shift on here.
He's trying to close it down. It's not coming down at the speed that it needs to. Again, if it gets within 7/10, there might be an opportunity, but it needs to be within 7/10 next lap. You need a lap and a little bit more just to try and close in and actually do that final bit and then do the move. So now we're approaching that moment for a move to potentially come.
Yeah.
Let's give you a bit of a shout out.
Big shout out to Tom. Thank you very much indeed here for George Morgan.
I replaced him once.
Did you?
No, did I can't. I worked with Jack. I replaced him on the Alpine Esports one round. Yeah, okay. It's fine. That's why he didn't give me a shout out. It's okay. I'll allow it.
Outrageous. But yes, here on lap 8 of 10, Baldwin now still trying to dig deep here on McCormack. He's waiting patiently, but it'll only take so long before that patience runs out. And you've got to think, Baldwin will know eventually there's a time where McCormack isn't going to make the move happen. So why not go for P2?
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be something on the horizon and a big bit of potential. But at the moment, like you say, whilst that race lead is growing, whilst it's more stabilised, it's around like the 9/10 to 1.2 second margin. If I'm Baldwin, I'm like, yeah, right, you've had your chance. I do need those points for seconds, please. And I'm sure he will go for something more beta keys. 15,000 beta keys are being given out.
You've got a lot to get through this weekend.
Exactly. Yeah. So obviously get them typed in, get yourself ready for the content, and hey, maybe you might see me on track, and I'll give you a bit of a touring car bash off the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Max Benneker still leads now. Penultimate lap of the race has begun. Max Benneker leading with Dara McCormack trying to close in behind. James Baldwin 3/10 away near enough of the realm. Luke Bennett as well bringing himself into the fraught fight too. Erhan Yovski still met with Joshua Rogers, but they've got Isaac Price for company, so the gaps are starting to equilateral out now. But here comes now James Baldwin. I thought he might have plumped for a move here, but this time around staying behind and perhaps saving it to the final lap of the race where he knows for sure that McCormack isn't going to close on Benneker.
Maybe there's also a little bit of the I did hit you on lap 1. Sorry. Pardon me. If you could not report me, that would be excellent. Of course, I didn't switch positions and all that, so I'm sure it would probably only be a warning or something. But still, Baldwin, he doesn't want that on his shoulders right now. And I'm sure it's a little bit. I'm sure he's going to try something on the last lap. I thought he was absolutely going to send that one. Alas, backed out of it, and
he might have questioned it. It looked like
I think he did. I think
a moment where he was twitching under the wheel of the Mercedes, but nevertheless, still remains P3. He'll have a great chance, though, final lap of the race, because McCormack will not have, the ideal slipstream that he would have liked off Benneker.
No, exactly. So I think that position is definitely open, and there is definitely a chance for the move. Of course, yet more podiums for Dara McCormack. Like I say, it'd be a 14th win for Max Benneker, who's comfortably clearing down the road. And like I say, I don't think that one is going to switch at all. After the insane start of the season, it's great to see Benneker's back.
Yeah, certainly is. He is certainly back to the forefront. Someone who is held as a champion. Many certainly quoted him as one of the greatest of all time to ever touch a sim racing wheel. We got many other pretenders to the throne as well. I can see Veracity has also been in the Twitch chat. I'll have you know, I am winning right now. Obviously, we all know that Veracity, you know, luck has got to come round once or another. But yeah, here now, this time around, we might have a little tasty mood heading down towards the hairpin. Again, no Baldwin backing off. Not choosing to plug for the move.
He doesn't want to risk it. No point in risking it. By the way, yes, Jasmine's correct, but that does mean then that the commentator curse, clearly, or presenter curse, whatever, it doesn't exist because she's picked 2 people today, and 2 people have won. So obviously it's complete rubbish. Yeah. I'm not angry. You're angry.
Lewis McLean really letting it loose here in race 2 here in Group B. Here we go then, folks, coming in towards the closing stages here on the final lap, and it's Max Benneker who leads the way. Dara McCormack in behind as well, has managed to really move himself within to that 9/10 of a second gap. James Baldwin in 3rd place, though. I don't think he's going to elevate himself higher because Benneker's taken him through.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, when it looks to his stats over this season, he hasn't had a podium on the online since round 4, and in that, in the opening portion of the season, he took 5 victories in the full season. Well, now it's going to be a 6th, and it is going to be a 14th victory overall for Maximilian Benneker. Max is back as he heads across the line to take victory here at the Hockenheim Ring. Dara McCormack and James Baldwin take a very well-deserved podium, but it is all about Benneker, who started out the season by taking 9 podiums in 11 races and then struggled for 4 weeks. But as we head into the most important parts of this championship, as we head into the major, things are starting to look up for Mouse, and it is Max on top.
It is Max on top, but I tell you what, whilst he is a winner, we look to his rival historically, Joshua Rogers, who has struggled here in the first 2 races. Big surprises here, Lewis?
Yeah, very much so. He's dropped down the order. He's not looked particularly strong, and there have been some big concerns. Maybe a lot happening behind the scenes, maybe a lot happening in his head, and as to why he's maybe not as strong as we would expect. But I think only one person really knows that, and that is Joshua Rogers himself, who in a moment I think we'll be able to catch up with him with Rory Alexander, who I think is ready to go.
Yes, I'm here with Josh Rogers. This is a surprise, Josh. I mean, normally we're talking to you because you're winning races, but those first 2 really haven't gone the way you and we all would have expected. What's kind of going on with your words, or in your words, would you say?
Yeah, obviously the consistency's there, but not in the right direction. Yeah, it's been a rough day so far. I think getting it together in qualifying has just been a struggle. In the race, I've been able to move forward both times, which is a positive. Obviously, I'm not feeling great at the moment, so it doesn't necessarily help. But yeah, we'll continue to try and push on forward. Obviously, we have 2 more races this afternoon to try and score some more points. I think we're probably still looking okay to get through to tomorrow, at least at this point. But yeah, I'd like to get a win under the belt today, or at least some more positive results to carry some momentum. But yeah, all in all, it's okay. I want it to be better, but we'll keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all the good work that you did in the season up to this gets you in a good position. Plus, winning, you're in. So, are you still confident you can do it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think Road Atlanta is probably going to be a big challenge, but Monza can be anyone's race, right? So, yeah, just try and play my cards smart, get it together in qualifying instead, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Best of luck. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very, very much for that, Mr. 100K himself.
Big man, big man.
Big man Rory. I'm loving Rory's interviews he's been doing so far. He's been jotting away his notes throughout the duration. So shout out to Rory, but what a race we just had on our hands there, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, it was all kind of dealt with down to the hairpin when it came to the race victory. You saw a lot of T1 being used from Benneker, and this was the instant between Baldwin. So really, I want to see that time and time again, because there's so much that happened there. I don't know if it was Baldwin into the back of McCormack or McCormack driving in a little bit too deep. Either way, that was the instant that allowed Benneker to clear off. Then we had all these fights again, excellent ones down the order. Yeah, the likes of Yayovsky trying to fend off from Joshua Rogers. Isaac Price down the back end of the field. There was already issues for Kevin Siggy, who was right the way down the back. This was a bit further up. This is what happened to Bonner House into the rear end.
It's a chain reaction.
It's so easy to do. That's so easy. You would know. Obviously, you're like a big racer, I know. Very easy to do that. You see all the people breaking ahead of you, and you kind of get involved in it a little bit.
I like to take the approach of playing bumper cars.
Do you?
Yeah. Cause havoc on the track. Why not?
You'll okay. So we need to 1v1 in some touring cars. Okay. Understood. They're coming. So
Soon, TM. But during the qualifying stages for Hockenheim that we've just seen, qualifying was a bit chaotic. Plenty of slowdowns being handed out left, right, and centre. Where were all of our drivers going wrong?
Most of that will be T1. So I don't know what actually happened to Thomas Tattler because his lap was too quick for it to have been a slowdown at T1. So I don't know what happened to Tattler. But the other two is that first corner. You kind of saw the line that Beneke runs. So as you're going through that first corner, you can run really wide. And there's no obvious place as to where the off track essentially is. But if you go wide there, it's an instant slowdown, and you'll see the sector. When you see like a 22-second sector, that's because of a slowdown penalty.
Well, as we go ahead and take a look at our provisional race results, as per usual, what did you make of Luke Bennett's performance?
Do you know what? I think he did quite well.
He did.
He was disappointed with qualifying again.
Yeah.
But the point is that he's still got fourth position. He's still scoring decent points. He's doing what he kind of needs to do right now. On this, I think the big talking points once again is Rogers. Thankfully, we caught up with him a little bit there, and then Siggy down the order. Obviously, the race. I bailed from Siggy. See, I called it again. The commentators, because it's rubbish.
So, adding to that, I want to give some more context for everybody that's watching right now. Kevin Siggy, even though he's made it through to tomorrow, Rowe was still getting incredibly frustrated with that race from qualifying till the very end, and I really want to highlight that just goes to show how much of a passionate driver he really is, a bit of a perfectionist.
All these drivers are perfectionists. To get to this level, you have to be a perfectionist. Nothing is ever good enough. But of course, Kevin Siggy, whilst these drivers have taken a victory, whilst they're confirmed through to tomorrow, we're still talking about points. They're still scoring points, and points still make a difference. He's not just going to appear tomorrow and magically be on 100 points, the same as the leader. That's not how it works. He's still scoring points for his position tomorrow.
I still would have liked to see a bit more of a relaxed approach, but you know what? I think that just goes to show that today is far from relaxing. Even though race control, they might have been having a bit of a field day right now. So let's go ahead and check in with Rory and see all of the chaos that might be taking place there.
Thanks, Jasmine. Yeah, I'm here with, this is the race director, in case you didn't know. We haven't seen you too much today, Adrian. How are you?
I'm good. So that's a good sign you didn't see me so much, yeah?
Yeah, you look quite happy, which is good, and not very stressed at the moment, which is fantastic. So yeah, as we kind of alluded to, it's been uncharacteristically quiet so far in the first races that we've had. What do you think that's down to?
Well, obviously enough, we're seeing some good racing happening, you know what I mean? We're dealing with professional drivers. So, yeah, it's been calm, it's been good, so we're happy also at race control to see this.
And what's kind of been the theme? Because obviously we haven't really seen anything from the outside looking in. What sort of things are you guys dealing with at the moment?
No, actually we're dealing with quite a few protests coming in or any incidents. We just actually catch ourselves during the race. We handed out just a couple of penalties, so it's very, very quiet.
And you're expecting it to be quiet for the rest of the weekend?
Well, expectations is one thing, but anyway, it would be good to be quiet, because that means that obviously enough drivers are having fun, they're doing their best, you know what I mean? They're professional drivers, and obviously enough, even who's watching is enjoying the whole thing, yeah.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure I'll see you at some point, but thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to your bits and bobs. But thank you, Adrian. It's time to head over to Jasmine and Maxime at the lounge.
The lounge, I like that. Maxime, welcome to the broadcast. How does it feel to be here live at DreamHack?
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me, and it's great to be a part of this amazing team because you guys are really running it amazing.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. But for anybody that doesn't know what it is exactly that Maxime is doing, you are giving us all of the tea and all of the social content that we've got. If you want to go ahead and check out the socials, !social in the chat. Tell me, what have you been scouting out? What have you been exploring around DreamHack so far?
I'm running around over DreamHack just finding out all the things to do here and seeing all the amazing setup. People are playing here all day, and it's just cool to see everybody enjoying it and seeing all the stands.
Yeah.
But I think we have the best one.
Oh yeah, we absolutely do. I love our beautiful stage as well. What have you been making of all of the ESL R1 races?
The races are really nice. Yeah. I really love the format, and also for getting the win to qualify for the final, it's really good, and people take more risk. So, and I think the upcoming races are going to be even better.
Even more chaotic.
I think now people are still taking it a bit calm, but people will go in the end for all or nothing.
Yeah, I don't think the calmness is going to last for much longer at all, which is ultimately what we love to see here on the broadcast. Have you got any favourite PCs, favourite things you've seen around DreamHack so far?
I've seen a lot, and I love like that people are also like shouting, and then some people at the other side of the room, they shout back.
Yeah, yeah, the
like,
LAN environment.
Yeah, it's nice.
I'm loving it.
And I love
also
the Christmas lights.
Oh yes,
That's
there are a lot of Christmas lights as well. We also, I know everybody at home won't be able to see this, but right like behind where the audience is at, we've got ball game going on and physical, actual sporting activity. I think I've never actually seen that at a LAN event before.
No, and they're going like pretty.
What are they actually
They're
playing?
really getting into the game.
Is it
and
football?
I don't know. Dodgeball?
Dodgeball. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they're playing.
I think you have to dodge the ball. Like, don't get hit.
Yeah. Okay.
People
I think
are really going for it.
me and you should definitely hop in.
Yeah.
Me and you will play.
Let's have a game with the whole team. See who wins.
You know what? I would love to see how our sim racers would do playing some dodgeball. There we go, Emil. You're welcome. Cheeky bit of content we'll end up having. They're playing some dodgeball with sim racers. Let's find out whether or not they'll actually be fast, IRL, like they are on the tracks as well. Well, Maxime, I love playing games. I've got a bit of a game for you. You up for it?
I'm up for it.
You look a little bit scared.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
What are we going to do?
Right, so my challenge for you is to explore DreamHack like you have been, but I have a checklist of things for you to explore or find throughout the venue. Now, it's not just going to be me. I want the lovely folks that are joining us in the chat as well to help me add things onto our checklist. So I'm going to start things off by saying I want you to find an all-pink setup. I'm hoping that's going to be pretty easy because all pink setups and all white setups look beautiful. I want you to find a PC with figurines inside.
Figurines inside the PC?
Inside the PC. I've seen it on like Pinterest and stuff, but I don't think I've actually ever seen one IRL.
Well, there are a lot of PCs here, so
that's a lot of rows to try and get through.
Like go and see all of them, and hopefully I can find it.
I want you to pick out your favorite one for me as well. Take a picture of it, take a selfie with it, post it on the socials, and yeah, I'm curious to see what you get up to. I also have another request. I think it was to find a gnome.
A gnome? I haven't seen that yet.
I also haven't seen that yet.
Oh, maybe
so
you're just
I've made it a little bit more. Yeah, I've made it a little bit more difficult. We also had a Christmas tree on there, which you've already seen, so that one should be easy.
Yeah.
And I had one more, and that was to find a car inside the venue.
All right. Well, that's quite a challenge, but I'm up for it. And how much time will you give me to get this done?
I'll give you a few races. I'll give you like maybe 2 races.
Okay, then I better
get a shimmy on, get a sprint on. I'm not gonna let you go. I'm not gonna let you go just yet. One more I want to add to that as well. A ball. I know we've mentioned that they're playing dodgeball right now. I picked this one just because I want to see you cause mayhem, interrupt the game, and steal their ball. That was my theory behind
the picture with the ball, like.
Yeah, you got to interrupt the game, and I want a video of it, not just a picture.
A video. Oh.
Yeah, literally just storm into their dodgeball game, take the ball, and run off.
I hope I won't get hit.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Well, Maxime, I want to open it up to you. Have you got a prediction for our next race?
Ooh. It has been so close, and I couldn't really predict it. Like, qualification is so close.
Yeah.
But I think who will qualify P2 will win.
Okay. I'm gonna go with. I'm just taking a look at our drivers because some of them might look a bit shaky at times. They actually look pretty relaxed. So. You know what? I'm gonna go with Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Jeffrey Rietveld. Yeah. No pressure. I don't know whether or not he'll be able to do it. The real question is whether or not he's been able to mentally reset to head into this next race. So without further ado, it is over to George and Lewis.
Well, thank you, Jasmine. A very refreshing pick on Jasmine's behalf,
I
think.
thought she's going to go Sebastian Job, which means you're opened up. You can take. I thought it was going to be a guaranteed Sebastian Job pick.
I'm not sure what I want to commentate more on, though. Is this race or Maxime's attempt to steal a ball from the dodgeball?
Honestly, well, we can commentate on it because we've got a perfect view.
Yeah, we can see it all happening.
Got a perfect view.
Honestly.
That's a good list. That's a good list.
It is fantastic.
To go and grab.
I'm really excited, actually. Let's take you through the lineup, though, for race 2 of Group A. Of course, Sebastian Job leading the way in terms of points at this point. But I want to look at RHG for this particular one, Lewis, because Yuri Toman has a great record round here. He did well last time we came here back, I think it was round 3 of the championship, heading through that time around. He came 3rd back in the quarterfinal, and then, of course, taking victory in the race afterwards. But also Thibaut Casabon, his one and only race win here at this track here in quarterfinal action.
Yeah, and but do you remember with Yuri Toman and with Thibaut Casabon, they didn't have a great first race. Of course, Yuri Toman finished 9th, Thibaut Casabon finished in 11th position. It's all very scary stuff. But by the way, before, because I know Jasmine sat there being like, oh, they've not predicted yet. I know they can feel it. Go on, who are you predicting for this race?
I'm going to go in Yuri Toman.
You are going to go Yuri Toman?
Yeah, I'm committing to my statistic.
Do you know who I'm going with?
Lay it on me.
I'm not changing from my first race, only because I went up to Moritz and I said, you let me down, Moritz.
Wow.
You didn't win. Moritz Lerner is going to be my pick because he said, you picked me at Spa. It's my worst track. And I said, are you any good at Hockenheim? He was like, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. I'm picking Moritz Lerner.
Well, have you seen this over here? We got Apex Racing.
McGlade to Apex, Daniel Sivishabe, thank you so much. Actually, bring it here. Alex Simpson's not here, so it's fine. So I'm going to hold this up. This should have happened. This should have happened. I'm furious. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not sorry.
Outrageous, incredible. Well, folks, just a little teaser before, of course, we head into Hockenheim. We got a little teaser lined up with Marcel Cinczyk. Oh.
Our first champion! It is Marcel Cinczyk!
The ESL R1 major champion,
Marcel Cinczyk.
I live here in Karancskeszi with my brother and with my parents. Who got me into racing? The first clear memories about motorsport, it was watching the F1. That passion is just stayed with me, you know. Probably it's coming from my mother and my father. Back then they were going to watch rally races. They bring my brothers also. We were going to do some go-karting. We wanted to race against each other and all the stuff, you know. My brother found out sim racing. We got our first wheel in 2008. It was a really basic one. It just could turn like 90 degrees to the left, 90 to the right, and it had only throttle and brake. But we were really happy with it. This is how my interest in sim racing started, and I'm doing sim racing since that moment.
Wow, what emotion, what raw emotion, not just from us, not just from the team, but from the crowd as well.
Of course, back then I couldn't dream that I'm gonna reach this kind of level, like in sim racing. If I told to my 8-year-old myself that once I'm gonna be here where I am now, I think he would be really proud, for sure.
Hogy amikor megnyertem, ugye, akkor mit éreztetek?
Sírtunk. És végtelenül büszkék voltunk. Meg egyébként is büszkék vagyunk.
Ja, tudom.
Mind a hármatokra.
Most stressful part of the race weekend is definitely the qualifying. I was being so stressed that I could even hear my heartbeat sometimes, you know, like beating.
Marcel Cinczyk once again starts feeling that pressure that's all over his shoulders.
I never really met this kind of stress in my life. When I was doing the online rounds from home, I was just like getting out from the seat and walking around the room until the countdown was hitting 30 seconds left. Somehow it was helping to remove the stress. I felt better than being in the cockpit with my own thoughts, at least taking away my attention. You know, it was crazy, for sure.
Cinczyk, though, loses a place. Should it stay like this, Cinczyk will not be going through.
I would say like the stress level through the season, I think it got the worst in the middle of the season. Around round 4 or 5, I got a bit lost in the mind.
Currently 7th, not good enough.
Can he improve? No, this is not the best form we're seeing from Marcel Cinczyk right now.
I was blaming myself so badly, not really blaming the others. When I do some bad performance, I always try to find a mistake in myself, what I did wrong. I was angry on myself. When I'm doubting myself or like I'm being in like low moments, I'm the only one who can do against it. I have to decide it in my mind that I can do better, I can be better. I have a really good supporter. Like through the whole season, I met with her like on social media, and she's like supporting me like many ways. So I'm really thankful for that. Yeah. Especially for my parents also, because they gave me the chance for this whole thing. And of course, I want to make them proud. People are not around you physically, but you know that they are around you in soul or something. That's a really great motivation. I need that kind of people supporting me to be back on the top again.
Marcel Cintic goes back! He's going to go through! Marcel Cintic has put the pressure right on to James Baldwin. It's Cintic and Baldwin on the front row. Let's get the lights on and get this race underway.
Baldwin is leading, Cintic is second. Could this be the last race? 5 kilometers then left to go.
So we went to the last lap. James was still leading. I was being really close to him and he was defending.
It will come down to the very final chicane.
I know that he's gonna go defend on the inside, so I was trying to go to the outside. I was trying to make the chicane, but I had no space anymore. I decided to cut the chicane, but already in my mind I decided that I'm gonna hand back the position to James. I was slowing down, and after that I saw that Erhan and James had an incident. James spun, Erhan went by, he won the race.
He's gonna come through to win. It is not done yet.
I can't believe what we've just seen. We are going to a 7th race.
I was being really exhausted and didn't want to go for race 7 anymore.
One final potential fantastic race. What's going to happen? Are we going to see the champion crowned? Marcel Cintic once again starts feeling that pressure that's all over his shoulders.
You know, like being calm in sim racing is for sure really important. Every time, like, my hometown is just coming to my mind. This place is really close to my heart. I like it. I really like it. She likes the camera.
He's erratic, he's crazy, he does this, he does that, he does what he wants. He can be a bit wild, but there is something about competitions like this. His mentality, it just matches it really, really well. He is just super calm.
The red lights will be coming on. Marcel Cintic, here goes McCoy around the Lawrence Lerner into all of them. They're all over the case.
And this is massive for Marcel Cintic. He's nearly a second lead for the Hungarian.
At this moment, I'm thinking back to the whole season, all of the hard work I did. 4 months of crazy racing, preparing every day. I was looking forward to get home. I wanted to do not just for myself, but also for my family. That gave me some plus motivation.
Just one more trip around this circuit for Marcel Cintic to take this title. The gap, of course, comfortable.
I'm reaching the last corner of the last lap. I realize now that I'm gonna take the win and take the trophy.
And he is to be crowned our first champion. It is Marcel Cintic.
It's just worth to prove yourself what you are able to do, what you can achieve if you trust yourself. That's what's nice about sim racing. You can have low moments, you can have pretty bad moments, but when you are on top, those are the moments worth to do.
And look at the emotion down there as well. Your spring major champion, Marcel Cintic.
So after I won the major, my boss congratulated me. Like he wrote to me on Discord actually. We keep pushing. So, and also after that he asked some advice, some settings for Esports, so maybe he wants to race next season. Being the best from 48 drivers, doing so many laps, so many hours, everyone was being on the limit to realize actually I could do it. It's still hard, but I start to believe it, you know. It's just probably giving me more motivation for the next one, being hungry for this again, you know.
Well, there we have it, an incredible look at Marcel Cincic's mega journey through the spring season. But we're going to take you through the lineup now for this upcoming race that we have to bring to you as well, folks. We've got a race about to come as well for you as well, but what a mouth-watering prospect indeed. The lineup is looking hench. It is absolutely fantastic to see. We have already witnessed some stellar races, Lewis McGlade. We've got another one to look forward to here this time.
Yeah, of course. I believe we're about to head into the qualifying. As you can see the grid here, they're just in the final moments of practice. Again, it's the Group A. It's the ones that we've seen out in the first race, and of course, we've seen Sebastian Job already take a victory. We've seen some frustration, some disappointment already for the likes of Yuri Toteman. My pick, Moritz Lerner. Yes, he's down at the bottom, but I still think I've got confidence. I've got confidence. I've got faith. I've got belief.
Yeah, well, qualifying now, about to get underway, and I was very impressed with the RHG's form around the Hockenheim circuit here this time around. And now, as we see the car whip its way through towards the hairpin bend, Marcel Cinczyk kicking us off here around this circuit of Hockenheim Ring. Fresh after coming under intense scrutiny at Spa, very nearly taking the race win. Unfortunately, Sebastian Job stood in the way.
Certainly so. First sector's okay, especially for an R8, to be fair. 20.2 in the first sector is pretty solid. Again, what they're aiming for in the middle sector, something in the 45.4s, 45.3s, something in that kind of margin. And bang, there we go, on the money, 45.3.
Big sector. Big
It could
sector.
be a good lap for him.
This could be a stellar lap. I mean, a 20.2 is pretty good too. It's about where we'd expect to see the first sector to be. 45.3 in sector 2 is very good from Marcel Cinczyk. He's going to look to try and hook up sector 3 this time around as well. The Spring Series champion. We, of course, just saw that mega video on his journey leading through towards the Munich Major. Now here at Full Season Major here in Sweden. He's going to look to try and bring yet another big result this time around. Sector 3 is a 30, and now this time around looking like he's going to be up at the sharp end and already a 35.9 to kick us off.
Yeah, and that Moritz Lerner, sorry mate, it's got to slow down. It's fine. Jeff Rieveld into the final sector. The pole time in the previous was Maximilian Benneker with a 35.902. So that 9.46 is actually pretty decent. It's about the same time that Dara McCormack set early doors in his session. So we'll see if Marcel Cinczyk can hang on, or whether Rieveld is going to say not a chance. Sonny Jim, as he crosses the line, goes 78 thousandths of a second off.
It's not far away. Jasmine's pick, of course, was Jeffrey Rietveld. Moritz Lerner was your pick, and he's let you down again, Lewis McGlade. A slowdown here in this qualification lap. Of course, 22.17 in Sector 1. This certainly will not be troubling Marcel Cinczyk up at the top end. Mouse struggling with Moritz Lerner, though they have had success with, of course, Max Benneker, as now Lerner makes his way around the final corner here at the Hockenheim Ring. He's going to have to look to try and build something in the race, and already veering and losing the car, heading through the final corner, a display of frustration.
That was dramatic effect right there from Moritz Lerner. He won't lose the car at the final corner, and that's confirmation I'll never pick Moritz Lerner ever again. Big shame for him, obviously, but still, you know, race is a different thing. Jakub Brzezinski, the next one, I had a little chat with him between the races. Obviously, he was 12th position in the previous one. Big disappointment for him, but still through the final corner. We'll see what he's like. Any shake of the head. He's actually looking all right. He's looking fairly comfortable in the car, and, well, he shouldn't be, because it's 3/10 off.
Yeah, pretty good there from Jakub Brzezinski to nail himself into P3, but obviously Moritz Lerner is the only one that's currently stuck behind him. Didn't suffer the slowdown, Brzezinski, but still 3/10 away. Kevin Ellis Jr. at 20.3 in the first sector is okay. A 45.4 in Sector 2 is somewhat there, but now needs a big final sector in order to cushion off. This lap has been relatively near. Can he do the same again? Though a shake of the head. That enters the fold, and he's just outside a 10th away. P3, just behind Jeffrey Rietveld.
First sector I'm not feeling is good enough as we look at Jamie Fluke at 20.4. The Merc needs to go a little stronger in that first sector, and Fluke has been struggling a little bit at the start of this, where we normally expect Fluke to go quite strong. The problem with these drivers is you've got to remember, once they're through this race, they're halfway through their allocated races. They have 4 races across the day, and they would have already ticked off 2 of them. And if they're not above the cut-off line, they're feeling the pressure, and you can see blowing the air out there, feeling the pressure. 36.3.
Incredible to see that we got drivers that are just struggling to hook it together. 3/10 out now as well. Jamie Fluke joins the Brzezinski club, currently sat in 5th fastest as well. 20.5 in the first sector is not ideal for Thibaut Casabon either. A race winner here at this track, all the way back to when we first raced at Hockenheim Ring here this season, and 20.5 then met with a 45.5. Not ideal for Casabon, the Frenchman, under pressure, and again it shows, and this I'm sure will be around where Jamie Fluke is, in fact underneath Jamie Fluke, and just over 4/10 away.
Well, here comes Sebi, Sebastian Job, G2 Esports, winner of the previous race, of course, starting out online as he continued in the starting out in LAN as he continued in the online season. He's been an incredible, and he's going to try and take it to Marcel Chinchik. 35.946 to beat. He's definitely a driver that can do it through the corner. Looks over, not pleased. I don't think it's going to be a 9.46. It's going to be just about behind, a 9.66.
200ths off Chinchik's time. Chinchik has redemption here so far. Johan Harth here at this stage yet to, well, plug this lap together, a 20.2, very nearly a 20.3. This being, of course, Johan Harth's first major as well here in Sweden. A 45.4, though, is decent in Sector 2. That's around where he needs to be. Could yet park himself higher than Kevin Ellis Jr., but needs a big third sector in order to achieve that. A big puff as well from Johan Harth as he comes across the line. He goes 5th fastest, just behind his teammate, and it's 3 ARTs in the top 7.
Yeah, but the big issue really for two of these drivers is they've two got slowdown. So Moritz Lerner already has his. Kaiki Oliveira, who we'll see up in a second, has a slowdown penalty as well. So there's really 2 times to really talk about over this final moment. And the first of those will be the Czech driver of Yuri Toman. Your pick for the race. Could it be a sublime pick, or is it going to be a disaster? Through the final corner for RAG, his teammates on pole position. What can he do to move his way up the order? Moves into 4th.
Incredible, manages to go ahead of the ARTs. That first sector wasn't ideal, but pulled it back in Sector 2. Kaiki Oliveira, who has been flying the flag. Unfortunately, though, this time he's going to struggle. The slowdown has got between him and a successful lap. And again, Sector 1 showing that it certainly has been a struggle for a few drivers. 22.3 is not ideal. 2 seconds off where he needs to be. At the very least, 2.2 if you're picky. But Sector 2 also a 45.6, not looking too good either. Probably around 2/10 off where he would want to be. Kaiki Oliveira across the line. This could go faster than Lerner here as he now makes his way across. Yeah. He does, just ahead by around 3/10.
Like you say, big shame for him. One of the most consistent drivers we have to have that slowdown. Very, very painful indeed, but it is what it is. Mitchell de Jong will be the last driver to set a lap time in this session, but those sectors aren't looking so good. A 20.3, a 45.7. as he'll head his way to the line. I get the feeling this is going to be something around the Jamie Fluke, Thibaut Casabon kind of lap time as he heads his way. Might be even behind Casabon, to be perfectly honest. He'll cross the stripe and he'll go into 10th.
Outrageous. Well, the starting grid is looking like this from P12 upwards to P1. We start off with Moritz Lerner after the slowdown starting, 12th for Mouse. P11 going to Kaiki Oliveira and Furia. Then further back, we then got P10, of course that being Mitchell de Jong, then Thibaut Casabon in 9th. We've got Jamie Fluke in 8th, Jakob Brzezinski in 7th. ART also line up with Johan Harth in 6th, alongside his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. in 5th place as well. Second row of the grid lines up with Yuri Toman for RAG in 4th, Jeffrey Rietveld in 3rd, Sebastian Job not quite pole this time around either, P2 on the front row, but it's Marcel Chinchik, your Spring Series champion, whilst the ending of this fall season hasn't been ideal for him. He has picked up race wins, looks to clamber back to his best form here in the fall season major here in Sweden, and has a great chance from pole position here at Hockenheimring.
And do you want to know what? Exactly the same front row as what we had at Spa with Group A. It is Marcel Chinchik on pole position for the second time, and it is Sebastian Job alongside. Will Job take the victory? We've already seen an R8 take a victory around Hockenheim today, and that was, of course, Maximilian Banneker.
Yep, we have, and it was certainly stellar there. You can see the fans now with their signs up as well.
We can see some signs.
Yes, Apex Racing saying it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 Apex.
G2 need to run some of these signs
the best. That's my favourite so far.
I think there's another one down there that I quite like, but I don't think it can be shown on camera, so that's fine. Hi from the Maldives.
Yes.
Excellent, Joe.
Love it.
Love that one. That's top tier.
It's incredible because it's true.
It is true. We are definitely in the Maldives and not Sweden.
It's tropical out here.
It really is. It's something, that's for sure. And so was that qualifying session. Again, Marcel Chinchik. Why do I doubt him sometimes? I'm always like, oh, you know.
Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, I'm like, well.
The great Marcel Chinchik.
Maybe he's not been this, that, and the other. Maybe he's having a struggle with this and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, well, we get to a major and it's kind of like, by the way, I am the Spring Season champion. You're like, oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that.
It's like you saying, oh, by the way, I'm a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very similar.
Sorry, it's a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner and proud of it. That's the official tagline. Not a fake award winner. It's not because I had friends on the panel. It's fine.
Not at all. You did not buy your way in at all, did you, Lewis McGlade? No, incredible. We've got a great lineup here and a real fascinating race because we've got to look at Sebastian Job on the front row. Now, we saw what he did at Spa. We could yet see something similar again this time at Hockenheimring. Chinchik, whilst he's on top, Job has a habit of breaking through and in front. He'll hold position until maybe the final 2 laps. The question is, do we see more ferocity from Chinchik this time around?
I think he's going to fend it off a little harder. I mean, he should have the whole shot into T1. It's all about that run down into the hairpin and how brave Sebastian Job is going to be, which I think the answer is actually probably not that much. He's already won his race. He's already into tomorrow.
Yeah, he is. But obviously, Chinchik would love to take victory this time around, bank his place into tomorrow's final. It will mean a lot to Chinchik. Of course, looking to put his name on the trophy for a 2nd time. Of course, already he's got his name engraved on the spring season title, and we'll have to see whether he can pop it on the trophy yet again as all the drivers are lined up here at Hockenheim. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Marcel Chinchik leads the way. Job, though, inside lining towards turn 1. This could be fruitful for G2. Makes his way through. Right, wheel to wheel they remain. Team Redline as well. Looking on from behind as well. RAG, double armed in the top 5 as well. Again, Job goes for a send. In towards turn 2. Wheel to wheel again. G2 trying to beckon their way into P1. And a P3 they can't. It's Chinchik who leads here at Hockenheim.
Very sorry. I said I didn't think Sebastian Job was going to go for anything too crazy. Well, that one was ended in turn 1. What an attempt, but it might not last as we head our way down towards the hairpin. A little bit of a look down the inside from Jeff Riefeld, trying to slot the gap. That one's not going to work, but it is going to be Marcel Chinchik hanging on to the race lead. Jeff Riefeld's going to pummel his way through into 2nd.
Outrageous scenes on the outset to the hairpin bend. This time, Jeffrey Riefeld answering the call for Team Redline now as he goes down the inside in towards the Mercedes Arena corner. Enter as well Yuri Toman, who brings himself into the mix. Wheel to wheel with Job. Certainly not getting the job done this time. The job is being done on him. And this time, Toman looking for the toe. Can't quite find the way through.
Yeah, he had a big snap of oversteer to Toman. Ellis Jr. might look down into Mobile 1. There is side-by-side behind between Brzezinski and Johan Hart. He's trying to get it ready. Big moment for Kaiki Oliveira into Mobile 1. Big slide as well from Jakub Brzezinski as they were going through the corner. Johan Hart up into 6th position, but oh my goodness, what a crash from Kaiki Oliveira.
Yeah, we talked about the temperatures rising in the Maldives. I'd imagine the temperature in the Furia camp is probably at its highest. Oliveira now cemented to the tail of the field. Chinchik still leads, though, with Rietveld now in behind. What a start for Jeffrey Rietveld. He's been stellar so far.
Yeah, again, brilliant. I've got to say, I think the move trying to make it 3 wide down to the hairpin was maybe a little bit too bold, a little bit too risky, but bam, did he do it. Wow, what a crazy start to this race, and like I say, fantastic scenes to see. Marcel Chinchik now with a 6/10 gap. It's not quite as large as what we saw from Benneker in the previous race.
No, it's not. Remember, Benneker managed to claw it out and consolidate his lead at the front, booking his place into the final tomorrow. Great chance here for Chinchik to do exactly the same, but needs to keep Rietveld in behind, who's also chasing automatic qualification into tomorrow's final race. They make their way around the hairpin yet again here at the Hockenheim Ring. 2.842 miles. That's 4.574 kilometers, one of the shortest circuits you'll see on the ESL R1 calendar. 17 turns light up here on a layout that has existed since 2002. Thibaut Casibon now looking to try and raise the stakes here. Looking for P7 against Jakub Brzezinski. That's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like I say, we've seen the attempt, Brzezinski against Johan Hart, and that attempt into Mobile 1, and it didn't quite work out on that occasion. Here's Kaiki Oliveira off the rear of the field. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a 12th place finish for him, as we'll take a look at a replay as to exactly what happened.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
interesting.
Little bit of a
argy-bargy
there, got to be said. That was a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was your pick as well again, Moritz Lerner.
It was Moritz Lerner.
So.
But then it's like, Moritz Lerner has to come back onto the road at some point, and that wall, it really does stick out quite far. I kind of think that Kaiki might have needed to give a little bit more room, but I'm sure race direction there in the bottom right, that's probably the bigger incident that we've seen thus far, and they're going to be quite busy. I spoke to them after race 2. I was like, I've been busy, and they're like, oh, I've got out one morning. I was like, oh.
Yeah, well, at least Adrian Fidalgo got his wish the first couple of races, I think. Obviously, things have since taken a bit of a different turn heading through Hockenheim Ring, especially in this race as well. I'd imagine they'll be looking at that incident involving Furia and Moritz Lerner. But we can't forget as well, it's not just about the race, it's also qualifying. Of course, they've got to govern track limits at certain points as well. And, they're very scrutineering, obviously, in terms of certain incidents that happen out on track. You know, it can't just be done in game. That's why we have an independent team and body looking after things happening out on track. As now bumping in the rear, a little bump draft there from Thibaut Casubon as he looks to try and make his way through. Don't forget the beta keep and answer as well, folks, on the right-hand side. Grab them, enter them into the Epic Games Store to give yourself a chance of playing the Wrench Sport games. Now they make their way around in the midway point on lap 3 of 10. Casubon trying to force the issue here on Jakub Brzezinski.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that a little bit from race control. As we can see, there is Max Benneker once again solving a Rubik's Cube, but this time he's got to do it on camera. Well, he's got to do it on camera whilst also being able to hear it, and he's explaining it to Jasmine as to how to do it. I'm sure he's saying something about a J-perm. I don't know any of the Rubik's Cube terms, but I have heard that one. It's all of the algorithms. I know that's a thing. That's a thing in Rubik's Cube solving.
He's a true professional, it has to be said. I mean, take a look at this.
That is Riz.
Analysing a Rubik's Cube. I've never once seen that. That just goes to show the true focus that is Max Benneker.
Max Benneker's got some serious Riz. It's a Riz Cube. I'm so sorry.
Oh dear. Oh, what a way to kick things off here in our second race of obviously lap 4 of 10. We're currently seeing once again Thibaut Casubon. We're now panning to pictures to your pick, Moritz Lerner, who is obviously trying to lift himself off P11 right now. He's only 3 tenths away from Mitchell de Jong.
Leave it out. You're making me feel bad for picking. Actually, no, I don't feel bad for picking him. I feel bad for him getting qualifying completely wrong. It's a Moritz problem, and unfortunately, I say pressure's going to be on. He'll definitely need to win a race, but I'll do him a favour. I won't pick him in the next 2 races, all right?
Little nudge in the rear again for Thibaut Casubon. That's not the first time he has done that to Jakub Brzezinski. As now they make their way out to the hairpin bend, a little look to his right as well, or his left, should I say, as they now make their way towards Mercedes Arena. Very aggressive view here from Thibaut Casubon, who sends it down the inside again. The wheel-to-wheel contact made between the Audi and the Mercedes this time, but Brzezinski says, no chance, mate. I'm holding on to P7.
That was a pretty bold move once again. Thibaut Casubon looks to the inside as they head their way down into Mobile 1. Does not commit to that one. Brzezinski putting up a very staunch defence here and trying to not allow the Frenchman to work his way past. But like you say, I've got to say, I was maybe a little bit too aggressive going into the Mercedes Arena section. I'm pretty sure it's not the only time we're going to see that in this race. We're only 4 laps into this one. We're going to see many more moves going into that section. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more excitement as well.
Yeah, and in that fracas, as they made their way through the Mobile 1 curve, obviously after the fight, Brzezinski now 1 second outside of Johan Hart. So this is great news for Apex Racing Team because they can now focus on what's going on in front of them, because Kevin Ellis Jr. half a second behind Yuri Toman. Points again on the table here. They'll have a great chance to levy themselves higher and higher, now focusing on the RAG that's out in front. Obviously Sebastian Job. Also Rietveld, I think, might be having a little tussle for the lead here, because Cinczyk, in accordance to the screen, has lost the lead of the race here.
Yeah, big moment there from Jeff Rietveld, working his way up into first place. I think there must have been a mistake at T1 from Marcel Cinczyk, and like you say, he's dropped back down the order. I'm not sure that there's nothing like a penalty. I don't believe he would have been told to drop back 2 positions. I think it must have just been running too wide at T1.
Yeah, he looks a little stressed there, Marcel Cinczyk. Something obviously happening heading through the first sector that's unfortunately cost him the race lead. And now Jeffrey Rietveld has clambered now up to the top, with Sebastian Job now in second place. Cinczyk in third, RAG Metz with 2 cars in the top 4, because Yuri Toman is also in the mix. So queue up, folks. We have got 5 laps to bring you, and they are going to be volatile. It is still Rietveld out on top, with Job now swanning on in behind 2 BMWs, starting to cross swords here in the top end, and Sebastian Job would love to add a second win to his midst. He's already going through tomorrow, but more points to his accolade, and certainly something a little extra to grant for G2 Esports.
Okay, so Marcel Cinczyk did just get a penalty there. That was why he dropped back 2 positions. Now I'm going to bring this up once more, because Marcel Cinczyk is one of those drivers. I brought it up in the previous race, that we have license points behind the scenes. If you get a penalty, you get a certain amount of license points as well. Marcel Cinczyk is very close to getting a quali ban, where he would have to start from the back of the field, and those points carry on to tomorrow. If he gets a quali ban today, then it's almost like it's not a reset, but like he doesn't have, he's not going to be as close. He doesn't want that quali ban tomorrow, so he kind of wants to, in a certain term, to get a penalty today, to get that quali ban. Well, he needs 1 more.
He does to a degree, but sure.
Not saying it's going to take some out, right?
You'd love to get the win, sign, seal, and deliver before you even think about those quali ban moves, because obviously that does mean that puts him in a big disadvantage come the next race, should his points reach the allocated number, so he gets the ban. So at this point, he's got to be thinking solely on this race victory.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say, by the way, because I've got a little bit of updated points here when it comes to the 12 drivers. At the moment, of course, we are we're only 2 races in. If the race finishes as we're running, and super provisional, it'll be Job, McCormack, Chinchik, Rogers, Toby, Benecca, Ellis Jr., Siggy, Bennett, Rietveld, Morin, and Fluke.
Looks like a slowdown to me because
he was told. I think he was told to give up 2 places.
Well, there we go. That is confirmation. So Marcel Chinchik now dropping to 3rd after being told to give the places to Jeffrey Rietveld and Sebastian Job. So he is currently 2 BMWs in the top 2. Red line spearheading with Rietveld now. 4 tenths now separating Job and Rietveld. So Job still in the fight. He'll have a measured approach now to the next 4 laps. Might choose to open the door around the Parabolica because he will have the slipstream, which will surely benefit him. Chinchik also has to be patient, but he is fast. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, exactly. He's fine at the moment. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him come back a little bit, but it's all about that run against those 2 BMWs. 1 for Red Line, 1 for G2 as they head their way through turn 3 and on the Parabolica and the race down into the hairpin. You can see the seriousness of Yuri Tobin when we're talking like the aggression and such from Kevin Siggy and how vocal he is and how a bit of a shock he is. Yuri Tobin is almost like the exact opposite, but he does look very serious at all times.
He does, and I tell you who else is going to be serious now. Marcel Chinchik confirmed in my ear will have a qualifying ban for the next race.
I guess he's breached the points.
There we have it. So he has indeed breached the points. Chinchik will serve a qualifying ban for the next race. So
must win now.
Well, he does. I mean, ideally, he needs to do it this race. I'd imagine RAG issuing instructions. They're going to say, go, Marcel, go, because this is all about securing your place in the final.
And just to clarify, by the way, Marcel Chinchik won't have been told by race control that he has a qualifying ban for the next race.
We're hearing it before he does.
He would have been told. I promise you he knows.
Yeah.
He knows exactly how many license points he's got. He knows how many license points he gets for the incident that he's just had. He is well aware, as we can see into race control once more, he is well aware that the next race he'll get a qualifying ban. So if you're kind of thinking, maybe he won't go for it because maybe he doesn't know right now. Oh, he knows.
Yeah.
Oh, he is well aware.
Very likely knows. And this is when, obviously, decisions need to be made, because Chinchik now at this point, 3rd fastest, 4 tenths away from Sebastian Job. A lot on the line. Win is necessary. Rietveld also chasing a race win. Would obviously want to add one to his list as well, because of course he's yet to get one. So stamping his place into the final rounds of this major would be huge for Jeffrey Rietveld and Team Redline themselves. 2 RAGs though in the mix. They can afford to play the team game. We have got a string of ARTs as well further back. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Haft with another stellar performance so far. Of course, the team championship already concluded, but it doesn't stop the inter-team play with drivers trying to excel for the other.
Yeah, exactly. So onto the Parabolica they go. See if there is going to be any moves. The closest battle right now is actually between the 2 teammates, and I don't think Yuri Tobin's going to risk anything on Marcel Chinchik, although Yuri Tobin does kind of need the points after a pretty disappointing first race with a 9th place finish. But top 5, he knows he's got decent points, he knows he's consistent. You see the frustration on Chinchik's face.
Yeah, he's not happy at all, and someone who has very much embodied a very, very strong early start to the rounds, the online rounds that we had. It sort of fell apart towards the very end, wasn't achieving the race wins that we're used to seeing from him. Of course, when we got back in tow to our championship, he took 3 podiums back-to-back at round 1 at Monza. He was actually our very first winner, or one of the first winners in the quarter-final running through Monza as well. Runs a little wide though, heading on the outset in towards the final sector. And I think the mind games are starting to affect Chinchik a little bit.
Yeah, he might be getting a little bit too involved on the mental side, which he does need to back out from. And I will just say, by the way, Marcel Chinchik was the first winner of the full team. He won the first knockout. So you're absolutely right. He did win that one. I know we weren't really sure which one it was, but yes, it was definitely the first race.
He was definitely a quarter-final winner.
Yeah, exactly.
The very first ones anyway, but heading through the final corners, and once again starting the first lap on lap 9, penultimate lap of the race now, folks, here in race 2 of Group A. It is Rietveld still out in front. Job still in second, has yet to move a muscle. But at this point, Rietveld will be glad of that, but he will have the toe, though, heading down through towards the hairpin. But one thing I will say is that Chinchik starting to nestle himself in closer to Sebastian Job.
Like I say, I think there might be something happening in here, but right now it does seem as though Jeff Rietveld, and I am disgusted that Veracity might be right again, as this is Marcel Chinchik filling the mirrors but not going for anything on Sebastian Job. Jasmine went for Rieveld, and right now things are looking pretty good for him. And he's got 4 tenths of a second back to Sebi. And I've never wanted Sebi to win a race more, just so that she's wrong.
I think that's probably one of her boldest predictions. I think heading.
Pretty good.
I got to say, very, very educated,
calculated,
methodical pick from Jasmine there. Well done, Veracity. As now we see the cars make their way through the final sector again. This time on the penultimate lap. Now they'll enter the arena section where the grandstands are all lit up. Mobile 1 up first now as they head on through. Rietveld still out on top with Sebastian Job in second. The 2 RAG starting to get a little closer here. Obviously, Chinchik knows what's up for grabs, knows that he's got a qualifying ban as well for the next race, which will put him on the back foot in terms of garnering himself a spot into tomorrow's final. Things are getting heated, they're getting fraught. The final lap will begin. Next lap around, and Rieveld's taking them through.
Yeah, on to the last one here at the Hockenheim ring, and let's see if Rietveld can hang on. It's 4 tenths of a second. See how much the commitment is through that first corner. Little dab of the brakes, get the nose in, throw it over the curb on that right-hand side, and the race down towards the second corner. Really tidy run there from Jeff Rietveld, who pulls the gap now to just about half a second.
Yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. I'm sure, though, that Chinchik is going to give everything. He's within 3 tenths away now from Sebastian Job. Will have the toe, but it has gone out slightly as Job now filters his way through towards the Parabolica, chasing after Jeffrey Rietveld. Will have the toe. Will he opt for the move or will he stay behind? My educated guess would be that he will not risk anything. Toman, though, choosing to perhaps launch an attack on his own teammate, chooses not to. Of course, Chinchik just breaking out of the slipstream, but a little bit of contact between the 2 teammates here as well. A little look to the left from Marcel Chinchik. You can see his reaction there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as he zips through this next right-hander. Job still chasing down Rietveld. Will he go for the win here?
I mean, I just don't see where the opportunity is in this final sector unless it's hugely risky. And to be fair, whilst we did see a couple of risks going into that first corner, I think right now, I think he's going to hold it back. By the way, for Jeff Rietveld, this would be a 10th win in ESL R1 when it comes to everything. Gamers 8, the major as well last season. So it would be win number 10 for the driver who won our first ever race in ESL R1.
Yeah, Jeffrey Rietveld, who would self-admit that the spring season certainly was his strong suit. He came back, though, at Gamers 8 and was one of the standout figures representing Team Redline. And once again, ticking all the boxes up at the top of the timing tower. Jeffrey Rietveld, the stellar Dutchman, a stern face as he exits the final corner, crosses the line, celebrates victory here at Hockenheim Ring. It's Jeffrey Rietveld. He takes victory and stamps his place into the final.
Again, brilliant stuff there from Rietveld. It's just a superb performance once again.
Yeah, unleashing his potential, very much like VRS. It's Jeffrey Rietveld, folks, Team Redline, now with yet another face entering the top end. We saw Mustachio Kevin Siggy produce the goods as well in prior rounds. Jeffrey Rietveld adds his name to the list this time as well. I hear success, Jeffrey. You're heading through. Well, we got Rory
here. So yeah, hi, I am here with Jeffrey Rietveld, race winner, 10th race win. How does this one feel?
Amazing. I mean, I knew I needed to score good points, right, to make it to tomorrow and to get the victory and secure a place for tomorrow. It's all I wanted today, so yeah, super happy.
And plenty went on in that one. Did you expect to win? I mean, obviously, Marcel dropped back. Are you aware of what's been going on there, or were you just racing?
I had no clue about Marcel, why he dropped back, to be fair. I knew I had a chance at this track. I feel quite confident in Hockenheim, so I knew I had a chance, but I was expecting a top 3, to be honest, but to win it wasn't really the expectation, let's say.
I suppose you aren't aware of what's happened with Marcel. Do you care? You got the win, right?
I don't really care. I got the win, yeah.
Well done. And so that's 2. The first Team Redliner now got 2 drivers tomorrow. It's only Luke to go. What's going to be the plan from here?
I think Luke will make it already based on points. He's not feeling mega confident, I think, at the moment, but he's improving and he will definitely go through as well. So I expect three of our cars in the final tomorrow. Yeah.
Nice, high expectations. And what's the plan for the rest of the day for you? Is it feet up now, or is it try and stop some others?
No, it's scoring as many points as possible, of course. So, but it's just that the pressure is off now to get a win or to go through, because I know I'm through now. So yeah, just gonna enjoy the remaining races.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks again. Congratulations. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, well, well. My mate Jeffrey. What a performance.
Thumbs up from me, Jasmine. Well done.
Thanks. All in a day's work, homie. What did you make of that race performance we've seen?
I mean, if you're Jeffrey Rietveld, that was very masterfully done. I think obviously his race start was strong. I mean, we can take a look at some of the highlights here, for example. I mean, I felt Cinčić had a great getaway. I mean, a little bit of contact there with Sebastian Job, ran out wide as well. Job did well to stay on the track. I was quite surprised with Job. Wasn't content with staying in behind, despite already achieving qualification. But look at this moment here from Jeffrey Rietveld. A little bit of contact with Cinčić, didn't upset the balance of the RHE car too much. But on the escape, Rietveld really dominated. He managed to breeze his way past Sebastian Job as well later on as well. There was a little bit of fraught action as well further back, but still, it was wonderful to see. Obviously, this was a major moment. Kiki Oliveira, you know, I felt that perhaps he was a little bit naughty, sort of coming across in front of Moritz Lerner. Lerner obviously did his best to keep control of the car. We then, of course, saw some huge fights further back as well. Yuri Toman also trying to get himself into the mix, but Rietveld was on point. It was a great race for him, steaming past, obviously, Marcel Cinčić, as we see him slow down at the wishes of the race director heading through the Parabolica. Really was a tough visit for Cinčić.
I think especially for Cinčić, I had expected for a little bit of a better performance. Obviously, situation, circumstances, really unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
But then when we compare his results to that of Jeffrey Rietveld, during the online rounds of ESL R1 fall season, the best placement he could get himself on Hockenheimring was semi-finals.
Yeah.
He did not make it to a finals a single time.
No.
But speaking more about the Cinčić incident, let's go ahead and find out what race control is thinking.
So I am here back again with Adrian. Adrian, we said probably about half an hour ago, it's uncharacteristically quiet, but you guys have been called into action in that one. Could you just give us a quick brief of what's kind of gone on in that last race?
Well, nothing so serious, you know. I mean, things that do happen during racing. I think the most serious one was to give up 2 positions given to Marcel. Obviously enough for the T1 incident that happened with Sebastian.
And also, he got a quali ban now. So could you just give us a quick quick explanation of what that means for people that don't know?
Yeah, actually now on his next race, he will be just sitting there, not doing qualification, that meaning starting last.
Yeah, so not only did he, because he was in the lead, of course, so he loses those 2 positions, plus he's not allowed to qualify, which gives him, what, 3 more shots, I guess, to get through and a win. So this is where that sort of stuff heats up, right?
Yeah, sometimes it really hurts, you know what I mean, when you have all these consequences coming from one incident. So.
Anything else, or is that the top of the tree on that one?
Yeah, I think it's the top of the tree in this race.
We got plenty more to go there, but thank you for your time, Adrian. We appreciate it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Rory. Now, Mr. George Morgan, how much of an impact is this quali ban going to have on Marcel?
I think it's going to have huge ramifications.
Yeah.
I think off the basis of the fact that we've already had 2 races now for each group, you know, coming into the 3rd one, you know, if you haven't got your race win yet, you're in dire straits. You know, you've got 3 races left, well, 2 races left, should I say, obviously 4 tracks in total. Pressure is on now. And if you're Marcel Cinčić, someone who expects to, should we say, be at the top. We all know his history and how, you know, conscientious he is, how quick he truly is. He's had 2 chances now at taking a victory which have been taken away due to unfathomable reasons. He lost it to Job, he lost it to Rietveld. He's going to lose out again, more than likely, with the quali ban, because he's going to be starting from the back. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's down to him now. He needs to put in a huge performance for the remaining 2 races.
Well, let's go ahead and revisit our race results that we have just seen there as well. Obviously, Jeffrey Rietveld walking away with a victory in this one. Sebi gave us a good performance as well. You know what? I love the fact that you were both really, really surprised I didn't pick Seb to win the race that we've just seen, but I picked Jeffrey. What can I say?
That's going to go down as one of the best prediction performances I think we've had so far. I mean, what a call. But hey, you know, Jeffrey Rietveld, I think, is someone who, we talk about the big improvers in the game. I think he's definitely one of them. I think coming off the back of a difficult spring series, he himself, I was chatting to him last night, self-admitting to the fact that he was disappointing during the spring series. He wasn't happy with it. Gamers 8, we started to see a few bursts of sunlight come through, and, I think here this time around, we're seeing the real Jeffrey Rietveld. We know what he's capable of. Sebastian Job, what can we say? Running out superlatives and adjectives for this young man. He is absolutely outrageous. the fact now that he's already confirmed his place in the final, yet he's still willing to go out and chase those P1s. You know, that race start was unbelievable. Did not expect it, but it was great to see.
I will say, I feel like a common theme of what we're seeing is the drivers that have mentioned the fact that, you know what, I'm a lot more comfortable in a LAN environment. I'm a lot more comfortable when the lights, the camera, being surrounded by a crowd and everything is mounted on me. And I find that incredibly surprising because I know I couldn't handle the pressure being here with those people watching me, the lights, the cameras and what have you. I think it's really starting to show because Jeffrey was one of the drivers that had mentioned, you know what, I don't know why, when I am trying to race at home in my own setup, I get nervous, you know, like the amount of pressure, you can feel it so much more. But in a LAN environment, it's the feeling of, you know, I'm surrounded by everyone that is very much in the same boat. You get to see one another, you have the good vibes if you don't necessarily have the best of races as well. And Marcel was one of those drivers that said, being in a LAN environment, I thrive. I prefer being in a LAN environment than being at home on my own setup. So now the real question is, do we think out of the other drivers that we have for our next race, who is going to be coming out on top? Who else do you think has that LAN buff behind them?
It's tough to say because, I mean, we've had, you know, I suppose looking at it, four LAN experiences really, because we started off with Katowice, Munich, Saudi Arabia, we're now here at Sweden. I mean, look, I mean, with these drivers, many of them would have reset their mentality. Some may be better than others on LAN events. I would say Sebastian Job has that advantage with the fact that he has done it before. So that probably does help his game. He's just as dominant. He is literally, I suppose, everything that embodies the perfect driver in many ways, because he has that ability, that raw talent, the pace, but also the mentality and the knowledge of how to perform in a LAN environment, just due to his experiences in F1 cars, also in these cars in GT3s, and now he's back again. And it just shows in the championship how well-rounded he truly is. I
think especially off the track as well, the fact that, you know, he's gone out of his way to make sure he has the exact same rig set up at home in just 2 weeks. That's the amount of time that he's had to get used to an entirely new rig. And I think the amount of dedication certainly starts to show. But as we take a look at our Driver Championship leaderboard, for the side of Team Redline, things are looking pretty darn good. Now, I really want to focus on the side of Apex Racing
I was going to
Team.
say, glad you said that. So glad
Go
you
on,
said
I'll
that.
give you the floor.
Well, fantastic. I mean, first of all, Kevin Ellis Jr., I've been really impressed with him so far. The results have been really superb. In the podium contention now on a couple of races here at both Hockenheim and Spa, which has been brilliant. We've got Jamie Fluke just on the cusp as well. Obviously, we all remember his tears after winning back at Road Atlanta. What a story that was as well. But now back here in major competition, and ART, 2 cars currently heading through towards the top 12, which is fantastic. But Redline, 3 cars.
That's certainly great stuff for them. They should be incredibly proud of that. I know that Jeffrey was certainly filled with confidence as well. But the real question is, what does their manager think of their performances so far?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mark, Team Redline Manager, a new face here at ESL R1. How are you finding everything?
Yeah, pretty nice here in Sweden. Lovely feeling to be here. Going pretty well for us. So far, so good. Now let's just focus on getting Luke through as well and maximize points for tomorrow then, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's your first time. It's your first time here as a team manager, obviously. Yeah. And yeah, you've gotten off to a great start. So you must be sitting there, not with your feet up quite yet, but we're quite happy. You know, you must have changed everything, right? It was everything that you've done that's got the guys through, right?
Yeah. Well, we're in a good position now, so let's see. As you said, not done yet fully, but a little bit more relaxed than before.
And what can you do to help Luke now? Obviously, you've got Jeff through. You've got Kevin through. What can be done now as a team? Because you've got more than one driver in the next round. What can be done to help?
Yeah, it depends on how the race is going and where we're standing with both drivers. Maybe we can do some team orders. Let's see. We cannot really tell now 100%. Let's wait for the race.
What do you think? You're going to get all 3 through?
I hope so.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Rory. Now, The time is here, the time is now. We are heading to Road Atlanta, baby. I feel like you got a Road Atlanta look about you today.
Do you think so? Very steampunky, quite American, I suppose.
I'm here for it. I like the hair.
You like it?
Like,
Yeah, the hair's a bit of a mess, but yeah.
Don't worry about it. You're rocking it, homie. Now talk to me. Hopes and expectations for Road Atlanta. What should the viewers here and at home be looking out for?
Well, a relatively new track for everyone here at ESL R1. They've only had a few weeks to really digest it. I mean, I remember when it first came in, and the drivers had basically a week and a bit to practice, which was outrageous. But, you know, the track itself, we have elevation. We have, you know, some interesting variants in terms of cornering, a mixture of 90-degree bends and hairpins, as well as some S sections. So there's lots for the drivers to really consider on this track. It also helmed the best performance we've seen from Apex Racing Team, and the Cinderella story as well. Jamie Fluke in floods of tears. What a scene.
Now the real question is whether or not he'll be able to do it once again. But before we get there, let's go ahead and find out some tips and tricks from the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Hi guys, Jamie Fluke here for Apex Racing Team, and today we're going to take a look at the brand new addition to Round Sport and to the ESL grid, which is Daytona International Speedway. So yeah, let's get stuck in. Yeah, so actually the run to the line to begin with, and then the run down in towards turn 1. It'll be a key place for overtaking. We've got such a run from the final corner all the way down, and there's multiple lines that we can take through here. You can take it quite tight or run it out quite wide and then tuck it back in, so there'll be a lot of side-by-side activity through here. And the track sort of falls away on the outside, so we'll see some cars maybe getting pushed wide here, and then it all funnels up quite nicely through turn 2 and then opens back up again coming into the International Horseshoe. So expect a lot of side-by-side action, some big moves up the inside here as well. Then coming towards turn 4, the kink or the dog leg, which should be able to be taken flat, but maybe not if you're on the outside side by side, and then immediately hard onto the brakes for the west horseshoe of turn 5. Quite a tricky corner to get right. Very difficult to get the power down cleanly on the way out here. We don't want to use too much of the curve there on the way out, and then hard over to the right hand side for turn 6. Turn 7, which leads ourselves back onto the banking. Just a big bump there on exit, which we need to negotiate. And if you get that wrong, the car behind will certainly get a run leading all the way through NASCAR turn 2 here. You know, there might be some big moves coming into the bus stop chicane here. Brake sort of at the one board there. Picking up all of our apexes here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just be careful about the off track on the way out there. From here, then it'll be a long run to the line. In the race, it'll be so fascinating to see whether we get some big moves, 2 and 3 wide coming to the line to finish the race. So it promises to be quite exciting. But yeah, for the final round of ESL R1, we go to Daytona, and it should be a lot of fun.
Well, there we have it. We have the latest tips and tricks from Mr. Jamie Fluke himself, but I'm going to go ahead, throw my prediction into the mix. It's not going to be Jamie Fluke, it's because George Morgan stole that one, spoiler alert. I am going to go with Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's see whether or not the Apex Racing Team will be able to come out on top. Over to you guys.
Have you really picked Jamie Fluke already?
I have, yeah.
Oh, goodness. Wow.
I think magic can strike twice.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, I bumped into him in the loo of all places, so sorry about that. But do you know, I'm not going to go for Jamie Fluke because obviously you've got him. I'm not going to go for Kevin. I'm not going to go for Johan Hart and make it an all Apex. We're not that biased because they haven't given me a shirt.
Those guys would love it.
That's true, but they've not given us a shirt, so none of that. I'm going to take the easy option. I am going to go for Sebi Joe. But of course, by the way, we did just see a hot lap of Daytona. That's not actually where we're racing. So all those tips and tricks, I hope Jamie Fluke is not using, because we're racing Road Atlanta, which is where he was victorious, and that's why you pick Jamie Fluke.
Yeah,
right?
he was. It was a fantastic story, wasn't it, Lewis? I mean, we look back and we talk about Cinderella stories in sim racing. They do exist as well, and nothing was more prevalent than Jamie Fluke's victory. I mean, he's such a recognised face in the sim racing community, and the fact that now on one of the biggest stages, the biggest stage of all, especially here now, we're here at LAN at DreamHack. What a story that was back in round 7.
Well, the Apex Racing Team, they're going fantastic. They're running very well, and I believe Rory is chatting to I think it might be Mark, backstage with Rory. Let's see.
I am here, and I am here with Mark. Mark, how's it going? There was just off camera, there was a hive of activity. Can you just fill us in on what's been going on? You look very calm at the moment, but it wasn't a couple of seconds ago, was it?
Yeah, Kevin had an issue with his comms, and we weren't hearing him on the team radio, but we managed to get that fixed now with a different headset. So hopefully we're good for this race now.
Perfect. I mean, Jasmine also picked Kev for this one. How do you think Kev and everybody's chances are here?
Yeah, I mean, in the online season, this was our best round by far, and we also picked up the round win in the finale. So, yeah, I think we're feeling strong for this. The car's good here, and we think that we can have a good chance at the win here. So
maybe, well, it's a win and you're in, right, in this format. Do you think we could maybe get a win and in from Apex?
I'd like to see it, yeah, for sure. The points are looking quite tight at the moment, and so a win would make it a bit more comfortable. So, yeah, fingers crossed that we'll get it in. One of the guys will be guaranteed tomorrow.
Yep, and so you got 3 guys here. So what's it like having 3 guys as a dynamic in here? Does it change the game plan at all?
I think it helps, especially being in the same round, in the same group. They can, work together and try and help each other get through. Obviously, they're also taking points away from each other, so there's pros and cons to that. But it's working okay so far. It's just difficult to manage 3 cars at the same time when you're looking at incidents and things.
Perfect. Well, I'm glad you got the comms sorted. Fingers crossed for the team at what is clearly your strongest track. We'll all be watching. Thank you very much, Mike. You can go back and watch the guys now. Thank you very much. Back to you guys at the desk.
I mean, they say it's the strongest track. I mean, to give an example, the 3 drivers they've got here, Johan Hart, Kevin Ellis Jr., Jamie Fluke, they have all won around here. We've only seen it once in the ESL R1. Johan Hart won in his knockout. Obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. won in the semi-final, and then Jamie Fluke won in the final. They have all won at this circuit before. So if there is ever a circuit where an Apex driver is going to win and you're in, it's now. I think this is where they'll probably be a bit like, oh, I wish we kind of didn't have all 3 of them in the same race.
Well, I mean, the one thing you can take away from it all as well, Jamie Fluke, 2 P2s leading up to that final race and did take the victory as well. So 3 podiums in those 3 races, which is the kind of form you'd likely see from a Sebastian Job or a Joshua Rogers or even a Max Benneker. That is the standard of form he was on back at Road Atlanta.
Do you know what the problem is? Very briefly speaking to a couple of drivers between the last race and this one. Do you know what? Have a guess at what the problem has been for everyone.
Communication?
Qualifying. Qualifying.
Well, that has been a problem.
Has been the problem.
I thought you were perhaps alluded to Kevin Ellis Jr. and also James Baldwin.
James Baldwin ripping the mic off. No, communication's our problem, but no, for the drivers qualifying.
Track limits have been a real issue, haven't they?
Especially at Hockenheimring.
Yeah.
But even
could be again today.
Even then, look at some of the gaps. So we've seen some close gaps, like at Spa. This is the shortest circuit we go to.
Yeah.
By the way,
even shorter than Hockenheim.
Even shorter than Hockenheim. And I will say, genuinely, as much as maybe it doesn't race that well or whatever, this is in my top 5 best tracks on planet Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Genuinely.
I mean, I think
love this place.
I'm not sure what it was, whether it was the combination of the track or the fact that the drivers only had like a week and a bit to practice, really leading up towards that round 7 contest. But it certainly was special. And just look at the circuit. You've got variance again, and we've got elevation as well, Lewis.
Yeah. Obviously, the first sector is very, very short. It's literally just a run through turn 1 up towards those S's. Sector 2 is the long one, which takes us onto the back stretch. Thankfully, we've removed corner numbers from this track because it won't set me off with serious anger. How you can have the S's as a corner, but then you count 2 corners on the. I've already gone off. It's fine. Honestly, great track. Elevation, absolute roller coaster. You can see that that S's bit in sector 2, where you go through 2, 3, down through the S's up towards 5. That's where all the big difficulty is. That's where it's it's so much fun. You can see here in our little difficulty counter, and this is where I get angry on the corner numbers, but it's fine. Turn 7, most difficult corner on a circuit. I absolutely agree because we made these. Turn 7 is so hard.
Oh, but it's quite deceptive because you look at the double right-handers out of turn 6. Turn 7, you're more than 90 degrees turning in on yourself, so it does provide a little bit of difficulty. Plus, you've got to factor in the elevation change as well at the same time. That is a tough corner. I'd harken argue that the chicane in many ways can be, because we've seen a few drivers get it wrong on the outset of turn 10B in towards turn 11.
Yeah.
And cutting to the inside perhaps a little too much, because there are raised curbs down that section.
Yeah, it's like 10A and 10B, it's not this section. In fact, actually, here we go with Johan Hart down into this section. Now, this is the section you were talking about. So going through the chicane, so you go through this left and then through this right. This part's not actually that difficult. It's hard to race, but it's not difficult. This, by the way, is 80 feet of drop off.
Yeah.
Going over the crest at 11 and
nothing
12.
Down there.
It's hard. The thing is, the final corner is completely flat. That's why it's kind of counted as like a medium difficulty corner.
Yeah.
It's not that tricky. but it's kind of like, if you get it wrong, you are probably taking a swift visit to the barrier.
Yeah, I think a lot of drivers actually, this was one of the tracks that really stood out for them. Many of the drivers enjoy this one. You can just see how physical it is for Johan Harth as
Love
well.
it.
As we see like this really amazing sort of off-angle view of him like manipulating the wheel. And you can just see how dialed in he really is. He's hitting every apex, using all the track on that escape. If you remember from memory, that was where Dane Warren got it wrong.
Yeah, big
getting
time.
it through out of that race. And it certainly was a special moment.
Look, he's feeling. You've
He
said
remembers
it.
it well.
You've reminded him. He's feeling it. He's furious. Yes, no, took the curb a little bit on the escape at 10.5.
I will give Dane credit. He fought back brilliantly.
He
in that
did.
race.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. But you know, whether he'll do that in the next race, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
For now, the drivers end practice. They prepare for qualifying. What's going to be a tough qualifying. And whilst I said before about how qualifying is really, really important, it's almost more important around here. Overtaking around here is really tough. Really tough. So making sure you're getting a lap time onto the board, that you're nailing it, and that you're getting a comfortable one. It's easier said than done.
It certainly is, folks, and obviously the very best of the best will submit laps around here. Track limits will be prevalent, I think, around here too, Lewis.
Yeah, so you've got the exit 10.5. You can breach track limits and you'll get a slowdown in game. And then there are certain places where race control themselves are monitoring, particularly through the final corner. Race control are keeping an eye on that one, but that's for them to decide, and certainly not for us as we head into qualifying. And we can see this first hot lap. This will be a tricky one. It will be a fast one, and it will be very, very exciting indeed. Mitchell de Jong will be the first one. The first sector incredibly short, 9.6. It's basically what everyone's going to be pumping in that first sector. But it's now as we head through the S's and down this roller coaster. This is where the lap time is really won and lost, George.
Yeah, of course, Mitchell de Jong did manage to lay claim to a podium at this track in race 2, or of course, I say the semi-final in that fight when we first came to Road Atlanta, picking up a P3 in that Fracas as well. The man from the United States obviously represented the Porsche Coanda team. Of course, they spent a lot of time together as a unit, and now once again making his way out onto the track. Very keen to get off to a positive start here around the Road Atlanta circuit. Obviously try and embed yourself, get confident. Obviously this is a track that offers many thrills and spills. We've spoken about the chicanes, also the blind corners, the crests as well. I mean, this one in particular as well, you can't really see much beyond over the hill, but now as soon as he dips in towards the chicane now, you'll see him attack those chicanes left and right, using all of the track as he makes his way down towards the bottom half of the circuit.
Yeah, certainly so. Let's see what Mitchell de Jong will do as he heads through the final corner and out towards the line. It'll be a 1:17.2, not bad, not great.
No, it certainly doesn't blow anything away. Jakub Brzezinski might, though. 1:17.245 to beat. Mitchell de Jong setting the precedence here at this moment in time. No invalidations that we can see just yet, or certainly slowdowns at this point. But Jakub Brzezinski looking to perhaps lofty his hopes higher this time around for Williams Esports as he now descends. Heading down now the long straight. Can Brzezinski go to the top? He can, and over a tenth of a second clear.
Now I think we might need to see a 16.9. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, it was Sebi who set an incredible, wasn't it 16.7 I think it was in the knockouts. Absolutely incredible speed. Jamie Fluke, who we're looking at here, bit of a struggle in the second sector, but as he heads his way through the chicane and then up, of course, he won the final round here, has a race victory, and it was from pole position as he heads down into the final complex, out towards the line in the number 49 Apex Racing Team car, and across the line he'll go. It is a 16.9. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, back to the top here, Jamie Fluke. My prediction, let me remind you as well, folks, Kike Oliveira.
Oh
who's
my
had a
God,
tough day. Sebastian Job. Now, if I remember correctly, was there not qualifying struggles at Road Atlanta for Sebastian Job as well?
I don't fully remember. All I know is that I picked him, so sorry.
Jamie Fluke, I tell you what, take a big grin, take a big smile, enjoy it, savour it. It could be tears again at Road Atlanta, as now we're seeing Kike Oliveira make his way towards the line. He's had a difficult day, goes third fastest, just over 0.2 of a second away from Jamie Fluke.
So it was in the middle sector. Like I say, ideally, realistically, it's probably turn 5, which is bitten him. Left-handed, run a little bit wide. I mean, yeah, the first sector's the fastest we've seen so far. Yeah, you're breaking the 9.6 barrier. It's great. But for Sebi, who I literally spoke to moments ago, who said, oh, yeah, no, things are going quite well so far. Things are going great so far.
Commentator's curse.
Oh, it's not the commentator's curse. He's made the mistake. Don't you start. I then picked him for this one, and bish, bash, bosh, down the order he goes.
Not ideal at all. Marcel, someone who's really well, certainly been your biggest fan coming up to this
I've
point.
not picked
him with Lewis McGlade. No, you haven't picked him this time around. Mouse Esports obviously looking to try and elevate themselves. Obviously, the Mouse team that have joined us and been with us since Katowice, where they first entered the fray, bringing together a great squadron of drivers, including the likes of Marcel and Max Benneker, two vastly experienced racers. Marcel in real life as well, competing in the DTM Championship, and has now committed his future to sim racing as well. 6 fastest at the moment that he'll soon elevate, I'm sure. When he registers his time, he should go faster than Sebastian Joe, but 9.6 in the first sector is actually where he needs to be, so that's not bad at all. Sector 2 would be ideal as well, to be somewhere around the realms of a 39.9, maybe even a 39.8, as he now heads out of the chicane as well. Now he's got to try and beckon his way down the crest. Looks over the hill, descending now. Does he keep tight to the inside? Takes a little wider scale this time around, probably a little wider than what Jamie Fluke did earlier on, as he now heads up towards the line. Second fastest, 58 thousandths off the top. That's not bad.
It's not bad indeed. He must have started that lap a little bit later than expected, but still, because we did see quite a bit of that. Moritz Lerner across the line, half a tenth off of that 16.9. To be fair, I think Fluke's lap time might be very good here. Like I say, at 16.9, we won't see too many drivers breaking into the 16s here. It's very hard to do. Thibaut Catamon down the hill, though. First sector's okay. Second sector, we can't see. But third sector, let's see what it is across the line as he moves his way up the order. It's good enough for the front row for now. It is another number 16.9.
Top 3 within 58 thousandths of a second of each other. Jamie Fluke, though, still with the fastest time. Jeffrey Rietveld, 9.7 in that first sector isn't ideal, but the 39.9 is somewhere special. This could yet levy out as he makes his way through Sector 3. This is so imperative for our race winner back at Hockenheim Ring. Can he bring to the table more grandeur for Team Redline as he comes across the line? Third fastest, and the top 4 all within 58,000.
Now this is impressive so far. Look at these sector times from Kevin Ellis Jr. First sector and second sector, both on the money. These are both faster than Jamie Fluke. This could be a 16.8, and if it is, and the pole position to him. I kind of don't want it because then Jasmine will be correct, but to be fair, I love myself a bit of Kevin Ellis Jr. He comes down the hill, the feisty man. Kevin Ellis Jr. across the line. Is it good enough for the pole? And it is a 16.863. Very impressive. Can his teammate join him?
I tell you what, ART aren't looking too bad. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke, front row is blistering blue with Johan Haas now currently looking to register his time as well. Can he join them? Can it be a 1-2-3? It's going to be a little tough out of the second sector. The first sector's okay, where you needed to be. Sector 3 being the crux of the issue. Here now in the closing stages of Road Atlanta. One lap of magic here to bring your cards to the table. Johan Haas, only 6th fastest, but nonetheless ART on the ascension here.
So what will be then the last lap of this qualifying session? Marcel Cinczyk has a qualifying ban, so we'll be starting from the rear of the field, definitely at the circuit where you really don't want that to be the case. Yuri Toman will be the last lap. First sector, okay. Second sector, a couple of tenths down at the moment, aiming for that sort of 6th or 7th margin. Depends on what he can pull together in the final sector in the Audi R8. He heads his way towards the line, and can he do anything about the ART front row? No, he cannot. 7th place as we take a look at the VRS starting grid for race 3 of Group A. A slowdown penalty, a shocking one from Sebastian Job, which puts him at the rear of the field. Mitchell de Jong will join him on the rear as we'll take a look. Qualifying done. And like you say, there is a look at Kevin Ellis Jr.
Well, I mean, he's going to be feeling delighted. Lewis, take us away.
Yeah, indeed. Kevin Ellis Jr. then starting this one from pole position. It'll be Jamie Fluke alongside him, an ART front row. Again, an amazing qualifying lap from him. Just did it at the right time and beat out his qualifying time.
Absolutely sensational from Kevin Ellis Jr. Jamie Fluke as well with a stellar showing as well. Front row, doubly represented by Apex Racing Team. We did say, of course, they had the promise, of course, of bringing together a great result. They've done so in the past. They have been consistent. Kevin Ellis Jr. has been one of the standout performers, currently well within the realms of qualification, given where the points stack. Jamie Fluke right on the cusp as well. They've got a huge opportunity to solidify their place in the top 12.
Yeah, indeed. So, like we say, we've got that ART front row. We were saying that this is the strongest track for them. They are looking impressive. They're looking strong. They are, I mean, to be fair, I bet they're sitting there thinking, why couldn't we have more? Why couldn't they release Road Atlanta a bit earlier? Why couldn't we do more on this circuit? Because we love this place, and rightfully so, to be fair. I kind of wonder, because they, Apex Racing Team come a little bit more from the iRacing side of things, where, this is a circuit where they race quite frequently. For some of the other drivers, it's maybe some circuit that they've not actually seen so much, like from the RFX 2 side, for example, or the ACC side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's horses for courses. Like you say, certain sims tend to offer certain elements that are perhaps strongest for certain drivers, but the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. and Marcel Cinchik, who have, you know, really given their utmost here. They've been absolutely stellar on their build-up here, coming in towards the race, and Road Atlanta has been splendid for them.
Yeah, they've just pieced themselves together so delightfully, and like I say, done an amazing job. And like I say, when they come to this circuit, they seem to move their way up the order and do an incredible one. And like you say, for them right now, they are most certainly the team to beat. They're in warm-up at the moment. There's about 10 seconds or so left to go. In that one, and so we'll have to wait and see. Oh, you can see me in the background. Take a look at that. Oh, Kevin Ellis Jr. though, pole sitter behind the wheel, and like I say, looking very, very strong and very comfortable, along with his teammate Jamie Fluke. Maybe a little bit of disappointment for Johan Hart being a bit further down the order, as we can see through his glasses to what is happening. Qualifying done, practice done, warm up done. Race about to begin. And again, for these drivers, there's a few drivers that are below the cutoff line at the moment. Road ART Lanta. Woo, that is a tough one. Is that Adam Tompkins there? Giving a little bit of a shout out. That's a tough one to say, but they do love the track so much. And like you say, when they come around here, they just manage to put on quite the performance. At the moment, of course, below the cut line of those drivers that are in this race, you got Johan Hart is below the cut line at the moment, needs to respond quite well. Brzezinski, De Jong, of course, Thibaut Casabon, Moritz Lerner, Keke Oliveira, those are the drivers below the cut line as we head into the race. Long run down towards the first corner, and of course, it'll be Jamie Fluke on the left-hand side. It'll be Kevin Ellis Jr. on the right as we begin this run. It'll be a long hold on the grid before we start the run down to the first corner, and we are underway. You can see there Marcel Cinchik already trying to pull over to one side of the circuit as they race their way down into the first corner. But for Kevin Ellis Jr., perfect start from him, able to hang on from Jamie Fluke, who has had a couple of start problems today, but now he is in second position. He is able to hang on to it, and it is still ART 1 and 2.
Yeah, fantastic start for both drivers now, and still up at the sharp end. It is Kevin Ellis Jr. who's holding on to the lead of the race. Jamie Fluke doing enough as well to hold on to that second place. RAG still representing, though, here in the top three fracas. They have not moved a muscle since the start of this race and hold on to their place as well. Riedfeld down in fourth with Moritz Lerner in fifth too. Apex Racing Team with Johan Hart also sat in sixth place, getting a reasonable start with Yuri Tobin all over his rear. But it's ART checking us out here. 12 laps of magic here at the Road Atlanta circuit, and ART representing in Ps 1 and 2. It's magic here for them at the start as well. Can they take it through from quali to the end of the race?
And you know what? With this circuit being so hard to overtake, I'd say for Kevin Ellis Jr., things are looking pretty secure for him at the moment as you look down the background. Look at the three wide, though. Oh, my goodness. Mitchell de Jong, Keke Oliveira, and Sebi Joe, who worked his way through into ninth. He started in 11th position, courtesy of Marcel Cinchik's back of the grid, or, you know, the removal from qualifying, his quali ban. Sebi Joe working his way up only a couple of positions on the race start.
Yeah, and also a zealous move or a look there from Moritz Lerner on Jeffrey Riedfeld as well. Purple as well as you'd expect for Kevin Ellis Jr., who takes the fastest lap of the race here in lap 2 of 12. So plenty of racing still to be had. Jamie Fluke now holding the fort in second. Thibaut Casabon with his best qualifying, certainly so far this LAN weekend. Keke Oliveira currently sat down in 10th place as well. Mitchell de Jong currently showing in his rear view, as well as Cinchik, who, remember, could not register a qualifying lap due to the quali ban in place after notching together a series of incident points against his license. As now we're seeing many cars now burst through this next strike. Still on top, it's Kevin Ellis Jr. Fluke now far behind too, not far behind, should I say. Riedfeld also down in fourth, trying to close on Casabon.
Yeah, and big shout out to Thibaut Casabon. Like I say find himself below the cut line. He finds himself very far below the cut line as well. At the moment, he has only 34 points. The cut line is 62. This could be a very big result for the Frenchman, especially if he can sneak his way through. There is another move coming in from G2. Sebi straight down the inside. Bit of a hip check between himself and Brzezinski. That side-by-side is going to take them on the exit of 10B as they head their way up and under the crest, under the bridge, down the hill they go, down 80 feet of drop, and Sebastian Job works his way through into 8.
Majestic, breathtaking. Another BMW could be following suit as Keke Oliveira has a look down the inside of Jakub Brzezinski as well, but stellar showing from Job to head out to the chicane and then down the the hill to then escalate his place up yet again. Sees himself in 8th as he looks to try and gain on Yuri Toman as well for 7th. There is quite a gap to find out, 0.8 of a second. The difference between them is now Yuri Toman furiously working at the wheel as well, down in his place. Currently 7th, trying to close up on Johan Harth, who represents a 3-car contingent representing the ART team. First, 2nd and 6th is where they stand. Points, huge points being levied their way, as well as individual drivers. Moritz Lerner in 5th, having a great race as well, trying to recover from the damage that was done in prior races. But he's looking cool, and he's not far away from Rietveld again here, Lewis.
No, absolutely not. Like I say, down into 10 a.m. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of moves. You know, whilst this is the shortest circuit we deal with, that means that we have the most laps that we deal with, and that's what makes it so exciting. There's a look down the inside. Moritz Lerner's going to try and make something on Jeff Rietveld. Backs into the slipstream again. There was a bit of a defensive line coming in, I think, from Sebastian Job, just in the background. So we take a look at him now. He's obviously 1 second behind Yuri Toman, but I'm pretty sure that gap's going to disappear fairly quickly.
Yeah, Rietveld doing well to hold on, but Lerner is still knocking at the door. He's within 3/10 here as we see him now make his way down towards turn 1. Johan Harth as well in the mix. We also love to, you know, add a few notches to his lapel. Of course, knows that 2 of his teammates are currently leading this train, that are making their way around on lap 4 of 12 as they aggressively take the curves. You can just see how much the car sort of tries to rebalance itself, coming over the top of those raised curves. Again, Moritz Lerner tackling it very aggressively, as well as he looks to gun down upon the red line car in front of him. So now they beckon their way in towards the middle sector down the hill. The elevation does tend to swap. It is a roller coaster circuit, very much like Spa to a certain degree, but a little more fast paced here at this point. Kevin Ellis Jr. still leads them through though, and has broken to within, well, over 8.5 of a second. This is a fast run from Kevin Ellis Jr.
Like I say, when you've got your teammate behind you, you know, things are looking all right. Do you remember Jamie Fluke took off into the distance a little bit and then was caught up in those final moments of the race? And we saw the heart rate trace over those final laps with him. He was genuinely breaching 180 when it was in the online.
Was one of them too. We look back to his heart rate monitor that really did the rounds on social media. It was absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, it's like I say, and it's not, as we say time and time again, it's not the physical effort. Yes, turning a wheel, these wheels, they can be heavy to turn, whatever, the force feedback, etc. It can be a little bit of a workout. It's not that raises the heart rate. It is the pressure and the mental focus that brings that heart rate up, which is what I find, honestly, so incredible.
Yeah, it is absolutely immense to see how these, you know, drivers, they are essentially athletes. That's exactly what they are. They have to train. Of course, we are hearing, I did speak to the team around. Of course, there's been a lot of murmurings and reverberations to what's going to happen with the Red Bull lineup as well. Of course, there's been talks of Red Bull and Team Redline coming together. And I was speaking to actually Jeffrey Rietveld and also Luke Bennett about how they're going to add in personal trainers, things of that nature into the fold as well, which is extraordinary and definitely will play a huge factor, I think, in a championship such as this.
Which is such a Red Bull thing. I remember it was 2 years ago, might have even been longer than that, when Sebi won Porsche Tacor Esports Super Cup, and there was the whole, there was like a load of videos about how he'd got himself, like, you know, he got himself, the team had got him like a personal trainer and all this, that and the other, and like, so he had, like, they really started focusing on the physical side, because it is kind of physical, and yes, this definitely is racing. We hear you, but right now, the place where there's not racing is at the race lead, because Kev gone.
Yeah, he is gone at this moment in time. 8/10 separates he and his teammate Jamie Fluke, proving that once again success is no fluke around this track. Once again in the top 2 and looking to bring home a big result. Certainly the points would be ideal for Jamie Fluke. Kevin Ellis Jr. could yet stamp his place into the final as well. ART could yet be on for yet more Cinderella stories yet again. I mean, what it would mean to them to lift that trophy and be crowned ESL R1 full season. I mean, that would be totally against the grain, wouldn't it?
It would be, and you know what? You never know. See, this is the thing, is where it could come down to tomorrow. Well, it's going to come down to tomorrow, definitely. As Johan Hart's trying to get his way past Moritz Lerner. It could come down to tomorrow and getting a little bit lucky with when you're in finalist mode and what circuit it follows straight afterwards. I remember having this conversation with Marcel Cinchik back in the spring seasons, that he was hoping to get into finalist mode and then race at Monza pretty quickly, because he was very confident in Monza. The Apex Racing team will absolutely be the same around here. They want this circuit if they enter finalist mode.
Yeah, this is very much their playground, and Johan Harth proving that again as well. Goes late on the breeze. the inside here on Moritz Lerner. Fantastic move there from Johan Haaf. Left it late, left it on the brakes, brought his way through. Another man who could do the same is Yuri Toman. Looking to try and find it back, but look at Moritz Lerner. Looking to try and fight back the place. P5 up for question. Turn 1 should separate them, but who's going to come out on top? Lerner to the inside, on the inside here as well. Toman now in the back, and Moritz Lerner is spun, and so is Johan Haaf. Incredible scenes.
And that might be Moritz Lerner needing to win the next race. The points that he's lost from that, he must win the next race. Johan Haaf shaking his head. Maybe feeling it was a little bit too aggressive for Moritz Lerner. It might have been Johan Haaf turning in a little bit too much at T1, forcing Moritz onto the curb. The two of them made contact, the two of them went round. Johan Haaf recovers out to 8th position, and that is definitely something for race control to deal with post-race.
Yeah, I did have a brief look over at race control, and they are, I think, taking a very
straight away
in-depth look at that one without any shadow of a doubt. They're jumping straight on it, but just look at the gap now. Look at what it's done. Job now 3 seconds clear of Jakub Brzezinski in 6th. Kaiki Oliveira now bringing himself into the fight. So Kaiki could yet be extended up to 6, as now we see side by side between Chinchik. Remember, he was right at the back, so he's benefited from this. He's ahead of Haaf. He's now looking to challenge as well right at the front end. Haaf now foregoing the place. Chinchik holds on to 8th. So that is more points going by the way of Marcel Chinchik.
And you've got to remember, Chinchik has now served his quali ban, which means he's got essentially more points to play with when it comes to the license. He's kind of. I remember talking to him. He was kind of saying that that's one of the things that he wants to get dealt with today. He kind of wants to get a quali ban today, so he doesn't have to deal with it potentially tomorrow, where it's going to cause some serious problems. Take a look at this replay and try and talk me through this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they remain wheel to wheel. Fantastic fight back from Moritz Lerner. He looked like he had lost the place. Johan Haaf looked to have his number, just getting onto the grass and onto the curb, unsettled the car, ended up taking himself out as well as Johan Haaf. I think that is, if you want my view, I think that is a certain racing incident.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say, if I'm honest, there didn't look to be any intent involved in that, or certainly any risk as such. They were both wheel-to-wheel racing. Unfortunately, Johan Haaf was collected as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is, you've got to look at it, and, they're both a little bit to blame. Johan maybe could have given a little bit more room. Moritz took a little bit too much curb, and then the car bounced out to him. It was the bounce that really affected him and shot him out. Absolutely. That was where the problem came from. Check out Thibaut Casabon. I think there's been a bit of a mistake here from Jamie Fluke. He's dropped a little bit further off his teammate, and Thibaut Casabon, the flying Frenchman in this one, might be working his way through. Not close enough as they come down into 10A and 10B this time. Big slide there from Jamie Fluke. Ooh, the pressure's building.
It is building, and I tell you what, Casabon has not featured on the podium in a long, long time. Of course, remember, last time he did feature was victory back in the quarter-final at Hockenheim Ring, and now looking to come back yet again and maybe even grant himself yet another podium. He's already in the podium places with P3 on the table, but second place would be all the sweeter, and more points up for grabs as well, because of course he's looking to try and book his place into the final tomorrow. But Kevin Ellis Jr. has no qualms up at the sharp end. He's currently holding the fastest lap, and now he's 1.5 seconds near enough off his teammate.
Yeah, Thibaut's got 2 podiums. Obviously one of them's a race victory, and one of them was a second place the week before. So he does have a couple of podiums, but like I said, we haven't seen him on the podium for a while. He's just a consistent peddler. Do you remember that in the was it Gamers 8 or was it? It must have been Gamers 8.
Yeah.
He worked his way through into the driver's final day with a move on the very last lap of the race at Monza. It was very impressive. It was on Brzezinski, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, he actually came in to replace Risto Capit
at
RAG after a while. So RAG were making changes to their lineup back then, and we have another incredible stat. Moritz Lerner only just gained entry. Of course, we understand that. It very much on the threshold, just managing to scrape through. And this is why these moments are so imperative. And again, a race that was far better than what he'd shown before, Lewis, so far. But now he's at the back now this time.
And he is out of the race, because I can see him just sat there. He's on his phone.
Yeah.
He's done. Obviously, he's not going to leave his rig now, because that would be a distraction to the other competitors, which is obviously very good, and certainly within the rules.
Yeah.
That he must sit down until the end of it. But he is out of this race. Jamie Fluke has never quite qualified lower than P2 at Road Atlanta, and obviously that stat is going to hold. How good is he around here?
He is absolutely stellar, isn't he? I mean, obviously, the gap is kind of held now, 1.4 to 1.5. Kevin Ellis Jr. putting in a huge, mighty shift. Fluke doing enough to keep Casabon at bay. But you can see the RAG car right behind the Audi R8 LMS, still haunting that rear spoiler.
But do you want to know something? And this is where the team game comes into it a little bit. Between Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke, who needs the race win more? before this race, Kevin Ellis Jr.
Midway top 12, right?
Yeah, they're both in the top 12, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is halfway in there.
Yes.
Jamie Fluke is down on the cut-off line. Really, Jamie needs the win more, but you're not going to say, all right, Kev, drop back, let Jamie go. Not when there's Thibaut right there.
Still big points.
Exactly.
You know, and at the end of the day, with Fluke coming in second place, that's still enough for him to elevate himself off the bottom of the top 12. So he still has a great chance here to muster in a huge effort to lofty his place up the championship standings. But I tell you what, Thibaut Casabon is going to make that as difficult as possible, especially now we're on the penultimate lap of the race.
Exactly. Not too long left to go. Obviously, with it being the shortest lap in distance, it is the shortest lap in time as well. Jamie Fluke desperate to hang on to a very important second place, which garners 20 points for it. What this will mean, by the way, if we get Kevin Ellis Jr. taking the victory. This is our first race of the day, sorry, our fifth race of the day. We'd have 5 different winners.
Yeah, we have, which is certainly a great representation as to the quality we have here at ESL R1. Already we've seen some of the greats, but also the Cinderella stories have returned, and this time it will be Kevin Ellis Jr. should he take it all the way to the bitter end on lap 12 of 12. We're still on lap 11 of 12. We'll very shortly begin the final lap of the race, but Kevin Ellis Jr. 1.4 ahead, nearly 1.3 within. Thibaut Casabon, though, is going to make that difficult. That final lap is going to be crucial.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's not quite the same level of pressure as when he was trying to defend from Sebi Jobe to take the victory, obviously, in the final. But it's still a lot of pressure considering the points that he has. He cannot make a mistake. He needs the 20 points. He needs to hang on to where he is. But guess who else needs those 20 points? Thibaut Casabon does. He finds himself not only not inside the cut line, he finds himself basically at the bottom of the standings right now. A little bit of a huff from the Frenchman because he knows that run onto T1. It was not good enough. Look at how much wider Jamie Fluke is into the first corner as well. He's going to pull out a little bit here on the crest up towards turn 2.
Yeah, how many chances is Casabon going to get? He knows that this is a great opportunity here to maximise his points offering, but Jamie Fluke now trying to give absolutely everything, actually dipping to within that delta that was before, 1.4 seconds between he and his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. So Fluke now on a charge, knows that he has to put everything into this final lap, and a bit of a brush of the nose here from Thibaut Casabon as he looks to try and dig deep to try and muster himself within that delta between he and Jamie Fluke ahead of him. Whilst P3 is great, whilst the points there will be useful, P2 will surely be more beneficial.
Yeah, and of course, when we speak of the Apex racing team around here, it's not even just in this championship where they're quite good around here. I remember in the IMSA Esports Championship they took victory, and it was mostly out of a drive from the final corner. Just the way that Luke McEwen drove that one, very impressive. They're a very strong team around here. That is the important bit, and it is showing. It is definitely going to be winner, Kevin Ellis Jr. That's a bit of a stretch, but that's fine. I'm still going to commit to it. He'll come through the final corner. He'll drop down the hill, and how is the weight off his shoulders right now? It is ART again on top here at Road Atlanta, but it is a 1-2. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke. Thibaut Casabon with an unreal drive onto the podium as well. But shout out to Kevin Ellis Jr. That quali lap was mega. The race was even better.
It certainly is. Winner, Kevin Ellis Jr. He has taken victory here, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, unreal. Once again, yet another win for Kevin Ellis Jr. Our 5th different winner here in Sweden at DreamHack. Again, very impressive indeed. But of course, everyone's bored of hearing me and you shouting because we need to head to Rory, who's having a chat with someone.
Yeah, I'm having a chat with someone, not just anyone. I'm here with Kevin Ellis Jr., race winner. How does that sound?
Yeah, pretty damn good actually. Yeah, I was getting a little bit concerned there. A lot of the guys outside the top 12 were having good results, so I knew I had to kind of clutch up there and get the win just to secure tomorrow, you know. I think after the heartbreak in Munich, I was really keen to correct that this week here in Jönköping. So yeah, really happy.
Yeah, talk us how that race went for you. Was it as smooth as it looked?
Yeah, it was pretty smooth. I saw Jamie's lap time come in and I thought, okay, that's a good lap. Like he's really rapid around here. He always has been. So I knew I had to pull something out the bag. Got through turn 3 pretty well, and then all of a sudden I just felt a really sort of calm rush and got the rest of the Q lap in. Then in the race, when I saw he was P2, I was like, yeah, I think we'll be all right.
You Apex guys like Road Atlanta, don't you?
Yeah, we've had some really good success here in other platforms. So. Yeah, we kind of managed to carry that momentum into Rennsport, and we've really got on top of this track really well. It suits the Mercedes as well. We weren't feeling great about our hopes this week, but Road Atlanta was the one track we did have circled to really get a result. So.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again. Thank you for your time. And we're going to head over to Jasmine.
Thank you very, very much for that, Rory. Any words?
P1, Jasmine, well done. Give you credit for that.
Thanks,
Absolutely
man.
brilliant call.
All in a day's work. Easy for me, some might say. I'd quite like for us to get together like a prediction graphic, like the ones that Lewis was doing for the online rounds as well.
Yeah.
What's your win rate percentage?
It's not bad. I mean, mine came second behind yours, so we were both right with Apex.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. How's Lewis doing with his?
Don't ask.
Don't ask what you don't want to know the answer to. You know what? We're lucky that Lewis isn't actually listening to us right now, because I feel like he would definitely give us hell on this broadcast. But wow, oh wow, what a race. Kevin Ellis Jr. You know what? Heading into this race, the one thing that we had mentioned is the fact that, you know what? Apex Racing Team, we want to see more from them. We want to see them give us that drive, the competition that we've been, you know, ultimately searching for, especially for the online rounds. They shocked us, they stunned us, especially once they moved over to those Mercedes, and on the LAN at that as well. They've been able to pull it out of the bag.
They have been brilliant. I mean, I think Road Atlanta has been one of the outliers, I think, in comparison to all the other tracks that we have had, because this is where the form really came into play. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke, proven winners around Road Atlanta. Of course, we saw Fluke give the goods as well for ART when he hit the round.
Goods.
Yeah, well, he did give the goods to ART, certainly, after taking victory the way he did back in round, I think it was round 7, incidentally. But then, of course, Jamie Fluke also taking a victory on the run-up to that round final, which was stellar. And, of course, showing again, while, of course, we've got many great drivers in that group, why he is considered one of the best too.
Now that we've seen Road Atlanta, for the folks that might not have seen it before, I want to know everybody's thoughts and feelings about it. Make sure you share them with us on social media as well, !social in the chat, or !survey. If you want to give us your feedback, let us know if you want more tracks, more cars, more racing, more chaos, more predictions as well. We want to know more thoughts and feelings about all things ESL R1. But on that note, I want your thoughts and feelings. Road Atlanta, you a fan of it?
Big fan. I mean, I have to say, I think the brilliance about it is the variation. We had so many different corners for the drivers to try and make their way through. We had chicanes, you got the elevation change, and of course you got the blind corner as well, out to the chicane, heading down the hill in towards the start-finish line. And I think, again, you know, drivers were tested in qualifying. Sebastian Job getting it all wrong, actually getting a slowdown through the qualifying, which was totally out of character, but it has happened to him before. I do remember in the online rounds coming through towards this major in the fall season, it did claim him before, but I don't think he'd be too worried. He's going through regardless. But on another level, you don't want too many of those starting to sink in, because it will obviously warp your mentality. I think as well, many other drivers getting caught out. Moritz Lerner, really not going great for him right now. He actually retired midway through the race during that last occasion. He was involved in a pretty hefty accident, of course, with an RHE car, where things just got a little, not RHE, sorry, it was in a fight with Johan Harth, incidentally, coming through turn 1. But unfortunately for him, just hasn't gone his way, and it seems to be a constant theme currently in this championship.
Well, I feel like ESL R1 has certainly been a roller coaster of emotions and performances throughout. Team Furia being one of them as well. So we're going to take a little bit of an extended break by showing you a very, very special Furia documentary, and then we will be joined alongside a very special guest from Furia as well. So we hope you enjoy it.
My heart was almost going out of my mouth. This is what I need to perform.
If you don't perform well, there's a new driver getting the chance.
And look at Sorensen!
This season must show what we are made of.
Around the outside!
This is showtime.
It is everything to us. We had this mission for Season 1 to qualify for the major.
These drivers, Kaiki Oliveira has the whole shot coming in. Kaiki Oliveira having a nose down the inside, super move. Kaiki Oliveira solidifying his placement up into the major.
We did it, but it wasn't enough.
Furia, again, not looking so great. Look at this, Furia as well, further back. Drama in the background for the Furia car.
I wanted more drivers in the major. We need to show more progress. We need to be on the prize pool.
Maybe we're going to see something special out of Furia.
This season for us is the definitive season.
I would love to see Kaiki do really well. He's left his family, his friends, to make this dream a reality.
I'm Kaiki Oliveira, I'm 28 years old and I drive for Furia. This is my second season in ESL R1. It is almost half a year away from home.
The fact that Furia have Kaiki Oliveira representing the squad and he's doing an incredible job.
Today we have the knockouts for round 5 in Monza. Lassie's racing the first race. Yeah, okay, Lassie. Good luck on today's race. Things haven't been going very well in the beginning of the championship.
See what Lasse Sorensen can do. A 10th down on where he needed to be in that final sector, but he was on for a top 6.
My name is Lasse Sorensen. I'm 26 years old. Besides being a driver for Furia, I have my own company that does events and renting out simulators. So you can say like my whole day is basically around the simulator world.
Big boy, go, go, go.
The pressure in the championship is really high, the highest it has been in sim racing as a whole.
We need him to succeed in this championship. He's battling so hard.
If you don't perform well, there's a new driver getting the chance. At the moment I'm P10, so I have to gain a lot of places to get to the semifinals. They start fighting a lot, and then I see I have a gap on the inside. So I go to the inside.
Yeah, on the inside. Yes, great.
And make an overtake of 2 cars.
Yes.
I get up to P6. Besides being really happy, also a bit nervous about how the penalty points are gonna hand out.
He's a big boy.
Did he push somebody off?
No.
You don't know?
Because it really can decide if I go to the semifinals or not.
Wow, it was such a challenging first season.
So for season 2, we were with these 2 options on the table. One was Malta, and the other one was when Lassie told us that he had a good office, he had sim rigs, and he wanted to be with the guys. So Denmark, from one day to the other, just appeared to be a very good option.
Aqui é a casa, é um apartamento bem legal. Organizadinho. É, mano. Organizadinho, então
Legal, mano. Like, okay, I am an underdog. I'm a Brazilian that is coming to Europe, doing the hard work, going the hard way. And I use this as my advantage because I know everybody's on their comfort zone, I'm not. So I'm getting comfortable with the uncomfortable.
Race 4, we're having Kaique Oliveira.
For me, the most pressure that I feel is on quali, because when you are waiting 4 minutes to do a lap that you are working for 2 weeks, the pressure starts to creep in and like your heart starts pounding like crazy and you're like really not thinking about anything, but you feel the pressure of, oh, this is showtime, this is what I need to perform. A tiny mistake on the detail, I get mad at myself.
What is that thing that you drive with anger? It's like you transform yourself into a beast.
It's just focus. I never had this before, but run sport is just so much pressure that I had to let the emotions out.
He was swearing, we were thinking he was P12. But when he crossed the line, he was P2, and we were like, how is it possible? Kaique right now is on second place, but his pace is not good enough. He's being overtaken by 2 other competitors. He's just asking himself what is wrong with his pace. But we are very proud of him, and he's through. He's on the semi-final.
Bittersweet, but good. Another semi-final, 5th straight semi-final. I'm happy.
but I'm not satisfied. I'm actually quite pissed with my race pace.
Sem acabou com sua corrida, cara. Valeu, mano.
If Lasse did this move, but he didn't move against Mount. What about the rule?
Besides being really happy, also a bit nervous about how the penalty points are going to hand out. It really can decide if I go to the semifinals or not.
All right, let's see the official result.
That's good because they are.
Yeah, Lasse is in! Lasse is in! Yes! Let's go in! You're in! Congrats! Yeah! Yeah, semi-final, man. Congrats.
I told you, see you in the final.
Hello! How's the spirit?
Good, always good.
Nice. Good, good. Good mood, good spirit, nice weather.
Always good weather in Denmark.
So guys, you were the obvious names that we were after. You were Rookie of the Year, and you were right behind him. You are the future of sim racing. At the same time, we have a huge championship as ESL R1. It wasn't all success on your first season.
I mean, of course, I've done Super Rally night racing. It's been doing really good. Coming over to Rennsport, it's been super difficult, of course. I have never actually struggled so much trying to connect with a game.
So we have a lot of success in the other sim. I'm currently top 1 there on ranking. So yeah, when you coming for a sim like that, it's always mental. And of course, we want to perform. We don't want to drive at the back. So yeah, it's very tough.
This hard experience of finding yourselves in a position that is uncomfortable. Thanks. Yeah, and it was nice and honest, and yeah, I think we're growing a lot.
He's the guardian of the team. He's the shield. He's a crucial part of the team.
It's already looking brighter, we can see.
Are you guys hungry?
A little bit.
Because I said I had a surprise for you guys.
I think Lasse is the big boy from the team. He's the most experienced. He's always super helpful.
Now you came to Denmark and you have been here for some time. So now you can officially try the Danish food.
Oh my, I already know what comes next.
You have to eat at least one.
It smells nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then
What is that?
We call it smørbrød. Smørbrød.
Again?
Smørbrød.
Yeah.
Brød is bread, right?
Yeah, I can feel that we are from two different cultures, especially me and maybe Bak. We are more into the analyzing. Gustavo and Keike are more into just putting in the work and really like this strong mentality, just practicing and just putting in hours. I was actually expecting you to be sleeping in here. That's our normal morning routine. That's me coming into the office really tired in the morning to work.
With some McDonald's?
With McDonald's. Gustavo sleeping on the floor. And I'm not turning the lights on to not waking up. Yeah, obviously it shows a lot of dedication also that he just wanted to drive simulator. So he thought, let's sleep here, because then when he wakes up, he can drive again. But you also have to relax sometimes.
I never felt that pressure in my life. Yeah, Lasse is very pivotal in that part. He sees how insane we practice, and sometimes he says like, you need to rest a little bit, like, because you come to drive with your mind more fresh.
Keike.
We're going out.
Yeah. Best luck tonight, man.
Best luck for us. I didn't come here yesterday. I didn't practice at all.
No?
Yeah,
Just stay home.
Yeah. So yesterday I took the day off, which is completely the opposite of what I'm doing the rest of the days here. So, but still, I feel very confident because I was doing PBs after PBs, and I'm okay.
That's good.
It's onwards to semi-final 2. Another 6 drivers are about to make their way into the final. The big question is, who's it going to be?
When I was going to my first semi-final, my knees were shaking like crazy. I was like, my heart was almost going out of my mouth of nervousness.
Maybe Kaiki Oliveira is going to get into yet another final.
Why I'm competing and why I'm searching to be the best is because I want to make history. I want to make my mark in the future of virtual racing.
Kaiki Oliveira, who has spearheaded the Furia team onwards to greatness. He's about to cross the line, a little shrug of the shoulders, a tip of the head, a 46.079. That's not bad for Kaiki.
Boom.
Congrats. But here comes the man who was victor 3 times at the very start of the season in round 1. It's all down to Sebastian Job. Is he going to separate Furia from the top?
Leader coming up towards the line, the 4-man potentially around Monza. Is he going to do it? The answer is no. It's going to go Kaiki Oliveira's way. Sebastian Job
position.
Let's go. Me performing as well that I'm doing, it's very important for the team.
Let's go.
I want Furia to continue. I think we are so strong.
It's our time to shine. Let's go. Let's push.
The ball right back up. Lasse Sorensen, we was
Sometimes results individually are not enough. We need to show these results as a group.
Can he deliver for the team in Brazil? Coming up towards the line now. No, 4/10 away from the top time.
There's a whole race ahead of you, and we already know that you're good with races.
Sorensen, however, making his first appearance this season so far in semi-final action. So he needs to.
When I work for so long during the day, I don't have that same amount of time to practice, but then I practice the right way to achieve my goals.
One from 3rd place. Had it been a week ago at Nürburgring, I'd been sat here being like, yeah, Kaiki Oliveira is definitely going to win this race. In this scenario, with that driver alongside him on the front row, I'm slightly less sure.
It's pedal to the metal, and it is go! It is still Oliveira on top. Take a look at this. The Apex Racing team also 5 cars all in the mix together fighting.
Even though I'm one of the guys who probably have the least amount of hours in the game, I've been racing since I was 3 years old.
Into the higher places, 3 wide, heading through the Roger immediately. And look at Sorensen! Sorensen around the outside, heading through towards the first Lesmo. He's taken all of them. High IQ move there from Lasse Sorensen.
Right now, play the long game. Lasse Sorensen's been sim racing for a long time. He'll know to do that.
In lap 2 of 9, it's still Oliveira leading at the top. But look at Sebastian Job here, Lewis McLean.
Yeah, he's gone straight for it. So Sebastian Job heads back to the front. He wants his 11th win in ESL R1. He wants his 5th.
As now Sorensen gets closer, is he going to open the door? He does. Goes down the inside this time around against the Audi R8, belonging to RAG. Chinching fighting with all his might.
Here is Sorensen's going to try and send it around the Rogier. That one's not really going to work. It's going to be forced onto the curb, and he certainly was so. What do you think, George? Was that a little bit over the line, or was that okay?
Oh, I tell you what, rubbing is racing. We've seen it time and time in ESL R1. The question is, will Adrian, in terms of race directing, cause a bit of a downwards thumb upon that one? There you can see.
Nice, almost, but yeah, on turn 5, he turned into you. I protested that. Let's wait and see, but you were so right on the strategy, man. You cooked, and went for it. It was nice.
Kaiki Oliveira still holding on to the rear wing. Sebastian Job gets a nudge in the back. Sebastian Job trying to cut him off immediately. But look here now, Yuri Toman in the RAG Audi R8 LMS.
Whoa.
He's going to try and take the long way around into the Roger chicane. But a stern defensive effort there, battering back there from Kaiki Oliveira. He was in danger, but he fought back and did well. It looks like it might be too little too late here for Kaiki Oliveira, but nonetheless, he's going to be delighted because this will be his best result of the season.
Vamos! Let's go! Let's go! Well done, Kaiki. Arrepiou, velho.
Pole, né?
Pole, mano. Eu vou sair, botou, mano, uma pressãozona no job.
It's very cool to see how I'm performing against the best. So yeah, I will try my best in the final. Man, I tried.
Parabéns, mano. Vai lá.
Okay, Lassi, there's another protest, which is Chinchik received 1 second time penalty. Since you were so close to him, it doesn't matter the decision on our protests, you are on the final. Congrats, mate.
Falei que ele cortou, filho da mãe.
Yesterday, when they both qualified through the quarterfinals, they said to each other, we meet on the final. And they kept their word. They kept their word. It's just fantastic.
We begin our final, and that long run down towards the first complex is a decent start there.
Ever since the Rensport project started with Furia, I didn't even have a passport. It's just crazy to not have a passport, like 8 months later, be here in Denmark.
We nicknamed ourselves the nomads of sim racing because we were moving from place to place.
I know the battle that we are having here, the hard work that we are putting. I know that when I come back home, I will be very happy and very proud.
Trying to work his way back up the order. Furia down in 10th and 11th. It has not been a good start for them.
We hit the wrong traffic
yeah.
jam, like on lap 1.
Yeah, I got pushed off
on the outside, and we lost too much
To summarize the round, I think that we finally unleashed the potential that was there. We were very calm, and yeah, it was many points to our tally.
So I think fighting a little bit against the odds against the other cars, I think we did a hyper job.
We have to remember that we started from scratch.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
From the bottom.
This year without experience, and we are fighting against the best.
I told G that I will be in every final for the rest.
That's cool.
That's my goal. I have to. You give a beer in the end of the season if it's right.
Yeah, yeah.
And I will be in all the finals.
Until now, you kept all your promises.
Until now.
1, 2, 3 e Furia!
Boom.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to ESL R1 live from the fall season major itself. Lovely, heartwarming stuff from the side of Furia. Boys, how are we feeling?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, how about you, Guy? How are you feeling?
Sorry?
How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Good to be at a major again.
Yeah.
It's hard competition, as we said in the commentary. It's fighting against the best. So, feeling very good to be here.
I got to ask you both, how was it filming a documentary? Was it a bit weird having people follow you around to do this documentary?
At first, when they were coming to film, I was like a little bit worried that we are so focused on practicing and stuff like that. But when they came and started filming, and we talked to each other, and it was just so smooth. And actually gave us a lot of boost. It boosted the ambience a lot because they are so upbeat and cheering for us. It was actually super cool.
How about for you, Guy? How did you find the experience having a team following you around, documenting your every move?
First, they said they would like to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
And in the end, they also become friends of us. So it was such a nice experience because we saw that in the end they were also cheering for us.
Yeah.
And it's rewarding to have someone knowing your work and then liking it and cheering for you. It was such an honor to have this one made.
Well, Kaiki, I got to ask you, being the lone representative for your team, has that factored into added pressure for you heading into the major?
I don't think it adds pressure. I think I miss a little bit.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I'm being the trendsetter in a lot of things, being the benchmark, and some stuff I get exposed, like in race stuff and quali. I feel like I just miss a little bit more of a boost. It's good to be like the benchmark from the team, like spearheading points and stuff like that. But I don't think it's pressure. I just think I need a little bit more boost because you see the other teams, they come more strong with more drivers and they have better preparation.
So Guy, this is where you factor in. What is the game plan in order to help the other drivers give him that boost that he needs?
Well, the game plan is giving all information to Kaiki. He's the one who's making the difference on track, and supporting him all the way. The game plan is to have the best result possible in the last race, so let's go for it.
Okay, and how about the move to Denmark as well? Is that giving you guys any kind of difficulties you've come across or anything like that?
Well, for me, it was actually one of the smoothest because we've been abroad a lot, like in a lot of countries. And like in Denmark and Vejle especially, there's so much stuff to do, easy access to everything. The facility there, the fire headquarters as well, super complete. So it wasn't like comparing to other, for example, Malta, that looks amazing. But in Denmark, for example, for us, it felt a little bit more complete to our necessities. So yeah, and just the weather, compared to us from Brazil, we don't have this like this much of rain or cold like that. It's a little bit more warm, but we can do it with that fine. So
the real question is, which weather are you preferring? The one that you're having here now in Sweden or Denmark?
No, I prefer back home. Back home is a little bit, even though it's a little bit hot, it's better.
Okay, how about the rest of the team? How are the rest of the team doing, adapting?
Yeah, they're doing good. They adapted well to Denmark, yeah, especially Lasse and Lasse Bak. They're from Denmark, so for them it was really good to race from home. And for both Gustavo and Kaique, it was nice to have both Lasse and Lasse Bak together to share information, to hang out, and the experience was nice. Denmark was much better, in my opinion.
So in regards to like team chemistry and things like that, has it had much of an impact having you guys, have the ability to hang out with the guys IRL a lot more often?
Yeah, we were able to connect a little bit more, especially with Lasse Sorensen.
Yeah.
I worked with him before, and we got even more close together, like have Bak as well. I feel like being there just was the best option possible, and overall, like in a relationship and being able to gel with more with the guys and stuff like that. So yeah.
Now the real question is, with the new team chemistry that you all have, can we expect more drivers representing Furia at the next major?
That's the goal.
That's the goal. Can you make a promise?
Yeah, I like to keep my promises, so
I'll try my best to be in the next major for sure.
I love that.
I'll try to push even more. So yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me, guys. Best of luck.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you on the broadcast as per usual, but without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to my two wonderful commentators.
Wonderful.
Is that a compliment?
No. Did she predict anyone, by the way?
I didn't hear one.
No, which means that we've got free reign. We
yes.
can do what we want. All right, perfect,
Fantastic.
Perfect. We'll take a look at the lineup first, though, George.
Yeah. Let's take you through the lineup, folks, because we've got another fantastic race to bring you at Road Atlanta as well. Fascinating, obviously, scenes given the fact that we've got Group B now joining us this time around. So let's take a look at some of the faces that we will be expecting to look at. Of course, Dara McCormack being someone who has certainly prevailed in many ways. He'll be one of the featured lineups as well, one of the featured ones leading up to this very race, and currently leads on points as well. Has been on the podium in both occasions since we started back at Spa. Josh Rogers as well in the mix too, of course 104 points, but results haven't necessarily been stellar about it though, Lewis.
No, like you say, some of these things happen. Of course, he's second in the points, but that's technically after the other group has also had an extra race and things like that. So it's it is what it is. It's all very confusing at this point. That's the joy of it. On here, some drivers which need to make a little bit of progress. Look at James Baldwin, 8th at the moment, but of course the number on the right hand side, the 15. That means he's 15th on the points. Means that if he scores a few more points, he might go above the cut line.
Yep.
But right now, I still think he's aiming for the old dub.
Yeah, well, we all know that the wins make things a little bit more straightforward because it does mean that you automatically gain qualification to the final. Points, though, are a necessity. And many of the drivers now be looking towards them as a method of getting through towards the final. Dara McCormack being potentially one of them, especially given the fact that, of course, he's obtained two P3s leading up to this very race at Road Atlanta. We've only got the small matter of two. Well, we've got one more track after this one. 3 races remain if you include Group A as well. So it's all on the line and opportunities are going to be running out, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, from this point on, they've only got 2 more races already for Group A, rather.
They've got one more race. One more. That's it. And it's kind of, this is the tension that's built up from all this. This is what we love about this kind of format.
Yeah.
You know, we've spoken to a lot of people from other esports organisations, you know, from the wider world of esports, and they say, like, there's always the chance of redemption. There's always the chance of coming back. In sim racing, it is very rare to see a big comeback story. And that's what we love about the brutality of this.
And ESL R1, very unique in the way it runs its format. No other platform, no other game, no other sim runs a championship quite like this. And we've got a bizarre lineup here for this major run as well. Everything on the line. Drivers' Championship, 100K up for grabs too.
You take any of that?
Do not miss it. I'd like to.
Well, that's what I'm getting paid this. Is that what you get paid for? I'm taking the whole driver's prize pool. I'm taking it.
Just for an appearance?
No, it's mostly so you know, that they think they're going to walk away.
Or is it insurance money that Marcel owes you after you?
Yeah, after he got me twice. Goodness me. That's fine. We'll deal with that later on because it's quali time.
It is. Quali now out in force. Road Atlanta now underway. Kevin Siggy, the first to dance around this very circuit. And 9.6 is okay in that first sector. It's right on the money, really, of where he needs to be. So, and that's quite an early 9.6 as well. So this is a good showing. Siggy, of course, has been brilliant so far in this final round.
Yeah, we have seen you know, a 9.5, but yeah, the 9.6 is like it's such a short sector. It's decent. Of course, we did see him win at Spa. He did finish 11th at Hockenheim though after an issue in qualifying. This is certainly looking a bit tidier. Second sector 40.0. You know, that's on the money. We'd like to see a 39-point blip. But yeah, 40.0 is fine.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's right in the mixer, and certainly an opportunity here for Siggy to produce yet more big results. Obviously, we'd prefer to see a 39 in Sector 2, but nonetheless, a big Sector 3 can make the difference. Ooh. 27. Now, that's interesting. He looked happy, I think, and a bit of a kick-up, a 116.979. Dara McCormack, 9.6 in the first sector, which is on the money, and also dancing around the 40s.
Yeah, but the disappointment, I think he's had a great drive off a T7. He comes down into the chicane now. He looked a little bit flustered, a little bit frustrated, did Dara McCormack. Maybe he's driving like a... Well, I can't say that, but it's fine. As he comes down through the final corner, Dara McCormack across the line. Is it going to be a 16? No, 17.0.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too happy with that, and only enough to place him at this point second fastest at 42 thousandths off the back of Kevin Siggy. Again, we go to a Williams driver, Nikodem Wisniewski, everybody. Someone who has, of course, been successful on the run-up here to the major. Took victory back at the Nürburgring as well, and is certainly very adept where it comes to racing and pulling off big results, and very capable indeed. He's going to take the slope, the descent, heading down the hill. Chooses that wide tiger line, so it gives him the best access heading down the long straight as well. The third driver to mark a time on the board here in Group B in this race. 97 thousandths off the top. Still 3 drivers in with a 10th.
It's not quite full gas, full send. Sorry, but it's just not quite there. Second and third at the moment. It's not too bad. It's comfortable laps onto the board, but they are laps that can be beaten. Thomas Tattler will be the next one to march his way through 10A and 10B, up the crest, and then down the 80-foot drop at the penultimate corner as they go through 11, and now through what is technically, I think it's turn 13, because turn 12 is very confusing. Don't get me started on Road Atlanta. Out through the line, 16.904. Very impressive for the heroic driver. Heroic drive, may it be.
And a rare smile on the face of Thomas Tattler as well. Extraordinary. James Baldwin now also up with a chance here. 9.6 in that first sector is pretty good. The 40.2 though, however, I think he'll be disappointed with. Easily 2 to 3 tenths off where he would want to be, but Sector 3 can make the difference. Making his way down the hill now towards the start-finish line. What can James Baldwin bring to the table? World's fastest gamer. Where does he sit? 3.5 tenths off the top. Thomas Tattler in control.
How long are we going to keep doing the world's fastest gamer thing? I keep leaning into it so much. But no, it's too easy. It's too easy. Yeah, exactly. He's still the reigning champ of that. Bonner House comes through the final corner and up towards the line. And we'll see whether Bonner House is going to move his way up the order. I think he'll be faster than James. I think he might be slower than Nikodem. The lap time of the pole in the first session was, of course, in Group A, was a 16.8. I think it was an 8.62, wasn't it, in the hands of Kevin Lyons Jr. We're not quite there yet.
No, not quite. Isaac Price comes up next as well for G2 Esports, who I have to say has really adapted here to the land environment quite strong. Bono House incidentally going 4th fastest ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski, and just outside the 10th a second mark as well, just over a 10th and a quarter out the ways, but positions himself below Dara McCormack. So it's a string of Mercedes drivers from 3rd to 6th. And then, of course, we have G2 Esports' very own Isaac Price going 5th fastest and just over 1.5 tenths off the top.
Yeah, Dane Warren, the next one to come down, of course, in the next set. We do have some heavy hitters. We've got Dane Warren, we've got Erhan Jofsky, we've got Luke Bennett, we've got Josh Rogers, we've got Maximilian Benneker. 5 incredible talents. To be fair, as are the 7 that have gone before them. Into the final sector is Dane Warren. I mean, you were the one that was pointing out all of the issues that he had in that race. He still managed to work his way back up the order because he does seem to be able to know how to overtake around here. Will he need that from this qualifying time, though, as he comes out towards the line, across it at 17.184? The answer to that question is, yeah, he's going to need to overtake.
Yeah, he took a stellar trip. There was certainly high elevation when he made his way through the first sector. The elevation, however, on that lap time is certainly not to be considered a pole lap. He's down and stricken in 7th place. Erhan Jofsky coming up next, the Macedonian, representing RHE, your resident team champions here in the fall season major. Of course, they captured that crown back at round 8. Erhan Jofsky looking to bring his best to the table. A little flick of the rear. He lost shape, but goes 7th fastest and higher than Dane Warren.
It is Luke Bennett, apparently. That's brutal. That is really harsh. But Luke Bennett then behind the wheel. I mean, we've got Kevin Soggy, we've got Silly Lully behind Team Redline, so maybe it is Luke Bennett. But who knows? Into the final sector he goes. First sector's okay. Second sector's actually right on the money. I'm not sure it's going to be faster than Tattler, but it might be faster than the Soggy boy himself. And let's see what he can do out towards the final corner. Birmingham's finest does go up to 2nd.
Yeah, decent lap there for Luke Bennett, and that is now Redline. 2 cars in the top 3, which is a very strong place for them to be. Thomas Tattler is going to be under huge pressure. Max Benneker, however, a driver that's also made his way through already in this championship and will be featuring in the final after a stellar victory back at Hockenheim Ring. Remember as well that he managed to do the business prior, and also, again, this time Max Benneker.
Oh, they've both got it.
Extraordinary. 2 of the rivals, Josh Rogers and Max Benneker, the final 2 drivers here in quali, 2 rivals that know each other well and truly over past infractions together, now see themselves both sharing slowdown penalties.
Yeah, wow, that is unreal. Like they say, I saw Rogers' one pop up and then Benneker's one, bam, going through the chicane. So the pair of them will start from the rear of the field. Very much a shame indeed, but yeah. What a shock for everyone.
And
Tattler's on pole.
It had to be those 2, didn't it? Extraordinary scenes here. And I tell you what, Heroic, who have not had a lot to really shout and scream about so far, they can shout and scream about this one. Let's take you through the starting grid from back to front. From the back, who'd have thought? Max Benneker starting P12 alongside of his long-term rival, Joshua Rogers, in 11th place for Porsche Coanda. James Baldwin in 10th. We then have Dane Warren in 9th. Porsche Coanda really have to work hard through this race. We then, of course, have RHE in 8th with Erhan Jofsky. 7th place going to Nikodem Wisniewski. 6th place for Isaac Price and G2 Esports with Bono House in 5th. Dara McCormack lines at 4th. In 3rd is Kevin Siggy. And then on the front row, Luke Bennett in 2nd, but on pole. Who'd have believed it? It's Thomas Tattler. A stellar lap here at the stellar circuit of Road Atlanta that springs surprises time and time again. We watched Apex Racing Team pull out the goods. This time, it's Thomas Tattler and Heroic with, as you said, a heroic lap here at Road Atlanta.
And to add to how heroic that was, the fact that he finds himself basically right down the bottom of the standings. The only person he's really ahead of at the moment is Moritz Lerner. This is a must win race for Thomas Tattler if he's to progress through. He's like, what, 30 points, 35 points basically below the cut line, so he must do it. So that's exciting. I do have a question for you, by the way, because we keep talking about it. I'm just very briefly, slightly off topic. World's fastest game, you keep saying James Baldwin. Obviously, that's world's fastest game of 2. Do you remember who the first one was?
If I'm not mistaken.
This will be good.
Oh, that's
it's tough, isn't it? Everyone in chat, you know, if you know, exactly on it. G2, no.
Who was it?
Rudy Van Buren.
Goodness me. Well, there we have it.
There we go.
Got one up on me there, Lewis and Blade.
I've just got all that knowledge, mate. That's why I'm a 2-time VCO Simi Award winner. It's not the friends I have. It's the journeys you make along the way. Yeah. You can't make it now.
You totally didn't have help at all.
I already knew what it was. That's why I asked the question. Do you think I'd ask you a question? I didn't know the answer.
Keep telling yourself that.
I was friends with Rudy at that point. That's very sad. But no, anyway, we'll talk about this race right now as we move our way into it. Like I say, Thomas Tattler, so much pressure on his shoulders. Incredible qualifying lap. But, you know, for Max and Josh, what's that about?
I mean, again, it just had to be them, didn't it? I mean, the two that go so far back in their careers, they have come together in the past, they've crossed swords, but now both of them sharing the slowdown penalties through qualifying, which will no doubt frustrate them. I mean, it's never ideal. Max Beneko's probably feeling a little less sore about it than Joshua Rogers is, because he's already had the success he's had at Hockenheimring.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the Hockenheimring, it kind of goes back to that qualifying session we saw at the Hockenheimring during the full season, where we had, who was it? Dara McCormack got one in the semi-finals. We saw one from Beneke. We saw one from Rogers. We saw one from Job. And it's just sort of like, you look at this being like, how have all these people got a slow down penalty? It's crazy.
It was absolutely unreal. And we saw it at Road Atlanta, I think, a little bit last time. You know, track limits do provide a little bit of an interesting prospect here around this track. We could yet see it in the race. You know, a couple of drivers might explore the limits perhaps a little more. Adrian Fidalgo will have to be on hand to issue the slowdowns for it too. So he's going to be quite busy, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, we've looked at obviously some really stellar moments. Get ready for yet more stellar moments here this time at Road Atlanta. All the cars lined up. Thomas Tattler on the front row, and with a great chance of perhaps lumbering in yet another stellar result. He has got a red line car alongside him, and it is pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go here at Road Atlanta, and Thomas Tattler straight away, well, consolidates his place up at the front end. Redline well represented, obviously, with two cars in the top three. Williams now looking to push the goods as well. Obviously, they've got Nikodem Wisniewski in the fight on this one as well. But as they make their way through the first sector, it's Tattler who leads. He's in a good vein of form. Can he take it to the end?
Yeah, tidy first corner as they come up towards turn 5. This is the one that can cause problems, especially if your name's Dane Warren. He's not going to run out quite as wide, although, to be fair, he wasn't that far away from running out quite wide. James Baldwin right over the rear end of him, who, again, below the cut-off line, needs to score some decent points here, this Baldwin, as he's trying to work his way up the order when it comes to the championship. It is so tight when it comes to that cut-off, but yeah, we'll see this as well. Max Beneke is trying to work his way up the order, but it's against Josh Rogers. Those two are just going to fight over 11th and 12th on a single point for it.
Yeah, we generally see them bustling it out, or certainly fighting it out for P1 in competition, but this time around they're battling it out in Ps 11 and 12 as we're seeing some wheel-to-wheel action. Luke Bennett looking to open the door. Oh, goodness me. Kevin Siggy sent for certainly a major moment, and naturally as well, we saw them come together. Kevin Siggy's got to have a slowdown.
He will do. But what about Dara McCormack? It was McCormack, the driver, that he hit, and he absolutely clubbed, and you can see that gap. You can see Luke Bennett trying to get down the inside at turn 1. He's going to work his way through. This will technically be for the race lead. What a costly mistake from Kevin Siggy, who surely is going to have to give about 1, maybe 2, hey, maybe a few more positions after that. We only saw it from one angle, so fair enough.
Yeah, we saw obviously him getting pushed from behind. He went through towards the chicane. Race control, certainly the race directors are looking at that one. That is an absolutely bizarre moment that we didn't expect to see. Dara McCormack getting right in the rear of Kevin Siggy. He had to cut the chicane. He had no stoppage to get himself in through that chicane and safely execute his way out of the final bit. And Kevin Siggy giving up the places.
Yeah, so that's fine, but will McCormack have to give up anything? I mean, again, I'm trying to see it from here. It's very hard to say from this distance whether there was any moving in the braking zone or whatever, but I mean,
he was very lucky to hold on, by the way, because it definitely lost the car altogether. I mean, Dara McCormack, whether it's just a little bit of overzealousness, that chicane obviously can be quite tricky. If you get the braking zone wrong, you know, it only ends up one way. But at this point, it's Tattler and Bennett who lead the way. Tattler, by the way, what a defence heading through turn 1.
Oh, Bonner House under pressure from Isaac Price, and yeah, you got to say Tattler's doing an incredible job at the moment at the front. Sorry, I just see that Kevin Siggy's got the fastest lap of the race. Oh my goodness, we see Max Beneke getting past Josh Rogers. Whilst Kevin Siggy had the fast lap, thankfully it was on the lap, so he does get beaten by Thomas Tattler, because I'm pretty sure that would have been because he cut the chicane.
Well, we've been waiting for a race like this. It is certainly starting to heat up here at Road Atlanta. Whilst we did have a sobering start, it's starting to kick up a notch. Tattler still leads though, with Luke Bennett now haunting his every move, with Kevin Siggy as well in third, recovering after that little moment with Dara McCormack. No change-up so far. We haven't heard of anything with regards to what's going to happen with Dara McCormack. Whether it's going to be business as usual, I'm not quite sure.
I mean, look, the thing was, at the end of the day, Siggy was able to carry on, and fair enough. He got quite lucky. Once again, we'll see it here.
Oh.
So I think McCormack was in between two minds. He wanted to go down the inside. Maybe you could say Siggy was on the brakes a little bit early, but yeah, that is, to be fair, that is a little early from Siggy. But at the end of the day, McCormack just drove straight in the back of him.
Yeah, I think it's definitely two drivers that were running two very different races at that point. I mean, it's tricky. I mean, the thing is, it's kind of worked out quite nicely for race control in a way that the drivers are pretty much back to where they started. So it might be the case they just forego it and just say, listen, you know, both drivers perhaps were, you know, kind of involved into what would eventually happen. I mean, Siggy did the right thing. You know, he stayed on his line, just retained his place on track. Obviously, then gave the places to Thomas Tattler and gave it away to Luke Bennett in a safe place on circuit.
Of course, we're not saying that we should be in race control, or we're the ones that should be these decisions of what race control should come to. For me, I wouldn't say it was a racing incident. I'd definitely fault on McCormack. I would give him a warning because everything came back to normal. I'd give him a warning and be like, don't do that again. Naughty boy, naughty boy.
It's one of those scenarios, I think, that it's one of those rare ones where I think you can afford to sort of turn around and say, listen, you know, everyone's back to where they should be. Let's just move on with the race. I think it's just one of those things. But hey, listen, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Adrian Fidalgo might have a different opinion on the matter. We'll have to wait and see. Thomas Tattler still leads, though. No changes there. Still within half a second is Luke Bennett. Kevin Siggy lines up in third. They're all within a second pretty much. No changes. Certainly no one losing out on any vital slipstream. Siggy recovering brilliantly in order to try and marshal his way back into P3 after having to cut that chicane. Now recovering now into his usual spot with Dara McCormack just in behind. Of course, Siggy is already going through at this point as Bono House now looks to try and challenge 34 thousandths between he and Dara McCormack up at the front end. Bono starts to ask all the big questions.
Yeah, we kind of that was getting a bit close there between Bono House and Dara McCormack, and I wondered if House was going to go for a move down the inside at the first corner. Nothing switching between, the chicane. Nothing switching between our top two. I have looked over at race control. I can see they've stopped looking at the incident. That doesn't mean there's not a penalty for it, but they have stopped looking at it. Well, if we see McCormack dropping back, well, we know it's probably a penalty, and hey, it might even be a post-race one. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But right now, we'll focus on what we can see, and that is Tattler in the lead of the race from Luke Bennett. Meaning, by the way, if one of those two wins the race, it means that it will be our 6th different winner on the bounce.
It will, absolutely. And a huge win for Tattler as well, given the fact that we've only got two tracks left, certainly in this group, if you include this race. After this, only one more chance, and Tattler will sleep soundly knowing that his place is secured in the final.
And most notably, he will be a driver taking a victory from below the cut line, meaning that technically you're looking at the top 11 plus Thomas Tattler.
And it's another place that effectively is going to make it that much harder for those drivers at the bottom end of that championship fight to make it back up into the top 12. You know, it's going to be tougher because it applies to the points deficit that matters. You know, if you've got a driver that's only a few points ahead of you, you could very easily jump them with one decent result in that final race. So obviously, Tattler confirming his place is, should we say, a driver that we don't necessarily see at the top end of things throughout the course of the season, taking a vital victory spot away. So, you know, it's huge.
Yeah, exactly. It's an enormous moment. But it's, like I say, it's a testing scene. It's a testing time to be a part of. Like I say, Luke Bennett at the moment is above the cut, but Thomas Tattler is comfortably below it. So the win would mean far more to him than it would do to Luke Bennett. But then again, you know, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, they've both got victories. Although Luke Bennett's not exactly had a great full season, has he?
No, he hasn't. It's been a tough one for him. He has said, obviously, that he's been quite exhausted. He's been buzzing, though, for the championship. Luke Bennett has been run ragged. He's been practicing. He's been getting ready, obviously, for all the major competitions that we've had on board, especially this one here at DreamHack. He, of course, has been part of the red line fold down for so long and been a vital component, obviously, to their results here in this very championship. Obviously, at this stage, he is currently sat second and with still a great chance of getting automatic entry into the final. One thing I do want to usher in as well is that Thomas Tattler has only once been on the podium in the full season, and that was back at Monza, race 2, finished third in that race.
He did actually have a victory, which was at Spa, round 6. In the knockout. See if you can check your. See, this is why you got it all printed out, which is lovely.
Well, no, he came second. Sorry, in the quarter-final. That is quite.
See, I've got it written as a win.
Goodness me.
Who knows?
Vastly different history.
Who knows exactly? It's because post-race penalties and all of it changes and stuff. I don't know if mine's up there. I don't know if I trust you. I don't trust you actually. But we'll see. We'll see. We know that Tattler knows how to win. That's the important bit. We've seen him win before.
We'll look at it later on. We'll come up with the solution.
I'm genuinely concerned that you might be right. That's the problem. I don't want to look at it. Sorry, I don't want to look it up later on. By the way, I can see some of the F1 Esports is Brendan Lee down there as well. So we've got like some of the F1 Esports bunch, all just chatting out. Sebi's just sort of sat down. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah. Who's on pole for F1 Esports?
Well,
who knows? We'll not deal with that now.
It's all a mystery at this stage. Thomas Tattler still leads the way and could yet grasp for himself his first race win of the campaign. ushering in my stat. But yeah, still currently leading the way with Luke Bennett.
I'm checking closer. I'm not having
0.3 of a second away, but breaking to within it now. 2.5 tenths at the moment. 2 red line cars occupying second and third. But take a look at Luke Bennett, who is ferociously closing down on Thomas Tatler. Again, he looks into the chicane. Chance here to go wheel to wheel and excel, heading through Road Atlanta. A switchback from Bennett. That is superb. A brilliant execution of a move for the lead of the race. He might have got it. He's taken Tatler. It is P1 for Luke Bennett here at the end of lap 7.
Disgusted to say that you're actually right. It was Rogers who won that race, but still, yes, Tatler has got a podium. He was at least on the podium. He's been on the podium twice. He was still wrong. But Luke Bennett taking the race lead, looking for his 4th victory, technically, of the season. He did have 3 earlier, although you can check your stats on that one. Bennett leads. I don't think he's going to run away with this, though. I think Tatler's going to fire one straight back through.
Well, I tell you what, he knows how much this means to his title charge. He needs to lift himself off the bottom. The easiest way to do it is to take victory. Luke Bennett, he himself, is a round victor in history as well. Remember, back in the spring season, he was one of Team Redline's very first round winners. Represented the team brilliantly as well. Remember, rounds such as Nürburgring, where he's excelled in the past, not to mention Hockenheim, where good results have sort of prevailed for Luke Bennett historically. But this is a great display. That was probably one of the moves of the championship so far. That switchback, heading out of the chicane, opening the door down the inside through the blind section. Very brave move to do, but he pulled it off brilliantly. But Tatler is not letting him go.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Tatler and all this as well, because obviously he's got red line either side, which does mean that it's a Thomas Tatler or heroic sandwich with some delicious Team Redline bread. I'm not going to... That's a hill I'll die on. Of course, you've got Dara McCormack, you've got Bonnerhouse behind, you've got Isaac Price closing his way in. A 6-car fight for the race winner here at Road Atlanta. Just 3 races left to go here on the Friday before we can see who our 12 drivers will be. I don't even know where to begin. This is going to be a tough, tough fight.
Luke Bennett's greatest round came at Hockenheim Ring, where he won twice on the spin in quarter-final and semi-final action. He hasn't taken a win since then, but this one would go a long way, certainly to granting his place in the final tomorrow. Huge chance here for Redline to once again add another name to the list. You can count in Kevin Siggy and also Bennett as well. Huge opportunities here for the team that is represented, led by Max Verstappen, of course a 3-time Formula 1 world champion, and now with Bennett at the wheel with a great chance to levy their way to the top. Could they yet add a driver's champion to their list?
See if McCormack can work his way past Siggy. If he wants that victory, he needs to do it now. I mean, to be fair, if he wants yet another podium, he's been on the podium for all of his races thus far. And he's moving his way into points contention at the top as he heads his way down the outside of 10A. He's going to try and turn it into the chicane, goes around the outside, ticks it off. What a move from Dara McCormack, straight around the outside of Kevin Siggy, who's now going to have to fend off Bonnerhouse.
Yeah, Bono is on the tail of one Kevin Siggy. Mercedes that are also looking for an elevation in terms of their prospects. House currently sits in 5th with Siggy just in front. Of course, Siggy licking his wounds after losing out to Dara McCormack, and the rear tyres getting a little spun on the curb as well. That lost him a little bit of delta, and that's brought House straight into the mix here. You can just see how aggressive they're taking some of these curbs as well as we make our way around on lap 10 of 12. Still at the head of the field, though, is Luke Bennett. Tatler has not left his rear wing and still holds the fastest lap of the race so far. So one would argue that Tatler is on the pace and not Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, Siggy was pushing it there, going through T5 as well, out and onto the curb, just losing the rear end just a touch, but managed to grip it up as he tries to charge on. I think McCormack was a little wide there at 7, but that might not be a bad thing. I think he's got a good drive off when you watch the gap. He's growing a little bit to Tatler, so maybe not quite that great. Thomas Tatler is flying right now. That gap is closing down. If he gets an opportunity, he's probably not going to do it this time, it's too far back, but maybe like lap 11 there might be a move. This is where there is going to be one, though, surely an attempt.
Yeah, Bono House now switching to the inside. He's going to try and take the Tiger line into the chicane. Brilliant move from Bono House. They wrestle through. Look at the G2 in behind Isaac Price and cut into the escape. Goes Kevin Siggy. Through goes House. Wheel to wheel they remain. Down the hill they go. Williams as well with Nikitin Vishnevsky and Isaac Price going wheel to wheel. But it's House who moves up to 4th place for Mercedes.
But look at all this behind. Vishnevsky went out wide, looked to the inside, coming in from Dane Warren as he's trying to fight his way through. Big slide as well from James Baldwin, side by side up the hill. Nikitin Vishnevsky working his way past Isaac Price. They get their way into turn 3 and begin the descent down the S's. That was crazy. I've got to say, I don't think Kevin Siggy needed to straight line the chicane there. He was side by side with Bonnerhouse. He probably didn't give that much room, but he kind of straight lined it very early.
Yeah, Nikodem Wisniewski with an opportunistic move on Isaac Price to defend the place in P6. The same kind of stratagem as well that would grant him to become a round 4 race winner as well. Remember all the way back then when, of course, he would lay claim to his first one, and, of course, Williams' first one of this fall season, because I can tell you this now, Dara McCormack is yet to take a round victory, didn't take one through the fall season online rounds, which is absolutely sensational, especially considering that he was the very first driver in ESL history, in R1 history, to take back-to-back victories back in round contention in the spring season. Absolutely stellar. But Dara McCormack now 3rd place, just behind him Bono House, but that gap is now out to 2 seconds. So McCormack's safe once again in the top 3, which will be his third place result back-to-back if he achieves it.
Oh, is that a slow run there from Luke Bennett off the final corner? I'm not sure. I think he might have been told to give that one back. I'm not 100% sure, but he dropped back, and you wouldn't normally see him move on the start-finish like that. But either way, Thomas Tattler then back to the front and back to that pound seat where you move straight through into tomorrow.
Well, we just heard as well, Luke Bennett has been told to give the position. So the race director coming in and ushering in that Luke Bennett was forced to give the place back on the final lap. Now, I wouldn't be too upset about this if I'm Luke Bennett, because I'm on the final lap. That long straight is going to come up again. So it will offer an opportunity in the very crucial last lap of the race. Tattler looking for this to essentially qualify for tomorrow's final. There's so much on the line here, and Bennett is looking every which way to take the lead, but McCormack is on his tail.
Yeah, McCormack's going to try something here. He's right behind. I'm not sure he's going to get the racing. I think Tattler's pretty safe with this one. It's the battle for second. It's more points to be switched between them. This is going to be an exciting run down into the chicane.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Nose to tail, the gap thinner than a fly's eyelash between P's 2 and 3, but Thomas Tattler, who has been absolutely brilliant this race. It all started with a zealous qualifying lap that would bring him to the top. He took pole position in brilliant style, and for Heroic, they'll celebrate a heroic drive here at Road Atlanta. It's Thomas Tattler. He wins at Road Atlanta in absolutely blistering fashion.
Just a fantastic performance, honestly, to have dealt with that one, to have dealt with the pressure. Obviously, he got gifted that one back a little bit after Luke Bennett got that penalty, but still, for Thomas Tattler, unreal drive, pole position, and again, he is below the cut line right now, but that win puts him above. Incredible.
Absolutely epic. It basically, well, confirms his place in the final. 3 times he's achieved a podium now, if you include this full season major campaign. And now here at this point, once again on the podium, but this time on the top step, and it is Thomas Tattler, your victor, and he's standing by, I believe, with Rory Alexander.
Yes, I am here with your race winner, Thomas Tattler. Thomas Tattler, my. Tell us how you are feeling after that one. Congratulations.
I have no words. Yeah, definitely didn't expect to win on this track, and after how the first 2 races went, I mean, this is what I needed. So,
well, I think I speak for everyone when we're very, very happy for you. I mean, you needed that, right? In terms of the points, it wasn't looking great. So you really needed to take advantage of the format, which was you win and you're in, you won and you're in.
Yeah, we were talking with my team manager before that probably 2 second places isn't even gonna be enough. So, yeah. Immediately we changed the rigs, and immediately this rig felt so much better for me for some reason. And yeah, from the first lap I knew that I could have good pace now, but yeah, didn't expect to win for sure.
Well done. You can relax now. I can see you shaking. It means that much. Well done. We're going to actually take a walk. Well done, mate. We're going to take a walk over to race control. Don't trip up. Because there is plenty going on here. Of course, we had Luke Bennett giving up what was the lead, which was taken by Thomas Tattler, because I believe I guess it was a corner cut. But there's just so much going on here. I'm going to try and interrupt them. I don't know if I should. We've got the head steward here. Let's see if he will. Head steward? Head steward, what's going on? Or what isn't going on?
A lot is going on. We need to review the last ones before we can finalize the results. We have quite a few incidents in this race, and as you can see, it ended up Bennett needed to get back a position because we find that he forced his way a bit through.
And what was the reason for that? Was it like was it a corner cut or what was it that made you give it back?
Based on the battle between, we find that he forced his way through and gained position by contact, so he needed to get back the position to keep the fight fair.
And of course, that wasn't the only thing. We had Dara McCormack as well and Kevin Siggy. Is that what they're looking at right now?
Yeah, this is actually Siggy and Baldwin, I believe it is.
Another one?
Yeah, another one. We're quite busy still, so.
Wow. Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll let you guys keep on with that. Best of luck. I think we did curse it earlier when we went over and spoke to Adrian and said everything's nice and easy. Yeah, I can see Adrian. He's not looking as relaxed.
Not any longer now.
So. With all the team here, actually, just before we go, what is everybody doing? Just quickly. Obviously, they're all looking at the same stuff, but what are their sort of like individual roles? We see Adrian over there.
Adrian, of course, we have, you all know him, he's the race director. Then we have a lovely team of 5 stewards here, just looking into the different incidents. And I am the head stewarding, so I'm like trying to get it all out and make the red line between the incidents and the ruling and how we do the verdicts. So the penalties should be quite consistent.
Perfect. Well, we're going to leave you to it because we're going to go speak to Kevin and Luke, I think. Good luck. Let's have a look. Let's see if Luke, God, what's going on?
The race director is definitely not my friend by the looks of it.
It's not your friend anymore?
Yeah, I guess so.
So what from your point of view, obviously it's not set in stone yet, but what happened in your view with that?
I did a clean move and got penalised for it.
And then what, you just got news from your team manager that you had to do it, or did it come directly from race control that you had to give those 2 places back?
No, directly from race control. I had the message come up on my screen. I had to give the position up, and the point I had to give it up, there wasn't enough time to get the position back. So yeah, I feel like I've been robbed.
Yeah, I can see it on your face. But there's also, whilst it's disappointing that you didn't get the victory, and of course it probably hurts a little bit more because your other 2 teammates are through, you are still in a good place though in terms of points. So I think what I'll do is I'll leave you to that. So you can find out, well, not your favourite, you can find out the reason for it. But thank you for talking to us. I appreciate it. I'm going to come down the line here and see what your teammates think. Thank you very much, Luke. Kev, what's going on?
Well, I'm just a little bit pissed, I mean, I did get taken out almost, like fully, but luckily I didn't get spun around or something like that. But I don't know, I'm just annoyed that they gave us 1 second. I feel like it should have been at least 3, considering that I also lost a little bit of, tire wear, and also got a cut. So, I mean, you have to be very careful afterwards, right? So keep it within track limits, but I'm a little bit livid for both, even for better. I think he got robbed as well. I mean, as per usual, they just love doing that. I don't know what they're doing.
Crazy race for Redline, crazy. We're going to leave you guys to it. Adrian's just here, so we'll leave you to it. I think he's actually talking. I don't want to interrupt him, actually.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm just going to listen to what you're saying. That's all.
No, actually, I don't know if you saw when he switched places. He actually touched Tatela from the back.
Yes.
He actually straightened him up, and that made him lose momentum. That's why we
lost minimum momentum, and then if you do racing without any single contact in GT3 cars, then naturally, it's not open wheel, right? There'll always be some sort of limited contact, I would say.
It depends.
In this case, I think Tatela was not. If there was no tap, Luke would still be alongside. He would still overtake. There wasn't this differentiating factor.
He actually made him lose momentum, I mean, the car actually even twisted from the back, from the
for extra tenth of a second. So yes, he did lose momentum, I agree with that. But like I said, I think, any sort of minimum contact in GT3 car racing is sort to be expected. So yes, the move was not super clean, but I would, and to lose the win just because of this, that's my question.
We actually agree that it was not a clean overtake. So that's why he actually took the penalty, I mean, that's why we're explaining about it. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Just quickly, guys, while we've got you, obviously incredibly disappointing for Redline in that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, to be fair, I don't see this being a penalty because, a factor we didn't discuss now was that it was given in the 11th lap, 1 lap before the end. If they would give it in lap 8, we still would have had the chance to overtake back again. And the race was just, P2 saved, couldn't do anything else.
I mean,
not so
we are
bad.
still in. We are still in. I think P2 is solid. It's just that it's not secured. And obviously, counting 4 points tomorrow, it's a bit of a loss, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it is what it is.
Things aren't too bad, so keep the glass half full, guys. I think Luke's still got a great shot. While this one's disappointing, I think you guys have done incredibly well so far. So thank you for your time. We'll let you get off. And back to you, Jasmine.
Bloody hell, Rory. Where do I even start with that one?
Man,
the inside scoops. Rory, you're absolutely smashing it, I have to say. Where do we even begin with that one? Obviously, Race Control are having an absolute field day. I've been seeing a sea of people run over to them.
Unreal.
Let's start from the beginning.
Well, first of all, I think we've got to talk about the Dara and Kevin Siggy. Let's talk about it in, should we say, timeline at this point, because it was all on the opening lap. I mean, it was intriguing to get the insight. Kudos to Rory, by the way, on getting the audio for that, because that was outstanding. You know, unfortunately for Dara, I think there must have been a little error. Missed his braking zone, just tapped the rear of Kevin Siggy, who then had to take the grass, missed the chicane altogether. Obviously, race director, no surprises, had to get involved and say, listen, you have to give the places up, because he was in front at that point. So very understandable decision-making from Adrian Fidalgo on that. Obviously, then it resumed the fight then for the race win between Tatler and Luke Bennett. In terms of the Bennett one, I think we'd have to take a closer look really at the replay of that one, because, you know, naturally there was a lot that we had to distinguish there. To me, from what we could see in terms of a broadcast, it was a very clean race win. In fact, we do have a replay available to us as well. I want to say, first of all, Thomas Tatler, what a race from that man. You know, something we've not really seen from him. Now, this is a very big moment as well. This is where Dara and Kevin Siggy met. Of course, Siggy losing shape on the car after the collision by Dara McCormack, had to take the escape. This is the view from the front end of the, you can see that. The extensional force that goes into the back of that BMW, pushing it off the track. He had to recover off the grass. This was a moment between Luke Bennett and Thomas Tatler. Now, coming through the chicane, they were wheel to wheel. It was a very, very honest display, I thought. Lovely switchback from Luke Bennett, by the way. This was one of the moves that I think definitely presided over the lead of the race. Now, I'll be honest, if you're me, I think that's a fair move.
That's what I was going to say as well. Like, not to step on anybody's toes here, but I think he was well within his rights.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think
I stood up and said that is the move of the championship so far. That was absolutely, it was brave, bold, brilliant. But then, of course, had the Mercedes come through as well. Lots of action happening further down. Again, Siggy had to take to the escape. He had a real difficult race this time around. Luckily for him, though, he's going through. And then we had this massive scrap, this massive tie-up between some of these cars at the bottom end. Nikodem Wisniewski getting involved in the fight. But courageous drive from Thomas Tatler. Credit to him on taking the victory. Luke Bennett, hard done by.
Especially for Thomas Tatler, you know, being the only driver representing Heroic in this group, in this race, I think it was definitely no easy feat for him, but he managed to come out on top. Real question is, heading into this race, would you have predicted Thomas Tatler to win it?
Absolutely not. We were actually discussing the stats for Thomas Tatler. Only twice on the podium. Twice, didn't win, came second, but he took his first victory of the full season. And what a time to do it in a LAN environment here in this very scenery with all these people around. It is an absolutely special, it's a special one for him. And I think you could hear the emotion, the raw emotion in his voice.
I think there's emotion, like,
I wrote an answer,
oozing out of absolutely every single person here right now, every single driver as well. We've seen how passionate they are. We've heard from them themselves. But let's go ahead and take a look once again at our provisional race results. Man, oh man, it's been a little bit chaotic. I feel like we jinxed it at the very start of the day, saying that, you know what, Race Control have had a pretty chill one.
Well, I mean, Adrian Fidalgo, you can forget the chilled one now. He's just been, you know, he's just had a sea of drivers go up to see him now. These are the provisional results, of course, after our previous race. Thomas Tatler, your victor. Luke Bennett as well in second place. 3.5 tenths difference, obviously. Not that that matters too much at this point. Dara McCormack, consistency is on his side. Another P3 to add to his locker. Big points going to the Williams driver. Whilst he might not win a race, the way he's going, he's got enough points to go through.
You know what I think we should do? We should definitely have like a fantasy team for our ESL R1. I think that would be spectacular. And I know Lewis McGlade would absolutely hate that one because his predictions have been in the bin a little bit.
They have been shocking. I think if there's one person who's excelling, and I don't mind saying this, Jasmine, you're excelling.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take a look at our top 24. Lewis is so
hey, listen,
salty
I know
right
when I'm
now.
beating Lewis McGlade. I know when I'm beating.
Well, we're taking a look at our top 24 of our driver championship so far. Really unfortunate for Max Benecke.
Yeah, I think obviously with Benecke currently sat 8th place. Now, he's not obviously clear yet. Just one thing to note as well, Thomas Tatler is green, he's going through. I mean, he is one of those rarities. Despite being in the bottom 12, currently sitting in 14th place, he is through into the final. So that's another place that's taken. See, this is how important getting a race win in this championship really is. It's so important and integral if you want to get yourself through.
Well, our next track is gonna be Monza.
The
so
Temple of Speed.
You should absolutely know what my next question is gonna be. Which cars are thriving in Monza?
Well,
who's gonna come out on top? Who are we gonna be keeping an eye on?
Well, there's quite a few cars for different reasons that tend to excel at Monza. It's a straight line speed dominant circuit. There are some chicanes thrown in between, loads of chicanes. Obviously you've got the Rettifilia, the Rogier, and then the run down towards Ascari. But then it does favour a straight line speed car. So I'd be looking at the Mercs. Great opportunity for Mercedes, I think, to do the business here. Audi R8 LMS as well. They sometimes perform well. The Audi, I would say, is more of an all-round car, you know, that can generally perform everywhere. Other cars, Porsche, I would say, are probably more corner-friendly. Maybe they'll perform better in the chicanes. I'm sure when Matt Backham comes on later on, he'll be able to distinguish that. Sorry about that.
You ruined it.
I couldn't wait. He's a Porsche guy. We've got to talk about it.
He stood there looking at us and you were just like, I gotta say it,
BMW as well, I think, have got a great... There's plenty of cars that have a great chance. Mercedes, quite throaty, got a great chance as well.
Well, you know what? On that note, now that you've given away the spoiler, let's go ahead and find out more about the journey of Porsche Coanda so far.
Maybe he'll take my spot this weekend.
Just sit him in the ring.
Yeah.
Father figure.
Saucy uncle.
That's what happens when you go Situational awareness.
Oh, yeah. He is a menace in our test races.
9 times out of 10, this guy in test races is driving you off the track, man. And he blames it on, like, FOV or something. It's not possible. Enjoy getting older and getting bored of retirement.
Thank you for being a good teammate.
Oh, thanks for being a good teammate. That's the important one. Yeah. That's going to look really bad, man.
Mac, thank you for everything you've done. I've always appreciated how strongly you put your mind to things, and yeah, very grateful to have been able to drive with you.
Thanks for everything, Mac. You have the qualities to be successful in life and whatever you do. So it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll catch you around sim racing here and there. So yeah, all the best for your future.
We'll see you around still, though.
Yeah, a little bit differently, but thanks. Cheers, mate.
We'll see you around. He's going to be everywhere, man, with this stick.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
How wholesome is that? Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm joined by someone far more attractive than George Morgan, and a round of applause from the Porsche team. Mac Backham in the comms box for this one. How does it feel looking at that? I mean, your teammates saying such nice things about you.
Yeah, I'm not really used to that, you know. Like they said, you know, I'm quite a menace in the test races. So usually I get a little bit of cussing my way, but yeah, it was nice to see for sure.
Yeah, obviously, you know, let's just very quickly touch on your story and why it's important. Obviously, you know, at the end of the year, you're kind of stepping back from driving duties. How does that feel for you?
It feels pretty good, to be honest. Obviously, yeah, I've been doing this quite a long time, and yeah, things are super stressful, and it is quite nice getting rid of all that stress for a bit. Obviously, it's also quite stressful watching them race. I'm experiencing that now. So it's not much easier watching them race than driving yourself, but yeah, I'm really happy to kind of go on with the next chapter of my life and the next chapter in sim racing for me.
And what is roughly, obviously I know you were kind of discussing this a little bit before, like what is the next chapter for you? Where are you kind of like aiming, what are you doing?
Yeah, so basically what I'm going to be doing is, together with Paschalis, I'm going to be managing kind of the purple side of the Coanda team.
Yeah.
So that involves, yeah, any management thing to deal with administrators, racing, everything really, like a whole broad managing position pretty much.
Yeah. Now it's obviously you've had a cool story. You've done an awful lot of racing over the last few years, and of course this year moving into ESL R1 with the Porsche Coanda team. Now, yes, we know like you're not racing here because obviously you weren't good enough. But no, it's great to see what you've done through ESL R1. Talk to us about like that from a driver's perspective, from this point of view.
Well, it is definitely the hardest and most difficult series I've ever done in sim racing. It is so cutthroat, and yeah, everything is fixed, everything is fully static, so everything you do is by the millimeter perfect, and if you're not, it's not good enough. So the thing with it also is, in qualifying, for example, everything is static, so you know exactly what lap time you can do in practice. And if you don't do exactly that lap time, you know, okay, I didn't do a good job.
Yeah.
So in a way, you're always a little bit negative about yourself, because if your PB was a 1:00 and you do a 1:08, even though you're pole, you're like, oh, I lost 800 somewhere. Like, you know, we need to improve this. So it's always looking for something, and especially with how frequent you're doing everything and how much dedication this requires, it is extremely difficult mentally as well. It is very it's very easy to kind of constantly spiral in a bit of a kind of a negative spiral, just because things aren't going so well. You don't really have full control of how things are always going, and yeah, it's not always easy.
No, certainly not. Like, qualifying does seem to be like the hardest part of getting that all right. By the way, we're gonna just go back to Rory, who I think is back there with your boss, to be perfectly honest.
Oh boy.
Yes, I am here with your team manager of Porsche Quanda. So we saw a really, really nice BT there of Max, sort of the rest of the team speaking about Mac and how his departures, you know, being thankful for it. How big a departure is Mac from the team, and how's that going to affect the team going forward?
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to drive for us next season, but he will still be around for us at Quanda for the team. So I think he's still going to support the other drivers in the team, which is really important. I think he has a big role in the team.
And what has he brought to the team over the time that he's had? What qualities does he bring, other than his obvious speed, but the things that we may not have seen? What is his manager, do you see as his qualities?
He's really good at keeping the group together. He's like the people who all moved to Germany to do the sim racing from here. Like, he was like the person who kept the group together, who like did some special things for engagement between them. It was really good.
Oh, nice. And so that's, I don't want to say the past, but that's, you know, let's talk about the present right now. And what's been the biggest surprise is Josh, and he hasn't quite got out of the block, so to speak. What do you make of that?
Yeah, he's not feeling too well today, so I think we can see it from the results. And I hope we can come back stronger tomorrow. He's trying to get into a good situation to not be too far behind Sebastian Job in points, who is currently leading, and yeah, that is now the target for the last race.
Yeah, he's done most of the hard work, right? So he doesn't need that win, but a win would be nice. But thank you so much for your time, Jorn. We're going to head back to Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. There we go. Nice to hear from your team manager, kind of like some of the things behind. Does that kind of like add any pressure to you when you're hearing your team boss having a little bit of a chat back there?
No, not really. I mean, I've known Jorn for so long as well. I mean, we're all mates as well. So, yeah, what he said, I mean, yeah, it was nice to hear. But yeah, for me, there's no pressure. I'm just here as a spectator now, as a commentator. But yeah, it's all fine.
Exactly. Your new role in the world of sim racing, commentary, and that means you're the perfect person, by the way, to be an expert in all this, because we're going to take a little look at Monza, of course, the circuit that we're racing for the last one today. You know, we've done our 3 tracks. We're now at Monza. What are the difficulties around here compared to like Road Atlanta, for example?
Yeah, it's another track a little bit similar to Road Atlanta in a way where you really have to be on the edge of where the track limits are. And because there's these higher curves, it is extremely easy to kind of over push it a little bit, or the other way around, and you're just going to lose loads of time. So for example, in turn 1, you really need to be able to kind of cut over the curves quite well, and in the second chicane. And if you do that slightly wrong, it's very easy for the car to get a little bit unsettled, and you could either go off or you just ruin your corner and you just lose speed instantly. So it's really about being inch perfect as well.
Now we do see that, of course, the ESL R1 lap record around here was Dane Warren.
Yeah, no surprises.
Yeah, it's one thing that I did note when we did Katowice. Every time I went up to you, I was like, who's the fastest of you? And I was expecting you to be like, yeah, it's Josh. And you're like, Dane. And I was like, really? And yeah, Dane has been absolutely rapid, of course. You know, he is in this race. He obviously was Josh Rogers. I mean, is that the kind of like, is that lap done in qualifying, or is that lap done in the race, though?
I think that's a qualifying lap, okay. I reckon. But I'm not really sure where they take it from, if it's from race or qualifying, but for sure that could have been a qualifying lap.
Yeah.
Though
I was only asking because like slipstream and
actually,
stuff.
I want to say, I think I've actually seen faster laps in qualifying.
Really?
So maybe it is from the race, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay, I think, because they're getting ready for qualifying, which is great, because it just means that we get to chat and catch up, and, you know, obviously speak of some of the positives and stuff. We'll take a look at the lineup, though, to have a little bit of a chat about some of these. Of course, taking a look, obviously Dara McCormack, who just came off a podium, again, 3rd consecutive podium. Obviously you got Josh Rogers having a bit of a struggle today, Luke Bennett, Max Benneker, as you'd expect. Anyone else in here that you're kind of like looking at, ignoring the Porsche Commander drivers, who would you be looking at as like the big threat of maybe grabbing that victory and the whole win and you're in type deal?
I would say Dar is very good, but he's pretty much qualified already.
Yeah.
And I think for sure, going by what happened in Munich in the major there, I mean, James is really far back in points, but he for sure has the potential to win. And so did Erhan. I mean, he won the Monza race in the Gamers 8 tournament. So I definitely feel like those two guys have a really good shot of winning. But again, it's Monza, so it could be anyone's game, really.
Is qualifying like super important around Monza? Obviously, for me, I'm kind of like I'm thinking like, you can overtake round here. It's like top 4, fair enough.
Yeah.
But do you kind of rate this as like, it is really important, you must be in like the front row, top 4?
Yeah, it is. Like any track, it is really important, but maybe slightly less, as you said. Like, I think from P4 you can do a lot more damage here than you could do in Road Atlanta or Spa or for something. So sometimes I think it's better here to even maybe be slightly further back, but again, you don't want to be qualifying P8 or P9. From that point onwards, without anything weird happening, your race is going to be over.
Yeah, we can see obviously over the shoulder here of Bono. 2 questions. The first one I'm going to ask is, when you were driving, we saw this from Max Benneker at Gamers 8. How hard is it to drive with like cameras and stuff kind of all going around you, the lights constantly changing? Does that make it like difficult in LAN? Or did you not focus? Were you like tunnel vision?
I think it really depends on the person. I think when you get a bit of experience, it doesn't really matter too much. Also because you're kind of maybe not anticipating, but you know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think when you're alone in your room, like during the online events, and suddenly someone comes in with a camera, that'd be really distracting.
Yeah.
But there's so much going on around here. I don't think it's a huge distraction. Obviously, still sometimes something can happen that catches your eye, and it's like, it still takes a bit of attention away. But I think in general, it doesn't really matter too much.
And obviously the second thing I was going to ask, obviously, like I say, we can see the onboard, we can see the circuit they're driving. What's the hardest part for you around Monza? What's the most difficult part of this circuit?
For me, I was struggling extremely hard in Sector 1 always.
Really?
Yeah, you would think this is an extremely kind of simple sector. It's literally just turn 1 and 2, 1 chicane and a straight, right? So what can go wrong? But I was always dropping at least half a tenth to Dane, Josh, and Mitchell. And I kind of made up for it in the middle sector. That was kind of what I was good at. So for me, it was really about finding the rhythm in the first chicane. That was really difficult for me. You just need to have such a specific angle, and in the Porsche, you really need to have kind of the correct slip angle through the corner as well, with a little bit of a slide, and that makes it really difficult. And I know especially Dane is just extremely good at that. So yeah, for me, that was definitely the hardest. And yeah, through Ascari, also very difficult. You have these high curbs, you need to hit them. You hit them at the wrong angle, you get shut off. It's all not. It doesn't all look crazy difficult on paper, but really every corner you can lose a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean the sliding's probably a little bit of the V8 supercars type side from Dane Moore. For me, it was always Lesmo 2. Could not stand it, could not get that corner right every single time I did it. We'll take a look at a head-to-head as well, by the way. Of course, Josh Rogers, Dara McCormack, the two that we're taking a look at here. Of course, when you look at the total points, that's including the sort of the adjusted points that we had coming into this event, plus the points they've gained from this so far. Average position of them thus far is 5th and 4th, and McCormack always seems to get those podiums. And then the bottom 2 stats, that's from the entirety of ESL, from the spring season and from the fall season. I'm surprised they're not separated by too much when it comes to the top 6s, and to be fair, Dara McCormack's not that far behind when it comes to podiums either. That's quite impressive. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, Dara's been exceptional. Yeah, like for 2 seasons really. I think he kind of came in not really as an unknown, but he was, majority in kind of an ACC guy, and I don't think many people knew him. And I think the first 2 rounds, I don't remember seeing much of him, but then when he won in Spa, he really took off.
Yeah.
And since then, I mean, yeah, I think he was 3rd coming into the major here, and yeah, no surprise that he's doing well here either. So yeah, definitely a guy to look out for.
So we've got these standings here, of course. This is after 6 races, so everyone's equal, everyone's on the same amount of races. You can see that Tatler is over here. He's obviously got the green check next to his name because he's one he's got in. I mean, what the surprise on here? Is it Seb? Is it someone that's below the cut line? What do you think?
Well, I would say here the biggest surprise, I think, is the win from Tatler. I think also Road Atlanta would have been the most difficult track for him to do it, and he pulled it off. So that was definitely, yeah. Was it a huge surprise? I mean, he's been really strong at the late end of the season. But for sure, I think if you were if you were betting man, I don't think anyone would have picked that. So, and yeah, other than that, I feel like Erhan is quite far down. For me, that's a little bit of a surprise. I consider him definitely one of the absolute best in the world, and yeah, I think he's just not having his day. But he, I guess, as I said, he could easily win this race as well.
Yeah, and what that victory does for Tatler, of course, this is very important for your side of things. That means that there's only 11 spots really up for grabs over on the left-hand side, and the person that gets knocked out in it, obviously the person that's in 12th at the moment, is Dane Warren.
Yeah.
Now that's got to feel like kind of, I guess, irritating that you've done the work on the point side of things to get in the top 12, and at the moment you're actually still below the cut line because the cut line's moved.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is a bit annoying, but I mean, everyone knew the rules coming in. It could have also easily played out in Dane's favor, or maybe he wins this race, and and someone else scores more points, and he's still P12, but he gets in. It can go all the ways, but yeah, I think is it frustrating? I don't really think so. It's also only one guy that kind of makes it in for now, so it's not like there's only the top 8 going through or anything like that. So yeah, I think it's just head down now and try your best.
Well, there you go. You can see in the bottom right of the 2 finals, or the 2 events that we've had at Monza throughout the season. Dane Warren's made the final in both of them. So you can see they're on board with Dane Warren, taking a little bit too much curb going through the Ascari. Is that where we get the slowdowns? Obviously, what we've just seen there, the penalty that popped up, that's where you get a slowdown in qualifying.
Yeah, that's the danger. So in Ascari, especially at the very end, on the left-hander, you want to cut it as much as possible because that's going to be the smoothest line, and the car lands a little bit more smooth on track, and you just get better run out of the corner.
Yeah.
But again, very fine line, so if you go a little bit too tight, that's a slowdown, and then you're worse off than ever. So
yeah,
super tight.
Now those overall standings that we saw just a moment ago. Do remember, everyone at home, everyone here, that for these 12 drivers that are behind the rigs at the moment, this is their last race today, and it could be their last race of the competition. Now, you've got to remember that for a lot of these drivers, they've travelled far to get here. Sweden's not exactly just around the corner for most people, and this could be their last race of the entire tournament. For half the grid, this is their last race of the tournament, which is wild. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy, and I think it's also going to be difficult maybe for some people that are racing now, that are really close or are kind of on the cut line, like Dane.
Yeah.
It's not fully in their hands anymore because there's another race after this by the other group. So you're kind of, maybe you're in and you're just kind of waiting for what other people do, and that's also nerve-wracking. I was kind of in that scenario making a major last season, where I finished P7 in the quarterfinals, and then I was right on the cut line in P24, and I was watching all these guys that were really close, like kind of coming closer and closer, and that was very nerve-wracking,
yeah,
for sure.
I kind of want to separate those things. Like, same with as you've done a fair amount of endurance racing, right? And a lot of the time in endurance racing, you're not behind the wheel, your teammates are. And I always used to find I didn't like not being in the car because I think most drivers were kind of like a little bit of control freaks.
Oh yeah.
And when you're not behind the wheel, and something's out of your control, hate that.
Yeah, it's the worst. I mean, personally, I really love endurance racing, but it is nerve-wracking, and I remember I shared the car with Mitchell for years, and he's 10 times the driver I am. But always when I watched him qualify, my heart rate goes to some shaking, and then with like the smallest millimeter of mistake, I'm like, oh no, I wouldn't have done that. And obviously, he's qualifying for a reason, right? He's the fastest guy. So, but it is nerve-wracking to watch.
Well, I mean, was it you, Mitchell, and Josh that were always like the almost unbeaten lot at Daytona in the 24? I know it's definitely Mitchell and Josh. I can't remember if you were in the car for that one.
So it's definitely Mitchell. I feel like Mitchell may have won the race like 4 or 5 times in a row.
I think it's like 7 in total.
And I think Josh maybe 2 or 3 times.
Right.
I don't even remember if I ever won it.
I've got, honestly, I have the stat at home. Genuinely, I do.
So, but for sure, I know Mitchell, that's the Daytona king. I mean, he did such a good performance even there in the end of the season to make it through.
Yeah.
He just has that special little edge at Daytona. So for him, it's kind of a shame that we're not racing there today because, I think for sure that is a track that suits him well. Like, he has extremely good racecraft. He knows extremely well where to position his car, super consistent. And I feel like a guy like Mitchell hardly ever makes the wrong decision when it comes to on-racetrack positioning. So that's why it just suits him.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the most multidisciplined drivers in sim racing. Of course, he'll be out in the last race of the day, which will be the one after this. So we'll see Mitchell de Jong back out there. But right now, for the likes of Dane Warren, who's just below the cut line technically at the moment now, I think he needs to score 8 points, or really 9 points to move back above the cut line, and then literally just sit back and pray, which we saw from Marcel in the season finale, of course. The online season finale, round 8 at Daytona, where he's kind of like he got knocked out as you did. He got knocked out in the knockout phases as you did in the previous season, and he kind of sat there and had to wait. It's kind of what Dane's going to have to do here. It's just going to be get what you can, and then get a camera probably thrown in your face and try and remain calm.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation, although I must be honest, I'm not really sure he knows about it. Every driver is a little bit different. I know Josh really likes all the information, like where am I in points, what do I need? But Dane was always very specific, like I don't want to know anything. Just let me keep me in a state of mind where I know that I have to go for it, so just don't tell me. Just don't tell me.
He does seem, it's kind of one of the things that we noticed like earlier on in the spring season. He does seem to be a driver that can get knocked out of the rhythm quite quickly, which is, very dangerous in this kind of game. You need to, if you get knocked out of the rhythm, it needs to be from one corner and then straight back into it. Again, easier said than done. And qualifying is about to come up, so for a lot of these drivers, well, there's no margin for error.
No, exactly. You have to be inch perfect. I'm for sure expecting at least one slowdown. Again, these drivers are going to be pushing the limits, and the limits are really fine. So, slowdown is what happens when you kind of overdo it a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. So qualifying is literally about to start. I'm not sure, I believe, who the first driver is, as we'll get ourselves ready for this qualifying session. We'll see them come through the Parabolica. We'll start this run around Monza and, again, have an awful lot of fun with it. As the first driver in the qualifying session, by the way, will be Kevin Siggy. So we'll see him, an onboard lap with him in just a moment. Do you like being the first car, or do you like being a bit later on and see the benchmark time being put down?
I don't really care personally for the benchmark time, but I hate being the first. I always like having a little bit of a reset. So for me, going third, fourth, something like that is nice. You get a kind of a minute and a half break. But for me, worst is either first or kind of ninth and above, because you have to wait really long. Kind of in the middle for me, good middle ground, perfect.
Yeah, I kind of like, when I used to the qualifying stuff, like obviously nothing like this, but when we used to do Super Pole laps, it was just like you only had the one. I would go out sort of like as early as possible in the session to kind of like just get, I want my lap done. I don't want to think about anything, I just want my lap done. Whether it's a bank lap or not, I don't really care. We can see Kevin Siggy work his way through the sector. We can see his sector time now at 34.7 in the first section. Is that any good?
I believe for a BMW that is extremely good, yeah. I was speaking to Sebi for a bit, and I think he was saying like low sevens are for BMW are, very good. So, I mean, you can't really get much lower in the sevens than that, so looks a little bit angry here, but...
He's always angry.
Yeah,
it's Kevin
that's
Siggy.
true, it's Kevin Siggy. I think he didn't look too happy in the Spa lap either, and he was pulled there, right? So.
Exactly. Well, this is the whole thing with Lance, that you don't need the perfect lap necessarily to get pole position, unless your name's Joshua Rogers and it's the Nürburgring, where he did set that wild lap time at game is 8. 35.6 in the middle sector as he works his way through Ascari. Here's the risky point for an off-track. Does not get the slowdown from doing so. How's that second sector looking?
I think that's not great. That's for sure 10th and a half off what he probably would have liked. I mean, still, that first sector I think is going to carry him a little bit. But I reckon this will probably not be a pole lap. I think his first sector was really, really good. But yeah, that second sector is just a little bit off.
Certainly not. So through the final corner, we're going to see him go, and then up towards the line. Let's see what Kevin Siggy can put onto the board. It will be a 46.043, and he don't look pleased by that at all. Probably less so than what we saw even from his Spa lap time, as we can see Max Benninger. That's a bit more like it in the middle sector, though still probably not ideal.
It's a very similar lap, so he's probably... I kind of forgot how good the Audi is in Sector 3, but I reckon it's going to be very similar kind of position. But I do think kind of that low to mid 0.0 range is going to be, I would say, near the top 5.
Okay.
And I would probably expect 1 or 2 people maybe in the 0.9s for pole P2.
Yeah, we do have Erhan Yovsky in this one. It's Marcel Cziczek in the next one, as Isaac Price has received a slowdown penalty for exceeding track limits. Max Benninger goes into second position. The reason why I was saying about Marcel Cziczek is that he is the master around this circuit. He just keeps setting unbelievable lap times every single time. For Isaac Price, though, and for G2, that's disappointing, and that's painful. Do you, if you get a slowdown on your laps, do you just keep going? Do you just like get the slowdown and just keep pushing?
Yeah. I mean, I try to just keep pushing. I mean, especially when you're one of the first guys to go, he gets a slowdown, but maybe one of the guys behind you also gets a slowdown. So you you really want. I would rather start P11 than P12. So I think it's really important to you see that slowdown pop up, you accept it, and you keep going.
Middle sector here a little bit slow from Erhan Yovsky, and he is a driver that absolutely needs a victory. Again, a reminder, this will be the last time we see these drivers out today, and potentially for some of them, the last time we'll see them out in this competition. Yovsky way below the cut-off point at the moment, needs something very special here, and unfortunately I'm not sure he's going to get it to third position. I mean, that's going to drop further down the order. I'm not sure he can win from there.
That's going to be really tough. I mean, you don't really know what the other guys are going to do there, but you got to suspect that's not going to be a lap that's going to be, in P3 for a long time. But, I mean, as you look at the laps right now, Kevin Siggy's lap is still pole. So other people aren't really improving too much on it, despite Siggy kind of messing up his sector 2 a bit.
Luke Bennett then to the line. Sectors are looking average to okay. He crosses the line, goes behind Benekir about a tenth off, and guess who else has got a slowdown penalty? James Baldwin, who is below the cut-off line as well. And for Mercedes, who have Bonnerhouse below the cut-off line, they have James Baldwin below the cut-off line. This is going to be a very painful time for Mark Weller and that lot behind the scenes.
Yeah, this is definitely not what James wanted. And as we said, like Erhan and James both not getting really what they want here, and those were definitely the two guys that needed it and probably had a good shot of doing it. But I mean, I've raced James a few times now in Monza, and he's definitely someone that has really good racecraft here. He's always been able to move forward, but yeah, from last, or at least the last row, yeah, you're not looking at P1 anymore, unfortunately, unless something weird happens.
Well, the most recent driver to confirm their journey into tomorrow is this driver here, the heroic driver of Thomas Tartler, of course. Again, insane performance, just pieced it all together in the session. I mean, I know you know Thomas quite well. It was a very impressive race from him, victory. As he comes up towards the line, he'll almost duck in behind the wheel a little bit as he'll cross the line. It's third place, it's all right.
Okay, yeah, not there here as well. Also doesn't really look too happy. I feel like everyone's lap is not really coming together, to be honest. I feel like everyone kind of has these sectors that are quite off. And yeah, I mean, Kevin had that as well, but he had a really good sector 1. And I think so far, I think he's the only guy that really nailed one of the 3 sectors.
Well, McCormack has won around this circuit quite a lot. You can say 3 of his 4 wins this season have been at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza, up to the line. Not loving it on this lap, like you say, 5th place. This to me, this is ultimate like LAN vibes, where it's just, people are just setting all right, comparatively for the grid, all right lap times. As here is Warren, maybe not setting an all right lap time, because the first sector's looking a little slow. The second sector's looking all right. How's the Porsche in the final?
I think it's pretty good. It should be able to run a very high 6, I think, if you really nail it. It's obviously going to be really difficult in a 1-lap shootout and on land, but yeah, sector 2 looks okay-ish. Sector 1, I'm pretty sure he wanted another 10th, but yeah, let's see where he gets. Hopefully he's still in the front, but...
Oh, up to 3rd. Good lap time from Dane Warren. There you go. That's got to get you a little bit happy. Obviously, we do have Joshua Rogers coming up after Nikodem Wisniewski. Into the final sector, Wisniewski's going to go. 3 pretty heavy hitters to come up next. Wisniewski, Rogers, and then Bonnerhouse, who needs a lap time. He's going to be like throwing that car around as hard as he can. Wisniewski out towards the line. Let's see what it's going to be from him. Lap time's looking all right. I think it's going to be around the McCormack kind of lap time as he goes. It's even slower than that. Struggles a little bit in the final sector. I'm going to let you talk through the final sector for Josh Rogers, though. You can piece it all together.
Yeah, I mean, here he's just going on a straight, right? There's not too much to do.
Commentary.
Yeah, we just bring the car over to the left-hand side, and it's really about spotting your brake marker early. So we're looking for the 100 very shortly after you brake, and especially in qualifying, you want to keep the car really tight. And also on the exit, you don't want to run it too far out because you're just going to travel excessive meters. Especially at finishing the lap, you just want to stay nice and tight and yeah, just travel the least amount that you can really. But also the lap here, middle sector, looked a little off.
And indeed, he goes into 6th place behind Dane Warren, who, like I said, he's quite good round here as Dane Warren. He's up to 3rd even with that lap time. Bonnerhouse up next. And the sector times are kind of tracking similar to what we saw from Nikodem Wisniewski, so not ideal. But thankfully for him, no slowdown penalty, unlike his teammate and Isaac Price down. They'll be starting on the rear row of the field, as he predicted. Out through the final corner, Bonnerhouse is going to go. The 5-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion up towards the line and across it, and it is just ahead of Wisniewski. Our VRS starting grid then has Baldwin and Isaac Price at the rear of the field. Nikodem Wisniewski in 10th place with Bonnerhouse with that final lap time into 9th place. Erhan Yovski needs a victory here, and he'll have to do it from 8th place. A bit of a tall order from there. Dara McCormack in 7th, just wants to get 4 podiums from 4 races. Joshua Rogers in 6th place, still feeling a bit under the weather, but still putting in a decent qualifying performance. Luke Bennett in 5th place, before we get Thomas Tattler, our most recent winner from Group B. Of course, we've got Dane Warren there in 3rd. We've got Max Benneker, and we've got Kevin Siggy on pole position again. Can he take a victory? Team Redline. Kevin Siggy has been firing on all cylinders so far, and he's been putting in quite the performance. He had a race victory earlier on in the day at the first round. We went racing at Spa, and looking to try and do it again at Monza. For drivers like Dane Warren, it's a must-win race as well. Last race for these drivers below the cut-off line, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And, also for Siggy, I'm pretty sure he really wants this win. He's obviously in tomorrow, but you still want to close that gap to Sebi, who right now is leading, because tomorrow the points are also getting reset a little bit. So you want that, you want that to be minimized. And yeah, there's a lot of guys here in the top 5. I think they're all really eager to win, and in a few cases they have to win. So yeah, that's for sure going to be. I expect some fireworks, but I also expect that Siggy to drop down a little bit with his sector 2. And as I said, he looked angry on the lap, but he's pole position. So maybe my predictions aren't too good today.
I was going to say, to be fair, that's exactly the same as what you said earlier. You said Kevin Siggy didn't look happy on his lap, and he still had pole position back at Spa. And I say, copy and paste that one here. We had a difficult race at Monza, and obviously he had an all right one at the last round. Obviously, had that contact with McCormack down the hill. But still, I wonder if we're starting to see a different Siggy here. But then I kind of wonder with Siggy that sometimes he gets a little bit in his head, and then
Yeah. I mean, I'm not his teammate, so I
no, exactly.
Like I don't.
But you
see
can
him
talk
every day.
rubbish about Team Redline again. It's great.
Again, I'm not his teammate, so I don't know exactly. But for me, from the outside in, he's for sure like a roller coaster driver. He has really big ups, but he can also have really big downs. And right now, he's having a pretty big up, I reckon. Although he looked like, he felt pretty down probably. But yeah, pole position, it's the best result you could have had.
So obviously, for some of the drivers that are already into tomorrow, what do you think their mindset will be on? Because they're like right now, it's about this final race. Like I say, it's closing the points gap. Surely that's it, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. You want to just close the points gap. You really need to refocus about tomorrow if you're already in. Dar's, I think, pretty close to Sebi, I think. So maybe he's even looking to kind of eclipse him. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit dependent on what Sebi does the next race. But, if Sebi finishes last, I'm sure Dar would want to take maximum points for tomorrow. So,
Yeah, exactly. Now, do you think, obviously, I'm not speaking strategy behind, but obviously Josh Rogers basically already threw Dane Moran's not. Do you think he's going to help Dane a little bit here, do you think?
If they're in a position to kind of work together, I think they will. I think they probably know Dane needs to win. So I think if it comes down to a 1-2 situation, they would arrange that. But yeah, when it's P4 and 5, yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Now, don't worry, I'm not going to get you to lead us down to the first corner. I'll handle that bit. But of course, Lewis McGlade, Mac Backham in commentary here. A fantastic race, the final one for Group A here at Monza. Let's see who's going to win. It's Kevin Siggy on pole position, and a decent launch from him as he heads his way down this enormous run into the first corner. You can see the likes of Thomas Tattler taking the defensive line. Dane Warren with a good start, trying to take over second position. The defensive line, though, being taken from the Mouse driver, and as they head their way into the first chicane, Dane Warren's trying to take over second position, but this is surely going to be a drag race all the way around with Max Benneker into the chicane, of course, the De La Roggia. I mean, right now, how do you find your way past? Because look at our race leader, Kevin Siggy, he's already gone.
Yeah, this is pretty much the scenario you want to avoid. You don't want the leader to kind of get a big gap there. And especially the BMW, I think, here is very strong over a race stint, unlike some of the other tracks.
Oh, Max Benneker's made a complete mess of the Roggia. And then Dane Warren, I know you want to cheer right now. Dane Warren works his way through. Here comes Luke Bennett's already through. Thomas Tyler's trying to get past as well. Costly mistake, that's so easy to make, surely.
Oh, yeah, very. And especially when you're battling, the pressure's on. And I think the Audi is also really sensitive over the curb, so you make a slight mistake and you're off, and you see he's not very happy about it. But I'm pretty sure Kevin is quite happy right now. He has a pretty big gap. That's 1.5 seconds after half a lap. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, I know you've not been teammates with Max Benneker, but you did race him a lot. I remember the Commander Redline rivalry that still kind of brews on. Obviously, you've raced him a lot. You know the kind of driver that Max Benneker is. This is the kind of time where I think he can get in his own head a little bit. He needs to just do that one corner and then get out of it, surely.
Yeah, I feel like he has similar kind of tendencies as Kevin Siggy. I think we also saw that interview with him earlier in the day, and they kind of said that they can get a little bit in their own head, and they're quite aggressive when it comes to that, and they make mistakes like that. So I'm sure he's very upset, and he mentally just got to recover. And I think right now he's also in a good position for that. He's kind of in the middle of everything. He doesn't directly have to battle someone else again, so the adrenaline can come down just a little bit. And I think from that position also it's going to be easier. But yeah, this is going to be a hard race for Kevin to lose at the moment.
Dara McCormack, making a big bit of contact. That's the second time we've seen that from McCormack in 2 consecutive races into the rear end of Max Benneker, who effectively saves his blushes from going straight on there. It was a 1 second time penalty in the previous race. Kind of wonder if there might be something up for grabs from that. But like you say, a bit of an instant there from McCormack, a misjudgment in the braking zone, but that contact with Max Benneker actually helped him get past Thomas Tattler. A bit of a move in the background as well with Joshua Rogers trying to fight out with Erhan Yovski going into the Roggia. Yovski with the inside line, the outside one coming in from Rogers. You've got to be brave to do it around the outside of Lesmo 1 and 2 though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so easy for the inside guy to kind of overshoot a little bit, and yeah, you're in the gravel yourself then. And even though that's not your fault, it's just very dangerous to position your car in that place. But he pulled it off real well, typical Josh Rogers style. Doesn't want it to come easy, but he always makes it look good, huh?
Yeah, a bit irritating to see that from your teammates. Just like, again, obviously we got a little bit of a round of applause from the Porsche Commander bunch, who again were very loud back in Munich, which I did appreciate. I love a loud crowd. And obviously you got to support your team. Right now, though, it's Kevin Tigger that's checked out. 1.5 seconds. He is absolutely gone, and I do not believe we'll see him until the checkered flag, because we know what these drivers are like, and I don't believe in the commentators. I don't know if you do as a driver, but he's not going to make a mistake from this point of view.
I don't see it happening. And if you're, if it was a smart race, Dane and Luke would work together. But obviously, Luke has Kevin's interest more than Dane's interest. So yeah, I don't see a reason why Luke would work together with Dane. It's going to be it's going to be hard to catch up for sure, reliant on a mistake from Kevin. But yeah, Dane is probably now thinking about keeping P2. Yeah, I think with P2 he would get kind of catapulted in that position again to make it, and then obviously a little bit dependent on what happens in the next race, but he probably knows, all right, I need P2.
Yeah, exactly. Isaac Price there with a little bit of a squeeze trying to get past Nikodem Vishnevsky, who's going to be able to hang on, maybe even, I wouldn't say bump draft, he's not allowed to do that, but right onto the rear end is James Baldwin trying to work his way through, presently in 12th position, getting Neil Poir, needs a victory, ain't going to get one. So unfortunately this will probably be the last race for James Baldwin in ESL R1 this year, as there's a little bit of contact between the pair of them. Isaac Price and Nikodem Vishnevsky really rubbing door panels here. A little bit of assistance there from James Baldwin trying to work his way through and get the up and under. Did not work. They're literally battling for 2 points, 1 point and 0 points, but still it's about one of the most intense fights that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, that's that's pretty spectacular. I think at this point these guys know they're probably not going to make it, and they're just trying to have a really good race. And obviously there's a little bit of ego at play. No one wants to lose. You always think you're better than the guy that's next to your own car. So I think they're trying to prove a point to each other.
Yeah, certainly so. As we'll see if there's going to be any switches. At the moment, they hold their positions. The gap coming down slightly for the race lead, but I do agree if Luke Bennett's going to have an opportunity to go through. Obviously, he wants to make this a red line 1-2. But you're absolutely right. Dane Warren at the moment is scoring 20 points, which will move him comfortably inside the group. And let's see what happened with Benneker. Talk me through this.
Yeah. It seems like he just outbroke himself, ran a little bit wide. And then when you're on the outside curb there's so many of the anti-cut curbs. You just bounce over those, especially with a car kind of as low as the Audi. You just scrape off and nothing you can do. You're pretty much a passenger at that point. So the mistake was really made by just braking too late, and at that point you can't really adjust too much anymore.
Yeah, braking on that narrow line, kind of leaving yourself with a lot of work to do in the corner, and did not do it. Get blocked a little bit by the light, but still there is the movement down the inside from Dara McCormack and into that 4th position. So a nice tidy move there from him. I wonder if the race controller take a look at that contact into the first corner with him, but alas, I'm sure that's slightly on his mind in the race, as we see once again James Baldwin and Isaac Price. Were you always thinking about what's happening with race control after an incident in a race? Were you just like, ignore it, get on with what you're doing?
It really depends how severe it is, right? I mean, sometimes I've done something and I'm like, okay, that's a penalty, and I don't really worry about that anymore, because then I know, all right, I'm going to get penalized, like what can I do? So, but sometimes you have these small little touches and you never know how they're going to judge it, because they look at it from their perspective, and it can always be a little bit different than from what you see on your screen or how you interpret it. So yeah, if there's something small, for sure in my head it always plays a little bit of a mind games, like, oh, am I going to get a penalty? But maybe sometimes that's not the end of the world, because usually if it's something small, you get a 1 second penalty. So in your head maybe you're like, all right, let me push a little bit harder, let me try to get a bit more pace out of the car, and maybe it helps.
I once got a podium in a race where I absolutely eliminated this driver here, Haniowski. It was at the first corner at Le Mans. We were running the Le Mans Bugatti, but we were 3 wide, I didn't know. I turned straight in pretending we weren't 3 wide, and I caused an unreal wreck. Yeah, I was in the position of, I'm getting a penalty for that. I already know comfortably I'm getting a penalty for that. Dara McCormack has a second to close down to Luke Bennett, and like you say, for him right now, it's just about the points. It's about closing it down to Sebi. It's about, moving into contention for tomorrow. Sebi doesn't seem like he cares. He's just sat there laughing, giggling away. Dara McCormack, though, right in the zone as he tries to work his way up the order. Thanks for the wave. Thanks for the wave. No movement from Bennett here. Like you say, he's not working with Warren, but he's not overtaking Warren, whilst there is a little bit of a look in the background. Was that was that... no, sorry, it's Haniowski and Bonnerhaus having the battle. I don't think we know the Mercedes.
I guess for Luke also, he's pretty safe in, but for him, it also just wouldn't hurt finishing third. You know, like I know with third, he would 100% be in. Obviously, he kind of got that race win taken away from him last race, so I'm sure he's also trying to play it smart now. He knows second or third, it's not going to matter too much, but he knows either one of those two positions is going to get him into tomorrow.
Exactly, exactly. It's just, I say, for these kind of drivers, again, play the long game. Here's a little bit 3 wide down the first corner. This is obviously down the order. You got Wisniewski there around the outside. That's where he's straight line. I did wonder why there was a bit of a bigger gap. And obviously Isaac Price and James Baldwin having that. That's just a very 3 into 1. It's never going to work.
It never works. I've never seen a 3 wide into turn 1, and yeah, seen it go well. I've definitely been the victim of it once this season, and yeah, not the ideal scenario.
I saw Nikodem Wisniewski once make it 4 wide in the first turn of a competition around here, and again, yes, of course, an unbelievable wreck.
Yeah.
It's so easily done. But then, you know, when you're sat behind, you're kind of like, I want to get involved in this race. And to be fair, you know, for some of those drivers like Nikodem as well, who's below the cut line, Isaac, who's below the cut line, James, who's below the cut line. This is their last race, so do you know what? Have at it, lads. Have a bit of fun.
Just get a show out of it. And to be honest, even though they're far back, I doubt they're going to win, but you can still move up to the front. I mean, speaking from experience, in the first Monza, in the online round, first Monza race, I kind of got taken out, was last, and then in the last few laps, I was in the P6 train again. So, you know, anything can happen here. Small wreck with Beineke and Tettela, something like this, and everyone gets bunched up, and you know, you're kind of back in the mix for a decent result at least. Probably not going to matter too much for them at this point, but yeah.
Once again, no look coming in from Luke Bennett. I'm sure he might try something on the last lap of the race, on that last run down into the Rettifilio. But right now, things are settled in that. Benneke also sitting behind McCormack. But McCormack is closing in that gap. I mean, it was around 1.1 seconds now. I think it just closed to sub 1 second. Like I said, they need to get, it's 7 tenths, right? If you get within sort of like 7, 8 tenths, that's where the slipstream really takes into effect.
It's about, I reckon it's about 6.5. You start getting like a little bit of an effect, and then each tenth probably is, you know, you get more and more, and especially when you're 5 tenths, you can really, it's very easy to stay with someone once you're like 5 tenths behind, because you just get a major pull on the straights, and especially when you're 5 tenths behind in the corner, you don't really get too affected by the dirty air.
Yeah.
But you get a nice run out, you're 5 tenths behind on the straight, you probably close up at least a tenth, tenth and a half.
Well, Will Chadwick told me it was 7 tenths. I'm going to believe you over Will Chadwick, because it makes far more sense. But no, yeah, so 6.5 tenths. It's more accurate as well. You're going into the half tenth, so that's
sounds a bit more professional.
Exactly, exactly. Does it change track to track? Like, are there some tracks where it's like the slipstream's more of an effect?
Not really. I think for sure you have more of it at play here, just due to the nature of the track. You know, if you're 6.5 tenths back on maybe something that's Road Atlanta, it's a little bit too dependent on the run you get out of the corner as well. It doesn't really change much track to track, but also when it comes to a track like this, that draft is just going to help you more, so it's just more noticeable.
Exactly, you've just got longer straights around here. There was 5.3 kilometres around here, and most of it is in a straight line into a couple of chicanes. Tighter line being held there from Benneke as they come through the Parabolica, just picking up those last little bits of slipstream as well from Dara McCormack within that 4/10 margin. You can see Josh Rogers is closing in on Thomas Tattler, and again, for Rogers, who is kind of bleeding a lot of points today, it is just about, if I can get a top 5, that's great. If I can get this, that's great. He's not expecting to win races right now, and do you know what? Sometimes that's okay. It's better today than tomorrow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's better to have an off day today than tomorrow, but still, the positions could matter, you know? Like, it could still be the case that points get rounded up or rounded down, so it could be the case that he starts with, let's say, 70 points tomorrow instead of 69 or something like that. So, and that 1 point then could be the difference between making finalist mode a race earlier or later. So, you know, it's still important. Obviously, you don't want to crash out, but yeah, I know Josh, he's always looking forward, so he's not really had the day he wanted, I think, in qualifying, but in every race he's been so far, he's been extremely fast, and he's always gone forward.
And you know, again, I'm not going to throw you under the bus, and I have loads of questions on, but you know, I kind of feel like I have seen this from Josh a lot in the fall season than I had in the spring season, where he has had a lot more struggles in qualifying this season than he did last season. Is that all mental, or is there something else there?
I think the car is just very difficult sometimes to drive on the limit.
Gotcha.
And, I feel like you have to be, you know, as I said earlier, you have to be on the limit or you're just not going to qualify well. And I think it's just a really difficult scenario to put it together. And some of these tracks are so unforgiving. Yeah, is it mental? I'm not really sure. He obviously has the ability, like a lot of other guys in the series, but especially Josh. You know, to me, he's the best sim racer ever and in the world. So he definitely has the ability. He's going for a move here, so let's see how that pans out.
It's not you then. Okay, fair enough. Straight down the inside of the parabolic. Josh Rogers is going to go, but I think Timus Tatler's going to get the drive off the corner. He's only going to get a little bit of slipstream. The move's not done yet. I heard the claps coming in. Little too early there, Porsche Commander. We'll wait until turn one. Slipstream going from Benneker over to Rogers. Of course, these two, Rogers and Benneker, have had quite a rivalry over the last sort of 5 or so years. And the slipstream being dished back out to Timus Tatler. The race down into the first corner. Joshua Rogers committing to the move to the inside. Timus Tatler's not going to let that one go. A lot of curb being taken by Rogers. Almost contact. Now the clapping can begin as Joshua Rogers works his way through the 6th.
Yeah, good move. And you saw what Benneker did. He was kind of, giving draft to Josh and then to Tatler, and it's mainly just to make them side by side. He obviously wants to lose them as much as time as possible when they're battling, so he did that quite well. Now he has a second back to Josh, so he has a bit of time to relax and doesn't really have to look in his mirrors as much. And especially when this is happening and they're battling again, this is good for Max.
It's good battling as well back here between Erhan Yovski and Bonnerhaus. Whilst they both generally race on R-Factor 2, or they used to anyway, they don't really see too much of him. One of them's a GT and an endurance race, the other one's an open-wheeled specialist. It's the open-wheeled specialist trying to go around the outside here. Bonnerhaus trying to make his way back through on Erhan Yovski, who's able to hang on to 8th place.
Yeah, it's close racing between them. I think you meant Bono with the F1 specialist, but he's been driving some GT cars, the last few years as well, and obviously he made the major here, so he doesn't seem to be a slouch at that either.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, again, I've had a few chats with Bono, and he's not slow in GT racing. We obviously know that. Still one of the best in the world, but he is an open wheel specialist. Why he's won so many open wheel championships and why he's so comfortable in this. The sort of really, really short sprint racing is not normally what he's known for, but to be fair, in a couple of years' time, who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's going to be the driver to beat as they come through the final corner to start the final lap. This is the time when when Luke Bennett might try something on Dane Warren.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be it. And this is obviously important for Dane. He really wants to keep that second position. Looks like he's kind of giving it up a little bit. I mean, Luke had a big overspeed, but there's more opportunities on the rest of the track for Dane to come back at him. Maybe even in the second chicane.
Exactly. Benneker then works his way through on Dara McCormack. Like I said, it's very calm and very simple for Luke Bennett to work his way through into that second spot. As you were saying, I think Dane did just kind of lift out the throttle a little bit, give it up. The difference there is 4 points. It's 16 points for third place, and it's 20 points for second. And those 4 points, especially in times like this, could be the absolute difference maker. So it could be very important for him to come through. Dara McCormack, though, trying to get straight back down the inside of Maximilian Benneker. The pair of them go side by side between the Raj here, and two drivers that have won a lot of finals here going toe to toe.
Yeah, they've been going at each other the whole race, but looks like Dar kind of finally pulled off, I would say, close to the definitive move. It's going to be pretty difficult to overtake from here on out, I think. Really, the only place you can really go for it again is the final corner, but you need to stay so close through Ascari, and especially on the final lap with worn tires, that is really difficult in dirty air. And you see it also with Dane. He kind of fell back a little bit too much now, so yeah, it's looking like a red line 1-2 here, and Dane is pretty safe in third.
Yeah, obviously we saw an Apex Racing Team 1-2 back in Road Atlanta. We've seen 6 different winners today, and it looks like it is going to remain at 6 as Kevin Siggy marches his way down to that final corner. We'll see if any of the gaps are close enough, and I do not believe Warren is close enough to work his way past Bennett, as you were saying. A couple of defences happening in the background, Bonnerhaus back on Yovski, but that's about it. At the front, though, after leading comfortably on the first lap, it's been lights to flag victory for our pole sitter. It is Kevin Siggy for the second time today, the first driver to take 2 victories. Kevin Siggy across the line to take victory for Team Red Line, and it will be a 1-2. Luke Bennett behind and Dane Warren there as well. That's going to be a very sweet victory for him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're never unhappy about their victories. I think he probably had it in the bag after the first corner. He knew he had the gap, especially with when Max kind of overshot. Yeah.
Well, we've got Kevin Siggy, and again, a well-deserved victory, an unbelievable performance from him. And again, congratulations and kudos. But of course, we've got to head down to Rory Alexander, who this time isn't catching up with Kevin Siggy, he's catching up with James Baldwin.
Yes, thank you, Lewis. I am here with James Baldwin. Very disappointed, well, I assume. James?
Yeah, but it is what it is. Sort of needed a real, a bit of luck to get a win today, just because seeing yesterday in the practice, our pace wasn't hyper quick. It was good, but it weren't the top 5 or 6. So yeah, we needed a little bit of luck, and it almost came off of points. If I didn't make the mistake on the quali lap at Spa, I would have probably been pole. But it's just fine margins in this. If you make one little error, it's game over, and it just didn't fall our way today, me or Bono. So
And how would you sum up sort of the season as a whole, really?
Rubbish. Yeah.
Well worded. Well worded.
A lot worse, right?
And so off-season starts now, obviously.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, or what do you feel that you could do differently this off-season to prepare you best for the upcoming season?
Well, we've not really had an off-season since this whole thing started, because it's been the whole year. But yeah, I'm pretty exhausted, to be honest, mentally, just because we've been since February to now just either testing or bot testing or racing, and this series is non-stop. So it'd be good to have a break, play a few different sims the other ones, just for a break, a bit of a refresh and a reset. And yeah, just see what next year looks like. I don't actually know what the plan is yet, so we'll see.
You're going to give it a good go next season, right?
I think so, yeah.
Thanks, James. Commiserations. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very, very much for that, Rory. How are you feeling, George Morgan, after that little Monza race? Do you like Monza?
Well, it was one of those, one of those tracks at Monza where obviously the straight line speed tends to adopt the majority of the race. A few fits and starts can come into the chicanes, but we're going to take a look at some of the highlights as well. And obviously, for Porsche Coanda, a very busy race, but at the same time, again, it's been down to Joshua Rogers to try and boost his appearance out on circuit. Mouse came under a little bit of a fracas, rubbing over the sausage curbs, which very much unsettled, I think, the likes of Max Benneker, who obviously came under pressure then later on from Dara McCormack as well. It was a very closely fought race, but, credit to all the drivers. They really did encourage that wheel-to-wheel aspect. Again, we see some RAG action. G2 Esports weren't afraid to really make some, truly zealous moves that really came to the forefront. Mercedes, unfortunately, James Baldwin, one of the unfortunate stories, I think, of the entire championship so far. Obviously knows what he's capable of, just could not quite grasp it after a difficult qualifying session. A huge effort down the inside, 3 wide into the chicane, very rarely works out, but the Williams car, probably the only one coming out relatively unscathed in that fight. But yeah, it was a tremendous race, real wheel-to-wheel fights, RAG and Mercedes once again at the precipice.
Now, did the Temple of Speed deliver is my question for you, because obviously we've said time and time again, Temple of Speed, yada, yada, yada. But in the case of Max Beneke missing out on those braking zones, is this something that you would expect to see from drivers of this caliber at this stage? I
think he himself would be quite disappointed. This is a real moment as well that certainly came to the forefront. Obviously, I mean, a dominating drive as well from Kevin Siggy, might I add. What has he had? What has he had for breakfast today? Because honestly,
a lot of Red Bull. Probably.
Obviously, a lot of Red Bull. Yeah, I mean, it's been a phenomenal display. Vastly different Kevin Siggy, I think, to what we've seen before. He seems more focused, driven, and up to the task. He really did drive brilliantly out there.
Well, as we take a look at the results, I'd also like to highlight Luke Bennett. Because especially after that previous race, you would think, the mental would be in the bin, but you know what, fair play to him.
Yeah, when he's back, he's on the podium, second place. Yeah. I mean, obviously we saw earlier, both he and Siggy were in fact at odds with race direction after what we saw at Road Atlanta. But hey, to bring it back, sort of put that at the back of your mind. You lost the victory, but hey, second place. Puts himself back in the right mental state as well for this race here at Monza. But to take yet another podium and a P2 is absolutely scintillating. Credit to him, back again, and without any shadow of a doubt, enough points to qualify should he continue this way.
Now, another driver I really want to highlight is, up until this point, Isaac Price, even though we've not spoken about him an awful lot, I feel like he's given us consistency.
Absolutely.
And consistency is key, especially when it comes to securing yourself those points as well. So for Isaac Price, where on earth do you think he went wrong heading into Monza?
I mean, look, some circuits favour others. Isaac Price is one of those drivers. He is a safe pair of hands behind the wheel, but you can't be safe from every aspect of racing. There are so many variables that are outside of your control. I think in many ways Isaac was a victim of this in many ways, and Monza can be quite tricky. It's vastly different from any other circuit we have raced on so far, and I think unfortunately it claimed him. But it's interesting as we look at the top 24, obviously Price well down, despite that consistency, down in 21st. Tatler after that victory into P13. He may be outside the 12, but he's through because, of course, he got that race victory. It's incredible, really, and just goes to show Luke Bennett may not have taken a race win, but still in the top 4.
And I think that's certainly something for a lot of our upcoming drivers to be keeping an eye on and be thinking about as well whilst they are setting up. So my question for you is, who do you think is going to be joining the 12 drivers heading into tomorrow's races.
Hey, I'm looking at Kaiki Oliveira. You know, I mean, obviously looking ahead to Group A, this is a great chance for him. He's currently 14th and right on the bubble. Definitely one to watch. I mean, there's quite a gap between Tatler and Fluke, but you know, Furia. We've seen the documentary, we've seen the journey, we've seen the story. The passion that certainly exudes around the Brazilian outfit. Kaiki Oliveira is certainly one to watch, and he has been flying the flag for it. We've been talking about him time and time again. It's put up or shut up time. It's Monza, Temple of Speed. Can you deliver the goods?
You know what? I really do hope that Kaiki manages to make it through.
What a story, right?
I know. It would be such a Cinderella story. And I love the fact that Guy made a promise on broadcast that for the next major, we are going to have more than just Kaiki joining us on the stage as well. And I certainly hope that it does come true as well. But I feel like throughout today, we've had surprise wins. We've had a little bit of chaos over at Race Control, and we've had surprise announcements as well. So if you're only just joining us, you might have missed out on that sneaky little announcement. So let's give you a bit of a reminder as to what you might have missed. Well, there we have it. Rennsport certainly continues to deliver, as does ESL R1 as a whole. If you want to get involved with all of the Rennsport action, go ahead and type !beta in the chat, because I'm not sure if you heard Maxime, but we are giving away 15,000 keys to the folks that are signing up, which is certainly impressive to say the least. And if you want to give us your feedback about the broadcast, !survey in the chat as well. Maxime, how have you been enjoying ESL R1? Give me your feedback.
Well, so far it's amazing. Like, I really enjoy the races and the stream is looking good. I had to go on my little treasure hunt, so I couldn't see all the races, but what I saw is amazing, and the treasure hunt was also fun, so.
Ah, okay, well, everybody that is only just tuning in, I think we should show the treasure hunt and the things you got up to. Basically, I gave Maxime a list of challenges and things to go around the venue and find. So Maxime, talk me through this. Oh, yeah, you found the car.
I found the car.
Now you know why I picked the car, right?
Like, what? There's no car here. But then I was like, oh, I remember something. So it's a car, but it's fully built from Lego. And I don't know how many hours people build on that car, but it's really impressive to see. And you can see all the little details. Even the wheel nuts, they are made from Lego. So
the wheel itself, though, I gotta say, I was a little bit sad that the wheel itself was not made of Lego.
That's the only thing, but I think the car can actually roll. So
yeah.
And I think with Lego, it will be a bit difficult to push the car around.
Go full Flintstones mode on that.
Exactly.
But I remember when I went and saw that car, I know we've completely skipped out on the first one, but I know when we went and saw that car, there was a little bit of a pit of Lego behind it when I was there last. Was the pit of Lego still there?
Yeah, and there were a lot of people in it, in the pit of Lego, and they were like finding the right bricks to build something amazing, maybe something like that. But I think then they will have to spend the rest of the weekend here at DreamHack to build something that big.
But what can you tell me about some of the other photos and things that you found?
Yeah, so top left, you challenged me to find a Christmas tree. There were multiple Christmas trees, but these three guys, they built like a whole Christmas shelf, I would say.
Their own Christmas grotto.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And then you had like on the left, the Christmas tree. In the middle, you had a little snowman. And on the right, the guy had a Santa. So it was really amazing. And this was the biggest setup I've seen there. And they really took the attention. So that was great to see there.
Okay, and how about some of the other ones? What do we have on the bottom left?
The bottom left?
Yeah.
I tried.
That doesn't look pink. Maxi.
I didn't see a full pink setup, but this one was white and pink with some cute stickers all over it, and it had a pink blanket. So I was like, that's the closest that I could see.
To be fair to you, I did say all pink setup or all white setups look really, really clean.
A little bit of a mix.
No, I like that.
Creative
Catering
with
to
that.
what the audience wanted to see. Well, tell me, which one was the most fun to go and hunt for?
It was the most fun to like walk in between all the setups here.
Were people like looking at you?
No, they were so focused on the game.
Oh, okay, that's good.
They were so focused, but I was feeling like, okay, now I'm here.
Now I have to take a selfie next to everyone's PC. Did anybody see you taking a selfie with their computer?
I tried, but it was a bit dark there because everybody is like in the game mode, so they don't want any lights from outside, and it's getting pretty dark early here, so there was not much light anyways, but we have the bright lights here, and we're shining in the ESL R1 setup.
We absolutely do. So talk to me, what else have you been seeing around DreamHack? Because we had an opening ceremony, which I'm super sad I didn't get to check out for myself, so I'm going to live vicariously through you. What did I miss?
I went to the opening ceremony, and it was quite a big build-up. First, there was some firework, and then there was some like flamethrowers,
some pyrotechnics,
some lasers, and some very loud music. And it was a really good opening. A lot of people were there. People were celebrating the official like start. And I think from now on it will be just busier and busier, and it will be amazing tomorrow to see everybody here.
Yeah, have you had much of a chat with anybody that's been here, like attendees?
I know some people, like some friends are here. So I've been chatting with them. Some are like on stands, some are like streaming. So it's nice to hang out with the people with the same interests and see everybody just enjoy and be able to be completely yourself. So that's so nice to see.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, Maxime. I hope you've been enjoying your first ever DreamHack. So far, so good, right?
So far, so good. And
would do it again?
Be better. Yeah, definitely.
There we go. That's what we love to hear. Well, without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Rory.
Thanks, Jasmine. I'm here with Dane Warren of Porsche. How was that last result for you? That looked good, right? You guys were struggling, it seemed, to that point. So did you need that result from Monza?
To say that we needed it is an understatement. If it wasn't for that result, I'd be packing my bags home. So yeah, a nice way to end the day. Obviously, it's not over yet. Relying on Jamie to have a shock over race, which who knows, anything's possible. But yeah, happy to end off on some sort of a positive note for today, and yeah, we'll just see what happens from here.
What was different between that Monza race and the other two? Because it wasn't only obviously you who was struggling. Surprisingly, Josh was struggling as well. So what clicked in that race for you?
I have no idea, to be honest. Well, myself, I can't speak for Josh, but I just sort of went out there, tried to do a little bit of a mental reset and just do a lap, because every other qualifying attempt has been just abysmal. So yeah, just going off instinct and yeah, putting in a good lap.
And obviously, you mentioned it just there, you're on the cusp, so it's giving you a shot now. And Jamie Fluke, did you say needs a sixth?
From what I've heard, it's a sixth for a shootout, which I don't want to do. It's going to be really nerve-wracking, but yeah, I think it's, if he finishes P7th, I'm safe through.
So what do you hope for Jamie in this last race?
You know, I don't wish...
Political answer.
Yeah, I don't wish any bad on Jamie, but like, you know, just have a shot. Yeah, just help us out.
And I think probably, rather than letting you go, I think we should probably go over to the casting couch and watch it together. But in the meantime, we will head over to George and Lewis.
Well, thank you, Rory, and great to hear from Dane Warren as well, because he is right on the cusp of getting through. Obviously, it could yet all be decided by what happens in this very race. A lot on the line, plenty up for grabs, Lewis McGlade. We just witnessed the brilliant Matt Backham in terms of analytical side of things. Shame to see him leave Porsche Coanda, but he did a stellar job behind the scenes on the mic as well. He was absolutely brilliant. But
we love the guy.
We do. And I tell you what, folks, we're going to be in for a real treat. Here is the lineup for Group A. Sebastian Job, of course, right at the top end in terms of points. But the big matter of concern here, Lewis, is those looking for that race win to qualify for tomorrow's final.
Yeah, so there's essentially there's 7 drivers in this that can, or well, really it's 8, that can work their way through. Obviously, you've got Rietveld and you've got Fluke. Those two will be in a little battle between themselves to be basically who's going to be like 11th or higher. It's between those to kind of work out who's going to be in the top 11. And the reason why we say top 11 is because Thomas Tattler has already taken a victory. And there is also one other thing that can happen. That would stop like Dane Warren progressing, which is a victory for anyone in the bottom 6, for Oliveira, for Hart, for Brzezinski, for Casabon, for De Jong, or for Lerner. A victory for them, because of the win and you're in, will knock Dane Warren out and progress them through.
So this is a very important qualifying session now, isn't it? Because obviously if you're at the front of the grid, it gives you a great chance to lead. And obviously we just saw Kevin Siggy do the goods straight from back to front. Phenomenal performance from Siggy, by the way. I think he's in the form of his life right now, by the way. We haven't seen a Kevin Siggy like this in a long, long time. But nonetheless, talking about the drivers we have here, Oliveira, who's been flying the flag for Fury. I was just talking to Jasmine. His form hasn't been too bad. He's been scoring points, just not quite enough to break into the top 12.
No, like I say, he needs that breakthrough victory. He needs to go and step it up out there and take one. To be fair, do you know what? I wouldn't put it past him. The BMW, it's not too bad round here, so we'll have to wait and see. But he does have to go against the master of Monza, as we've all dubbed him now.
My prediction
which I was going to say that's your prediction for the race. Now
You're very brave, by the way, Lewis.
I had a conversation with Moritz Lerner before we.
And what did he assure you, Lewis?
He said, "Do you know what? Have me as your pick, because third time's the charm." And so my pick will be Moritz Lerner for the 3rd time today. I'm not fully confident in it, but there's no other words for it. I'm just not
talking
confident.
about 3 times the charm the same way we talk about the commentator's curse here, Lewis McGlade. It does not exist.
Look at him. Look at him. My pick right there. And you can see by the red check on the leaderboard, he's mid-pack right now.
Snide looks from him right now as well. Incredible. Extraordinary. I've been talking to Moritz Lerner, of course. History, very much embedded in the world of real-life motorsport. Raced in DTM, championship racing as well. Now here, back in sim racing. Is committed fully to the cause in sim racing for Mouse, who entered this very series back in February, all guns blazing, signing the likes of Max Benneker, as well as the likes of Moritz Lerner. Statement signings for Mouse. How important is it for Moritz Lerner to get a big result here, Lewis?
Oh, it's absolutely. I mean, he's either going to move through tomorrow with a victory, or who knows? It's kind of now or never. At the moment, things are looking good for at least Benneker on that side. But he's not even the only drivers that we need to talk about. Obviously, there's plenty of head-to-heads, and for those that are higher up in the point standings, that are battling for points. It's not been the best day for the drivers like Yuri Toman.
No.
But still, we can take a look at some of the stats between him and between Sebastian Job, the leader versus the driver who came into it 3rd.
Yeah, extraordinary, really. I mean, Sebastian Job's total points, 155 against the 99, outweighed, of course, in between Job and Toman. Toman, who prior, coming into this, we look at last spring season, arguably one of the most competitive, most consistent performers on the grid. Sebastian Job, I would argue, has taken that plaudit.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the percentages now, top 6, 83% going to Sebastian Job, with 62% Toman. Podiums have also been consistent. While Toman's managed to get himself through to probably more finals than anybody, it hasn't been necessarily the top 6 results overall, I think, that have really plumbed his way. I think Sebastian Job has definitely got his number on that.
Well, look at Yuri Toman when it comes to his consistency. The one that I'm always leaning back on is race victories.
Yeah,
he's been in it from the very start. Which, by the way, I did do the calculation with how many races drivers could have done thus far. Before today, it was 74.
Yeah.
So this will be, if you've done every single race, like Josh Rogers, that would be their 78th race in ESL R1, right? Which is a lot of races. Don't get me wrong. But
the important thing with that is that he's only had 4 victories in all that. He's had a lot of podiums, like it's nearly 30 podiums, but he's only had 4 wins and all that. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary, folks. And I tell you what, now we're looking ahead to essentially a decider. This is a shootout. All these drivers now are going to be looking ahead to hopefully garner a perfect result. Qualifying is imperative. You look at the names such as Kike Oliveira, Johan Haas, Kuba Brzezinski, Thibaut Kazubon, Mitchell de Jong, Moritz Lerner, big juggernauts in the world of sim racing that are looking to find their way into tomorrow's final. It's amazing that only one of these could potentially make their way through. This is everything. This race is huge. Biggest race of the day, you could argue, as well, given the fact that there's so many superlatives, so many conditions, so many categories, so much has to be put into question. Ooh. It's unreal.
Practice start here for Kev. I thought that was maybe just like finding the bite point, as you can see, going straight into the settings to change something. I mean, we don't want to see that. Just be like, so what is it that you're doing, sir? And of course, you can see there, Beta Key Bonanza. Everyone, go onto the Epic Games Store, type in those beta keys.
You know what to do.
See you on the platform again. 15,000 keys being given out today. I think even a little bit tomorrow as well. Also that you can jump on, and again, that there is a patch that will be going out basically after this broadcast, about 40 minutes time, that will have the TCRs in as well. So, well, you can 1v1 me, it'll be fine.
Yeah, well, this race will cap off the final one of the day. So I want to ask you and the audience, every single one of you here, I hope I have your full attention. Are you ready?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's not enough.
That's nowhere near enough.
You guys are better than that in Katowice, so I want to raise the volume. Come on, 1, 2, 3, are we ready? They're ready.
That's a little better. That's a little better. That's a little better. Again, progress is being made. Again, everyone's out there supporting their teams. It's nervy moments for some.
Yes.
Mostly probably Porsche Kawamba, who can now do nothing
about what's going to happen. About to happen. Dane Warren must be quivering in his boots right now.
Well, I mean, I think he's down. He might be at the lounge at the moment, and maybe he is panicking a little bit. He is down, I think Rory's definitely down there. Anyway, we're into qualifying, the last one of the day.
Yeah, we are. Marcel Cinczyk, my prediction for the upcoming race. And what a record he has around this very circuit. Temple speed of Monza, no problem for Marcel Cinczyk, who incidentally would cap off the start of this full season with a victory. The first man to do so at this very track. And would then follow it up with 2 P3 finishes in semi-final and final action.
Look, Marcel Cinczyk is he's crazy good round here. I remember, like I said, when we were at Munich, he said that he wanted the last race that he was in basically to be at Monza because he knew he was good around Monza. He knew, to be fair, you can kind of get the vibe. He knew he was the best at Monza. First sector's all right, but nothing too crazy. But it's this sector where the big time gains are. See what Cinczyk can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Lesmo 2 coming up next, and it'll set up the run down the Seraglio straight, full throttle, all guns blazing here for the R8G car, the Audi LMS R8 that we're so used to seeing in action, and once again behind the wheel, Marcel Cinczyk, the Hungarian, hungry for more, no doubt. After laying claim to the spring season championship and looking to this time plant his name on the trophy for a potential championship charge here in the fall season major. Coming through the chicane at Ascari, looking measured, 34.7 in Sector 1 is mid, I'd say, looks okay, somewhat okay, 35.6 as well, there or thereabouts again. Obviously, we'll need to measure it against those that are also competing in the same session. Coming through towards the famous Curva Alboreto, also formerly known as the Parabolica, as he looks to put his foot down once again here and beckon his way down the long home straight to kick us off here in the final race of asking, kicking us off in qualifying for the final time here today, and sets a 146.035. Is there or thereabouts, Lewis?
It's okay, it's nothing special. You can see that's just like, yeah, fair enough. Kevin Jr. does not look pleased with his lap, obviously after the incredible performance that he had at the previous race for this group, which was, of course, at Road Atlanta. I spoke to him a little bit afterwards. He said, I don't know why we're so good around there. We just are. 34.7, 35.7. I can see why he was like, that's not very good, because that's not very good. It's going to be about a 0.2 or a 0.3 across the line, a couple of tenths off. It is indeed a 0.3. That is not good enough for Kevin Jr. But thankfully, he's already done the work.
Yeah, he has. Sebastian Joe back again, though. The man, Mr. Consistent. We can start calling him, many hailing him as the greatest in the world.
You do that?
Sim racing, I do.
Literally just you.
It could be true. I mean, if we look at the first two races of the series, the first two rounds, he dominated the form, and certainly his win record has a lot to be said. But making his way down towards the line, can he better Marcel Chinchik? In comes Sebastian Joe, he can! And by a blistering, at least 10th of a second, Lewis McGlade.
Now that is an impressive lap time, taking down the master at Monza. But here's a driver that needs a good one. He, at a bare minimum, needs to be in the top 4 somewhere. Gaiki Oliveira will come through. I think this is good enough to beat Kevin Ellis Jr. I do not believe this is good enough to beat Marcel Chinchik, though. I think it's going to be a couple of tenths off that pole time that we've set. Probably a 46.1. Gaiki Oliveira will come through the final corner and up towards the line. Let's see what it's going to be. It might even be slower than that. No, it is a 46.1 indeed. Gaiki Oliveira needs more. Oh my goodness, Jamie Fluke has just got a slowdown.
Real issue, and remember, he is right on the cusp. He is down in, well, P12 at this moment in time, so really puts him on the back foot. Drama here as we now see the cars make their way down through towards the final sector. Jeffrey Rietveld is now next on our list and has set a 34.7 in the first sector, which is around where we've seen the likes of Jamie Fluke well, sort of around that sort of segment, or should I say Kevin Ellis Jr. Goes third fastest, Jeffrey Rietveld. 0.2 of a second off the pace up at the top end. I don't think he'd be too happy with that.
You could see in the bottom right there, had a little look at, of course, at Dane Warren, who's locked in. Yeah, exactly. Mitchell de Jong and Jamie Fluke. So we're going to have a little bit of fill in here. Whilst we see two drivers with slowdown penalties. As that slowdown came through from Jamie Fluke, I did see Porsche Carran down there, you know, head in hands, hands on head, being like, oh my God. Oh my, it might be good enough.
Can you believe it? We'll have to wait and see. Mitchell de Jong, though, currently making his way up towards the line. It hasn't been an ideal run, no least for him, certainly not for Jamie Fluke either. They're going to be tying up as to who essentially starts on the back of the grid here at this point. Jamie Fluke is going to be the next man to follow, 38.9. You can see it all went wrong in that first sector, 4 seconds off the ideal pace.
Poor guy, like you say, it's going to be a slow one for Jamie Fluke. Jamie Fluke's worst performance was at Monza with P8. His best is P3. Oh, that's not too bad when it comes to consistency, but he needs to get, I think it's 8 points. I'll do the maths in a second.
Johan Hath as well.
Oh my goodness. It's
misery for ART.
Falling apart for them.
Yeah, outrageous. But Yuri Toman is not going to be afflicted with such issues. 34.802 in the first sector. Now that is, you know, a little bit out as well. I mean, we generally see the 34.5, so maybe Toman struggling in that first sector. 35.7, which again, probably a tenth or so away from where he would like it to be. Sector 3 is going to have to be a big one as he makes his way down the long straight. This is certainly not going to trouble the top end. Would need a brilliant Sector 3 in order to try and levy himself forward. This is going to be around P5. It is P5, incidentally, behind Gaiki Oliveira, who, as I said before, Lewis, P12 currently. Not too far out in terms of the front row.
No. Johan Hart, one of the drivers that needs to win. To be fair, that's the same with the next 3 drivers that we'll see through as well. Thibaut Kazabon, Jakob Brzezinski, Moritz Lerner. If they win, they go through, and there's no even conversation about whether, you know, who's going. It's all going to be very confusing from that point. Right now, if Jamie Fluke wants to progress, he needs to be 5th place on the road. He needs that 10 points for 5th, and at the moment he is starting last.
Yeah, well, when we talk about big points scored, nothing was bigger than Road Atlanta for this man. Thibaut Kazabon, who managed to pull together a sensational run through that race. 34.7, though, is certainly outside of where he would need it to be. Kind of following suit with Yuri Toman's first sector in the Audi R8 LMS as well. 35.6 in Sector 2 is a little better, but heading through now the final corner. He could yet see himself higher than his own teammates here. Yuri Toman might be in trouble as Thibaut Kazabon, the Frenchman, not happy with his run through the Kerber Alboreto section. Heading up towards the line, where's it going to be for Thibaut Kazabon? 3rd fastest, just behind Marcel Chinchik. That's not bad at all.
Victory required. You can do it from 3rd place. What does Brzezinski have at the moment? It's not tracking great. I think it's going to be around where Kevin Ellis Jr. is, to be honest, at the moment. Not ideal with just one more lap to go in the session. Brzezinski, and then my pick, Moritz Lerner. Don't you dare let me down in this one.
Well, let's see if he does or not, Lewis McGlade. He makes his way through the Ascari chicane. You'll be relieved to know he hasn't got
He's not got a slowdown.
So
okay.
That's something in this mere dogfight that we have left. You never know. We could be in for some drama in this late stage. We can't see what Sector 1 or Sector 2 is right now, so it's all down to when he crosses the line. Moritz Lerner now, looking to try and dig deep, trying to extract everything here. As I said prior, DTM racing driver now moving across fully to sim racing as part of the Mouse outfit, making his way down towards the line. Is it going to be a stellar lap for Moritz Lerner? Comes across. Is it good enough? P6. Middle of the card here, Lewis.
Disappointing. He did have a podium round here in DTM Trophy as well, by the way.
That's true. Let's take you through the starting grid, though, folks. Race 4, Group A, from the back. ART currently holding on to that, propping up the rest of the order. A 4.895 for Jamie Fluke, not ideal. P12, P11 for his teammate Johan Haas. P10 going to Mitchell de Jong and Porsche Coanda, with Jakob Brzezinski in 9th. ART with Kevin Ellis Jr. in 8th as well. Yuri Toman lines up 7th for RHG. Moritz Lerner for Mouse in 6th. 5th place for Keke Oliveira, who still has a chance for the Furia team. Jeffrey Rietveld in 4th place on the 2nd row of the grid. We then have Thibaut Kazubon in 3rd. Great lap from him as well to secure 2nd row. Then it's his teammate Marcel Chinchik, who is the fastest man around Monza, generally, starting 2nd on the front row, but it's Sebastian Job. He's back again, the man on pole. P1 is his favourite number, and he hits it again, this time at Monza, looking to once again levy himself some extra points. G2 looking on in pure adulation at this young man who's once again brought to the forefront.
Very incredible indeed. Of course, that's all happening at the front, but he's not even in this race. Dane Warren's feeling a lot of pressure. Let's go down to Rory Alexander, who's with him.
Yeah, I'm here with Dane at the moment. We're just watching it on the screen down here. And how was that quali?
I think Jamie's done my job for me. You know, like I said, I didn't wish any harm on Jamie, but this is the perfect case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of many people who got a slowdown there, but you've also got your teammate blocking as well to keep away from that all-important 6th, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything, but Mitchell does what he does.
So yeah, we're going to... Good luck, Jamie, right?
All the best.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's so caring, isn't he? Brilliant.
So caring.
Yeah.
My goodness me.
Yeah.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to wish bad things on your competitors, but at the same point,
you got to
kind of do.
You got to call
really
it a spade, haven't you, Lewis?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, at the end of the day, when you're talking competitors, you know, these guys want to qualify tomorrow. You know, you're not going to want to allow Jamie Fluke any inch of a possibility of securing safety here. I mean, of course, currently he is in the top 12, so he does have a chance, of course, Jamie Fluke. But naturally, if you're Dane Warren, you want to stop that from happening. You've got to factor in Thomas Tatler, though, because of course, while Jamie Fluke is in the top 12, Thomas Tatler is through. Here is the Drivers' Championship leaderboard. Job on top, McCormack's there as well. The top 11, you can just see there, all lit up in green. The big number up for question is that P12 pace. Of course, Thomas Tatler already conserving his place in that top 12 as well.
But again, Thibaut Kazubon could maybe take the victory, so who knows? It might not even be Jamie Fluke who's the danger zone.
It might not be. It could be Keke Oliveira. It could be a number of drivers that are currently at the back. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go racing here at the Temple of Speed. And I'm buzzing. I'm looking forward to this one. Get the energy up. This is going to be a cracker. Final places on the table here at Monza to decide who will go through to tomorrow's final. The top 12 will prevail. Lewis McGlade, are you happy with your prediction?
No, because he's let me down, but I am happy with where we are. This is going to be an intense fight as we go around Monza.
Well, for the final time tonight, here, we're going to be crowning yet another driver going through. All 5 lights lit here at Monza, and it's pedal to the metal. And it is go. Sebastian Job off the line. Gets a blistering start. RAG in behind as well with Marcel Chinchik in 2nd place. Yuri Toman in the mix as well as we see them come down towards turn 1. They're all going to filtrate into position. Are we going to lose a few? Is someone going to beckon their way through? Chance for Keke Oliveira, who looks down the inside of the Team Redline car ahead.
This is big though. Marcel Chinchik, like you say, at the moment, he can really assist his teammate, Thibaut Kazubon. If he gets through and maybe slows down Sebastian Job, he can maybe bring Kazubon into it. But Kazubon has to worry about the run around the outside as they come through Curva Grande up towards the Rogia. It's Jeff Rietveld trying to go around the outside with a big send as he goes through and onto the podium. Absolutely mega move for the red line man.
Fantastic move from Jeffrey Rietveld. He's not alone though. Plenty of others trying the same. They come through Lesmo 1 and Kevin Ellis Jr. weighing up his chances of making a move here on Jakob Brzezinski, who needs a big result here as well. Side-by-side action at the front though as Marcel Chinchik goes for the lead. Out of shape. Sebastian Job foregoing that P1. Enter as well. Thibaut Kazibon.
He's got to do it, and this is where he passed Kuba Brzezinski to get through into the second game as 8 in the Drivers' Championship. This would be a big move for him. Backs out of it ever so slightly. Plenty of moves happening in the background as well, as I believe that's Toman and Brzezinski going side by side as they head through Ascari for 7th and 8th. At the moment, though, our focus cannot be taken from Marcel Chinchik, Sebastian Job, Jeff Rietveld, and Thibaut Kazibon.
Huge job on the line here for Chinchik, because whilst he is in a position where he will go through, Kazibon isn't. Ideal scenario, Kazibon takes victory here for RAG and allows yet another driver to potentially go through. Huge marshal of the charge here from Johan Harth, who now looks around the outside. We got side-by-side action between 2 Apex Racing cars, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke, trying to tussle it out. They got Mitchell de Jong in behind as well, who's currently being cushioned off here from all the action. The Apex Racing team drivers basically covering in a shroud those cars, a battle for the lead. Here comes Chinchik and Sebastian Job.
It's all happening in this race. We head down. That's the second time into the first corner. Sebastian Job to retake over the race lead, up to the front for the G2 man. And I think the Apex Race team, it was Kevin Ellis Jr. holding that line. He was always going to let Jamie Fluke go through. Remember, Fluke needs 5th place. He needs 10 points if he is to knock Dane Warren out here.
Well, Sebastian Job leads. Marcel Chinchik does have the fastest lap in the race, and he's going to try and make a move heading in towards the Roger chicane, trying the outside. It very rarely works, and he backs out of it. You can understand it. As we take a look at the bottom right, you can see Dane Warren watching on as he now awaits to see what's going to happen. Fingers crossed for Dane Warren, and certainly hoping and praying that he's going to make it through here to tomorrow's final, as we see some action for the back, Lewis.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke has pressure from Mitchell de Jong. He was saying, Dane Warren was like, whatever Mitchell does, Mitchell does. Well, right now, whilst the Apex Racing team have kind of played their cards brilliantly to get their way through, they're 9th, 11th and 12th. This is so counter to what we saw back in Road Atlanta, as now Jamie Fluke's having to defend.
Yep, side by side now, near enough between the Porsche and the Mercedes again. They're going to make their way down towards Ascari out of the Serralio straight. Mitchell de Jong did not plump for the move here. Obviously, the way things would like to be drawn out here is that Dane Warren would love to see Mitchell de Jong plump for that 9th spot as well. We'll have to wait and see whether he can achieve that. Of course, Sebastian Job still at the front. The gap minimalised at this stage. There's bound to be a chance down this home straight now for Chinchik to retake the lead. Obviously, now being so close behind that rear spoiler on that BMW. I mean, bear in mind as well, you've got Jeffrey Rietveld in behind too, and he has got Kazibon for company as they beckon their way down the start-finish straight once again, past the paddock in the pit lane on the right-hand side. Rietveld going slightly defensive as he looks to try and cushion off the blow from the Frenchman. Nearly pushes him onto the grass. Enter Marcel Chinchik in now, a battle for the lead through towards the Retafilio chicane. Job leads, but Chinchik now bringing him to task as they run wheel to wheel. It's Job who hangs on, a stellar defensive effort, and Kazibon has no answer for Jeffrey Rietveld.
It's not just there where it's stellar defensive work. Jeff Rietveld being able to keep back Thibaut Kazibon. Kazibon again, if he wins, he moves through. He is below the cut line at the moment. He can't really get there on points. He must win. And to be fair, that is the same with the 3 drivers behind, Moritz Lerner and Kaiki Oliveira. If the 3 of them, any of those 3, if they win this race, they will progress through. They'll knock out Dane Warren and Jamie Fluke. There'll be no chance for either of them.
Nope, they're a third of the way into the race now. Sebastian Job now holds the lead. Chinchik, though, with all the keys, all the potential, he could yet open the door. Heading down to Ascari, there is opportunities for slipstream down the Serralio straight, and I'm sure Chinchik would love to use them as they now make their way down through towards the next S section. In behind Rietveld as well, being joined by Kazibon in behind. The gaps pretty much equilateral between Ps1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and obviously sharing minimalised air between the pair of them, so between the 2 groups anyway. Yuri Toman incidentally taking the fastest lap of the race away as well. Remember, Chinchik had that before, it's now Toman who has it.
Yeah, exactly. You can see we've got 8 cars in this battle for the lead. Defensive line being taken for Sebastian Job. All Marcel Chinchik is trying to do right now is he's trying to make sure that Sebastian Job doesn't run away. He's trying to keep him under pressure. And of course, do remember that earlier on in the season, we did see Sebastian Job win at Monza, but not just in one race. We saw him win all 3, knockout, semi-final and final. He has a clean sweep here at Monza. He knows how to win at this venue.
Yeah, he has a ruthless streak, but so does Marcel Chinchik, who now challenges him heading down now towards turn 1. We're opening up lap 4 of 9 with yet another side-by-side between the Audi and the BMW. They come together, heading through towards turn 1. Again, Job, though, hanging his car around the outside, which will become the inside, heading out of turn 2. Another expert bit of defending from Sebastian Job. Once again, holds on to P1. You can see He may look calm and content, but I can guarantee you he doesn't feel it. Curva Grande up next now. Chinchik still in behind. Look at Riedfeld, who's brought himself into the mix. He's managed to drop Kazibon as they're switching across the back. Comes Chinchik into the Rogier. Can't quite find it.
Nah, he didn't want to risk that one. Again, he doesn't want to add any more penalty points to him. He doesn't want to spin around Sebastian Job. And again, maybe even open the door for Jeff Riedfeld to sneak his way past. At the moment, Marcel Chinchik is the one trying to orchestrate this race. He's the one trying to play the cards. He's the one basically trying to do the heavy lifting for Thibaut Kazibon. Now, the last time we saw an RAG driver doing heavy lifting for another driver around here, it was Erhan Ijovski doing the heavy lifting for Marcel Chinchik in the Spring Major in that last race. What a way to try and return the favour, to try and get Thibaut Kazibon through to tomorrow's event.
Yeah, and again, the fastest lap switches again. Kevin Ellis Jr. this time laying claim to it. Sebastian Job makes his way through Ascari. Chinchik still in second, but not far away. Again, he'll try and prosaically and try and battle back against Sebastian Job here on this next lap. We'll have another chance heading down the long straight. One of the longest straights you will see in ESL R1 competition as they now venture through towards Curva Alboreto once again. It's Job out in front, Chinchik in second. Again, Riedfeld, whilst he did gap on the previous lap, Thibaut Kazibon, he's brought it right back in as the Audi driver. So a great chance again for Kazibon to bring his RAG livery once again higher and into the podium places. Remember, he needs a win as now Chinchik goes for the move on Sebastian Job.
Yeah, Chinchik surely got to do it. I cannot read that. It is so small. I'm so sorry, Dane, but you've got to do better than that, good sir. You might all be working through to tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. Straight on the inside, Marcel Chinchik once again super close between the pair of them as it's Marcel Chinchik still not able to get through.
This is again a tactical and defensive masterclass here from Sebastian Job. He is at 1.5 tenths clear up at the front end, but this time Chinchik might have a chance. He had a better exit heading out to the Retovino chicane, so tees up a move in towards the Rogier. Side by side, Riedfeld also coming into the fight. He had a daring look down the inside. Enter Marcel Chinchik with a stellar overtake, but still wheel to wheel. Through comes now Jeffrey Riedfeld. 3 wide in towards the Lesmo. Oh, it's Riedfeld. Oh, it's brilliant. Inside through Lesmo 1, and he now has a chance at taking the lead, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, it's not quite there. Once again, Sebastian Job's able to hang on. Riedfeld has to settle for second, and once again, Marcel Chinchik now with Thibaut Kazibon. He may have to let Kazibon go and fight his own battle right now, but let's see what Chinchik can do. He's probably going to take a lot of risk here going up towards Ascari in the Parabolica, but it's Jeff Riedfeld trying to take all the risk. He looks to go down the inside. Struth, mate, that's because he's feeling the pressure.
Well, 2 Beamers make their way through Ascari, and whilst Riedfeld could not quite capitalise and take the P1 away, heading through Lesmo 1 Struth, mate, indeed, Dane Warren. Incredible, as we're now seeing the cars make their way down this back straight, heading towards Curva Alboreto. It's still Job out in front. How he has managed to hold on is beyond me. The last few laps, he has been peppered by Marcel Chinchik. Riedfeld stuck his oar in, and now he still sees himself on top. Don't forget the Beta Key Bonanza, folks. Get involved. You want a piece of this, make sure you enter it into Epic Games.
Yeah, slap it in, because, I mean, you might be a part of this kind of action in the near future. Who knows? Jeff Riedfeld's going to have to defend, takes the slipstream for Sebastian Job. Marcel Chinchik's not going over anything because Jeff Riedfeld's going to go for the lead. We've seen Chinchik try this time and time again. It could be Riedfeld on first attempt. Out wide goes Sebastian Job. The drive around the corner, not going to work out for the Dutchman. And look who's coming straight back through, because it's Chinchik on the mark.
Outrageous now, side by side through the Curva Grande. Can Riedfeld hold on? Now we're seeing Chinchik try and find the way through towards the Rogier. Still Job though out in front. Kazibon comes through as well as he looks to enter his car into the fold. 2 Audis coming together. Riedfeld doing enough. He holds on to second place, and the RAG cars are stricken in third and fourth.
Like Marcel Chinchik, there's a point now where he's not actually really helping his teammate. He's hindering his teammate just a little bit there. And Thibaut Kazibon, unable to get through, actually had to get on the anchors quite a bit more into the clutches of Kiki Oliveira. There is only 3 laps to go after this one. The pressure is building, and it could be the end of the journey for some of these drivers.
2/3 of the race gone, and now Kiki Oliveira might be the threat. He is right in behind Thibaut Kazibon in the slipstream. We see him in the bottom left-hand corner. He is looking set to try and challenge. Will he open the door? I tell you who will is Jakub Brzezinski, who heads down the inside, this time on Moritz Lerner. Lewis's pick is in jeopardy as they head through the Ascari chicane, as they make their way out wheel to wheel, but still Lerner with enough of a defensive effort.
To be fair, Moritz Lerner, I think he's his own pick for me, just to clarify. He said third time's the charm. It's not worked out on this occasion. It's fine, it's fine. He takes the defensive line from Brzezinski going down into the Parabolica. Once again, Toman, we're on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. Jamie Fluke's way off the back of this, and again, Fluke needs that top 5. It's possible, yes. unlikely. I wouldn't even know what the percentage is. You're talking less than 1.
Absolutely outrageous. Obviously now we have got several cars in the mix. Look at this, Leonard. Look at the speed from Kevin Ellis Jr. Wowee! He's going to fall wide. Wheel to wheel now through towards turn 1. Oh my goodness me! Brzezinski's gone. He's off at turn 1 and heading through the escape road. Lerner somehow kept control of his car.
Yeah, big contact there. I mean, they were going through 1. You saw the overspeed from Kevin Ellis Jr., who's come through now into 7th position. Well, he needs to tell Jamie Fluke how he's done that, because Fluke needs that kind of pace, as it will end up being 6th place once Brzezinski drops back. We're looking back at this fight down the order. We've got 12 cars back involved in one train, and once again, straight over goes Kevin Ellis Jr.
Incredible scenes. Kevin Ellis Jr. has lit things up now in the final third of this race. Lerner now, who has been peppered, he's been attacked, he's been abused in this final half of this race now, and he's trying his best to bring himself to the forefront. He's trying to gain back on Jakub Brzezinski as they head down the Seraglio Straight. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 8th place as well, who after a rampant run sees himself holding on to the fastest lap of the race, and now he's going to burst down this next stretch, trying to challenge as well. We got several cars in several fights. Opening it up now, Moritz Lerner, who looks down the inside of the Scari. Unfathomable seas as Brzezinski holds back the tirade. This is thrilling stuff here at Monza.
Yeah, but for them, you know, their chance of moving through to tomorrow is gone. Jamie Fluke can't do it. The gap between 6th and 5th is too big. Even if there was an uphill battle beforehand, it's way too large now, meaning that there are only 2 drivers left that can beat that gap, and that is Thibaut Casamont and that is Kaiki Oliveira. If one of them wins, this is over for Dane Warren, but they have to win. 2nd, not good enough. 3rd, not good enough. They must win.
The tension is palpable. We are now coming down to the penultimate lap of the race, and look at this, they're tying up again. This time for the race lead is that Reenveld and Job. They come side by side again through towards the Rettifilio chicane. There's still wheel to wheel between the 2 BMWs. Still Job with an absolutely thrilling defense again, though. He might be in trouble, because here comes Reenveld, who will have the Tiger line through Curva Grande. Again, no Cinci coming back.
Yeah, now, can Sebastian Job lead every single lap, but having to defend every single time? Takes the defensive line up towards Curva Grande. Jeff Reenveld's got to go around the outside. This is where Cinci gave it a good go. Onto the brakes, a little bit too much of a squeeze, and here comes Cinci straight on the inside. The 3 of them make contact. Sebastian Job continues to lead, and look at Thibaut Casamont.
Casamont smells an opportunity. Cinci did as well. He took 2nd place away from Reenveld, like Reenveld did to him only a few matter of laps ago. Still though, it's Job out in front. 2nd Lesmo still to come. We have got the Seraglio Straight here now, which will beckon their way in towards the final sector, which will take towards the final lap of the race. Lap 8 of 9 will become lap 9 of 9. It's Job out in front with the most stellar defensive drive, the Ministry of Defence here at the Temple.
Oh my goodness me, what a look down the inside into Ascari. I thought he was going to fully send that, was Marcel Cinci. He is not leaving anything on the table, wants to take victory, wants to be the master of Monza, but that might have been a costly mistake. It's going to open the gap now to Sebastian Job, but what a thriller at Monza. We've still got a lap to go.
Yeah, Spring Season King now could yet be dethroned. Obviously, we've got all of tomorrow to decide who will become eventual champion, but look at this. Cinci holding on to 2nd. Contact between the 2 RAG cars as Casamont fights bravely to move his way into 3rd place. So much on the line. Obviously, he's got to throw everything at it here now, and look at Kaiki Oliveira. He's not done yet either.
The slipstream being gifted out there from Marcel Cinci on Thibaut Casamont. This is going to drop Reenveld right the way back to the back end of the top 5. As here we go, Thibaut Casamont looks to the inside. Kaiki Oliveira's trying to send it as well. He backs out of it ever so slightly. This could be the end of the road for Kaiki Oliveira, but what an attempt. Oh, he receives an enormous whack from Jeff Reenveld as we start the final lap.
Yeah, it's getting so close. The impacts are becoming more fraught, but Sebastian Job in all this has managed to extend his lead out to a whole 2nd. Thibaut Casamont, as we said, fighting bravely, snatching P2 away, but Cinci now in 3rd. Will he defend the place that his teammates so rightly owns? Look at the Williams Esports car behind. Brzezinski goes off. Oh, well, the outside of Rogier, he made a crucial error.
He bit a little bit too hard there going into the Rogier, did Brzezinski, but again, what a race it's been. Sebastian Job's cleared off 1.1 seconds down the road. He has checked out. Thibaut Casamont is going to finish this race in 2nd place. place. But what a performance from Sebastian and Joe. I mean, you know, they've got a little bit of time to go. I don't think Joe's going to make a mistake from there. He's going to take yet another win.
Well, the home of what we can only say the Scuderia that represents here at the Temple of Speed, here at Monza, where legends have been born. And certainly once again, we could be witnessing a birth of yet another legend. But so rightly so, he's recorded himself in those books for the right reasons after a stellar season career so far in this fall series. It has been absolutely thrilling to watch this young man produce the goods day in, day out. This has been another extraordinary display of defensive genius from someone who we have witnessed time and time again take victory in ESL R1 competition. He is without a doubt the GOAT of the modern era. It's Sebastian Jobe. He will take victory here at Monza.
Absolutely incredible. Got to give an enormous shout out to Thibaut Casabon. Brave stuff. But Sebastian Jobe throws the gauntlet down and says, all right, if you're going to win tomorrow, you got to beat me.
Well, what a stellar showing. What a display. Sebastian Jobe is back. ESL R1 is his playground. And victory is certainly on his shoulders. No need to brush it away, my friends. You are P1 yet again. Incredible, Sebastian Jobe. We'll see you back tomorrow, without any doubt.
Yeah, fantastic. And do you know who else we'll see back? We'll see back Dane Warren, who's with Rory.
Yeah, I'm here with probably the most relieved man in Sweden, Struth.
Yeah, oath. Yeah.
Well, tell us how you're feeling after. I mean, I could feel it, but let the people at home, how are you feeling during that?
It was very stressful. Part one of that whole race was Jamie getting the slowdown in qualifying, which was a huge weight. But then I got told by Joachim, our media guy, that Thibaut had a chance to win the race and take it as well. So the whole race was just crazy with nerves, you know, watching the others battle away at the top spot. So yeah, another day of the major, luckily for us. So we'll see what we can do with it.
Yeah, because there was Sebastian and Marcel battling at the front, right? So if they came together or had a racing incident, that was just going to open the door for Thibaut, who was the new bad guy, right?
Yeah, correct. That was major worst case scenario, but with Monza anything can happen, and I'm very grateful today that it didn't.
You're going to sleep well tonight, right? And even at the end, it was, you know, it was Sebastian followed by Thibaut. So I was wondering how good of friends were you with Sebastian? But you got through in the end, so well done. You can relax till tomorrow. We'll do it all again tomorrow. But yeah, any last words on how you feel today?
I think you need it. I need sleep.
Nice. Thank you, Dane. We're going to go back to George and Lewis.
And me, Rory.
I was going to say, oh my goodness.
Rory, I know I'm short, man, but I ain't that short. His bro has had to just stand up in order to be able to see me. No worries. Anyways, fellas, the Monza.
The Monza Monster.
It's because previously we used to call Marcel the Monster of Monza. Now, it's a bit awkward, isn't it?
So it's all very.
I mean, to be honest, Sebastian Jobe at the moment is the one to beat, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Sebastian Jobe. I think he's got a Sebastian Jobe
I'm
t-shirt
sold on Sebastian Jobe here. I love the story. I love the grind.
Are you the one that's been making the fan signs?
No, that's definitely this lot down here.
I've been marking them up and distributing them everywhere.
Can you hold up your fan signs, please?
There we go.
See, look,
you see this one up here? It says Lewis is bigger than George. You see that one? You see that one?
No.
Guys.
Hang on.
Sorry.
We got
serious.
some racing.
Very serious.
Racing to talk about, okay? Full focus. I'm going to give you a moment in order to gather your thoughts.
Okay.
So Rory, it's over to you, Rory. Where is Rory?
I'm over here. Hello. I'm here. I'm here with Thibaut Casabon. Thibaut, God, that was. I mean, I was sitting there with Dane watching it. You wouldn't have seen any of that. So he was super stressed and he was up and down as much as you guys were. How was that for you?
It was very close. Well, I had to win if I want to be qualified for tomorrow. My only choice were to win. So Marcel was helping me, but it was not enough. And all on me because my first 2 races of the day were shit. So I was just waking up too late.
Yeah, and you had the Master of Monza, who's just behind us right now. He was in there as well. I mean, Dane was hoping, well, not hoping that they were going to come together, but you know, you needed to win that last one. I mean, it's difficult when the rest of your team do so well. How do you feel? I mean, do you see it as a success as a season, or are you just bitterly disappointed?
No, for me it's a success because that's my first season, and already to be here on the major, that's very good.
Yeah.
And to be close to be qualified for tomorrow, that's even more. That's a bonus. So first of all, I'm happy for the team and for everything. And also, I am happy for that to be here, to be in the top 24, and to be very close to tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, Thibaut, commiserations. Thank you so much. We'll let you go be with your team now. Thank you very much. Right, we're actually going to keep moving because we're going to go see Jamie Fluke. Let's go. You with me? Yeah, you're with me. Good. I think Jamie's here. Where's Jamie? Yeah, Jamie. Okay, I'm going to find Jamie in a minute. Can you guys fill a bit and I'll find Jamie?
Yeah,
perfect.
Don't worry about it, Rory. I got your back.
We got his back.
Anytime, we're here for you. But Thibaut Casabon, what a wonderful chap.
Yeah.
Great sportsmanship, but I would not be doing my job if I did not bring up to the two of you the incident where Marcel actually ended up blocking.
So it was a bit of a tricky one because it was into Laycom, wrong track, into the Rogia.
I gave you a few minutes.
I know. Into the Rogia, and of course, actually no, the Della Rogia. You call it the Rogia.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you guys a few more minutes.
It was squeezing.
It's
fine.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, guys. Breathe. You got this. Rory, please take it from here.
I found Jamie. This is rig number 5, apparently. Hi. How are you doing?
I've been better. To have the opportunity to make it through to day 2 in my hands and to, quite frankly, blow it sucks. Top 6 should have been doable. I definitely had the speed to do that. I just made the mistake in qualifying, and in the race, I went hell for leather. Too much hell, not enough leather, I guess. And yeah, that's my day and my event done.
It's the brutal, reality of this, racing at this top level. So it's sort of like a double-edged sword. It's rough when you're on one side of it, but then it's great when you're on the other side of it. And I think, we got to think about the optics that you're racing at that very, very top level. To get that close, if you keep the glass half full, then I think I speak to everyone when I think you should be extremely proud of what you've achieved.
Yeah. We've come a long way this season as well. The switch from the Audi to the Mercedes has worked pretty well for us. We've all done really well to get this far. We'll all be cheering Kev tomorrow, and hopefully he can bring home the bag. But yeah, I'll be probably glass half full tomorrow, but maybe not so much tonight.
Maybe a wine glass tonight will be half empty, right?
Something will be half empty.
Yeah. Thank you. Hopefully every round next season will be Road Atlanta, because you guys absolutely smash it, don't you?
I don't know who I need to pay to make sure that happens, but yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Commiserations, James, but thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And back to Jasmine, Lewis and George.
There we go. You got all 3 of us that time, Rory. Thank you very much. I've given Lewis a moment.
I'm backing out of it.
You can back out. You can tap out. Back to this Thibaut Casabon and Marcel situation.
Yeah.
TLDR.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. I think Lewis is right, though, in what he's saying, in a sense that it was...
What bit?
Well, obviously, I'm going to make sure we get the corner name right, first of all. But
it's the Rogia.
Yeah, it's the Rogia. But yeah, no, I mean, there was not very much that either driver could have done there. I think Casabon was caught in a moment, as was Chinchik. Obviously, both of them thinking of the race win, both of them thinking about what they can maximise for RHE. Do you know what? I feel a little bad for Thibaut in many ways, but I think what he can take from this is how far he has come in such a long time. Look at the season as a whole. It hasn't necessarily started the best for him, but very rarely it starts brilliantly for drivers that just begin, their campaigns here, especially given the fact that we've got seasoned professionals in this series. And he is developed into a quality driver, coming in instead of Risto Capit. RHE have got a lot of excitement on their hands with this young man.
Yeah.
Well, I think on that note, we should take a look at our top 24. You got this one.
I'm fine.
You got this.
Come on, mate. Let's go.
So, when you said Della Rogia, honestly, fuming.
Did you crease?
Man's fuming. Man is fuming. Yes, the top 24 though.
Yeah.
Of course, on the points. I mean, it's Tyler. That's the big shock, isn't it?
That was brilliant. Another Cinderella story though at Road Atlanta though. I mean, how about that? I mean, we saw one with the sensational victory. I think you could call Kevin Ellis Jr.'s win as well. Absolutely, utterly phenomenal. ART getting the 1-2. Jamie Fluke collecting his round victory in round 7. And now we get to see Thomas Tatler take one as well here this time around.
Absolutely. I mean, like for Thomas Tatler, I mean, he's 1 point away from perfection, but still, alas, getting through into tomorrow is the important bit. 68 points to his name. And like you say, for the Apex Racing team, you see Jamie Fluke there on the left-hand side because of Thomas Tatler going through. That's why Jamie Fluke is not. And like you say, he's going to hope that his teammate doesn't fumble the bag.
Fumble the bag. Fumble the fumble.
fine.
Nice Easter egg for Gamers 8.
Someone had to do it at some point. I knew it was going to come out eventually. But fellas, heading into Monza, those slowdown penalties as well, how much of an impact would that have ended up having on Jamie, Johan, and then we had Mitch as well?
Oh, huge.
It was a bit chaotic.
Huge. I mean, we saw the same issues, the Hockenheim ring as well.
Yeah,
slowdowns having a big thing today.
as well.
Yeah, we saw a few.
Yeah, we saw plenty there. I think, though, that one of the big stories I think we've got to take from this, Team Redline.
Oh,
I mean, goodness me. I mean, 3 cars through to tomorrow's final. That's not bad going, is it?
Impressive, isn't it?
I mean, especially given the fraught issues they had with race control earlier on. I mean, we saw Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy and how animated they were. Again, a phenomenal display to get all 3 drivers into the top. I don't know what you think, Lewis. But
oh, I think it's incredible. It shows the strength of the team. You know, we've said before about like who's the best team in sim racing. I mean, you say the best drivers, Sebastian Joe, which is now terrifying. They're all kind of it's fine. We'll go to that
later. Can you imagine where that's going?
I know. For a lot of people, a lot of people will lean towards Team Redline as being the strongest team in sim racing. It's events like this that kind of show because they look like they were struggling at the start of the full season, weren't they?
Yeah, they absolutely were. I remember that graph that we had, like the progression graph of all of the growth that all of these teams have had. But you know what? Shout out to Team Redline. They've pulled it out of the bag, and I'm super excited to get the collective thoughts of the entire team with Rory.
Yes, I am here with 3 very happy Team Redline members. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
We've been worse.
You were worse about 40 minutes ago, weren't you? The smiles were not on the face 40 minutes ago. But all 3 of you arrived. All 3 of you came. All 3 of you conquered. You're all in to tomorrow's races. So, Jeff, how do you feel about it?
I'm pretty happy. If you would have told me before coming to this event that I would make it to the final day, coming from P16 or 17 in the championship and winning a race as well, I would say, I would be very happy. However, the last race, I'm not too fussed about, but yeah, overall, happy. Yeah.
Yeah. And Kev, you obviously got a win as well. Did you get more than 1 win? I think you got more than 1.
Yeah.
2. Yeah, I should have been paying attention, shouldn't I? Congratulations on your 2 wins.
Yeah, thanks.
So nice and easy for you. How is your mindset going into tomorrow now?
I mean, tomorrow is just about fixing all the issues where I got made mistakes on, so Hockenheim and Royal Atlanta. And I mean, just try and do the same thing in Monza and Spa. I mean, at this stage, I feel confident in those 2 tracks and not so confident on the other 2. So if I can manage to fix all the bugs and all the quirks and issues, then I should be good.
Perfect. And Luke, the only one who didn't win, but you know, most of your hard work was already done before you got here. Tell us a little about how you feel now that the dust has settled a little bit on the race where you had to give up the leading position. How do you feel about it now?
Believe me, I'm still salty. I wanted that win more than anyone else, and I still feel like I deserved it. And in my mind, that's a win for me. But you know, it was a couple of strong results in the last 2 races. So I'm still happy. I'm up there in the championship with Kevin, but you can see a sign there in the crowd that says robbed, and I couldn't agree more.
But it doesn't matter though, because all 3 of you are through. All 3 drivers, you've got a really good chance of a Team Redline driver taking the championship tomorrow. So congratulations, guys. Enjoy a nice relax tonight, and we go again tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to the desk.
A nice relax. No.
There is no relaxing in ESL R1.
That's not how things work around here, okay? I think the plan is, after broadcast, what are you oh-knowing for?
He wants to go bowling.
It's party o'clock in this place,
we're going to go bowling, and we're going to play pool, so I can show you all how it's done, all over again.
Sorry?
All over again.
So bowling and show us how it's done. I mean, he won.
Yeah, but you know, he had to win something, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you missed. Wait, hold on a second.
I got my cross
actually
leg
not
to
won.
T.
Did he get a single? I can't.
No, I didn't get a single prediction right. It's fine.
Okay, it's this
Let's
time.
be fair.
This time round, let him win bowling.
Three times I picked Maurice Lerner because 2 times is fair enough. 3rd time he was like, no.
I'm expecting
third time's the charm. I'm like, okay, Maurice, okay, never again.
You can't be so easily influenced.
I'm expecting an important big debrief between you and Moritz later on, by the way.
Oh, it's going to be huge.
Poor Moritz.
I'm fuming. I'm probably more fuming than Rene, to be honest.
Yeah. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Maybe tomorrow. You know what? We're all rooting for you. Don't worry. Hang in there, man.
No, it's fine. We'll have Moritz on comms tomorrow. We'll obviously we had Mac today, which was excellent. Congratulations to Mac Backham on commentary, by the way.
Mac.
Thank you, Mac.
Yeah, we've got to steal another couple of drivers that maybe want to do it. So if you have been knocked out today and you do want to still, throw shade at other drivers. Now's the time to do it. So it's fine.
I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit worried when you said throw shade.
Yeah.
A little bit of a PR nightmare was incoming there.
Hopefully it's not lampshades.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I think Rory has already taken us to that dark place of the broadcast a long time ago. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining me here on the broadcast. I've had an absolute blast.
So did
and I'm really hoping that everybody here
and a big thank you to our viewing audience as well.
Yeah,
fantastic.
exactly.
And you guys as well, give yourselves a round of applause.
Oh, you're not going to get much out of them.
No. Oh, come on.
You know what, guys?
They're tired.
I'll make a deal with all of you. I won't put you on blast on broadcast right now as long as you turn up tomorrow and give me the most amount of energy we've ever heard. Is that a deal?
Yes.
Is that a deal?
Big energy tomorrow,
okay, I'm holding you all to that, okay?
Come on.
Well, for everybody that's tuning in at home, feel free to give us your energy in the chat as well as your thoughts and feelings with our wonderful survey, !survey in the chat, to let us know how you've been enjoying ESL R1 so far. And also, another reminder for everybody, we are dropping beta keys left, right, and center, 15,000 of them to be precise. !beta in the chat as well. I'm super excited for it, and we had a cheeky little announcement drop today. Final thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, I'm liking the idea of TCRs coming, mostly because, again, I am, just to clarify, 8 seconds, 8 seconds faster than George Morgan. And probably...
I'd like to also announce that was the only thing he has won this weekend.
Ever in his life.
That's true.
Oh, wait, no, actually, you're an award winner.
I've won over Luke Humphreys, G2 Luke, who says that I'm better than George, so it's fine. That's a win to me.
That's the first... I mean, you've definitely just paid him off
Low
for that. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Tomorrow, I'm expecting better predictions out of you. Tomorrow, we're going to have 12 of our fantastic drivers butting heads on the track itself. And I'm super excited for it. But on that note, thank you and good night.